for a little while now, and both of the 51 car and the 6 of Laurent Vanthoor, the Penske Porsche Motorsport car, both in the pits. Robert Kubica out. It'll be interesting to see how this all pans out, because Robert Kubica was very close behind Giovinazzi in the 51 car before he pitted.
So let's get the update on the 51 Ferrari with this CrowdStrike update.
Still no sign of a driver change or indeed a tyre change, just fuel. Nice clean of the windscreen and headlights even, and it's back out very, very swiftly.
And Kubica literally coming through under the Dunlop Bridge, probably now about 2.5 seconds behind the 51 car, the 51 Ferrari. It does seem to be looking like, I always thought potentially early on in the race, and I can't remember who it was now, but I thought maybe an overcut might be the way to go, but it doesn't seem to work. If you pit before the person you're chasing, invariably you seem to come out a little bit further ahead of the person if they stay out one lap longer. And I guess it has a lot to do with traffic that you encounter on that lap, but it didn't work for Robert Kubica then. He was about 1.1 seconds behind when he pitted. He pitted a lap before Giovinazzi in the 51 car, and he's now 1.8 seconds behind the 51 car, so he's lost about half a second.
There's an Alpine in the gravel. Number 36 has spun away from...
And he's beached it.
He beached it, yes. It's not going to go any further. This is Jules Gounon, so it's not going to go any further. He can be helped out of there, but this is Marshall Post 20, so it's at Mulsanne corner, and outbraked himself perhaps, or maybe had some contact with another car. We'll try and find an answer for you on that, but the yellow flags are now being shown at Mulsanne. No, it was entirely on his own for Jules Gounon, fully locked up.
It's a tricky corner, Mulsanne. He was coming through GT traffic. He'd cleared it, but he was only 2 or 3 car lengths ahead of them. I don't know if that had a bearing on it, and he came in slightly wider, locked the wheel, and then spins as he goes through. So he locked the fronts and then got harder onto the brakes because he could see he wasn't slowing down enough, and then the rears locked up, bearing in mind that obviously we have a situation with regen occurring in the brake zones with these hypercars, so that can sometimes unbalance or imbalance the brake bias that you would normally have to try and get the front to rear braking to be stable for you, to give you stable braking. It does seem to be a tricky corner. The number of cars, I can't remember actually seeing quite so many cars of the same class. It seems to be the hypercars that struggle with that corner in particular, going into that corner, going through, not beaching like this in the gravel, but definitely either going through, either into the gravel and then turning left and going the long way round, or sometimes getting away with turning right but bouncing through the gravel.
It's a similar corner to Arnage though, isn't it, where you're arriving, although you're not arriving quite as quickly as Arnage.
Oh, Arnage is like nowhere near as fast. Arnage is a tighter corner though and can be tricky. They've made a lot more runoff on the left-hand side now at Arnage. So, and it used to, if you remember, there used to often be people buried in the wall on the left at Arnage, but no longer.
Full course yellow, which seems to be the race control's response for a car they think should be able to be retrieved quickly. When there's no barriers to inspect or anything like that, purely because, although it affects the whole racetrack, it does so quite quickly, and we get the incident dealt with reasonably quickly, and we get on with the race quite quickly. So
this isn't a way of tending to some of the debris that might be littering the track. The gaps aren't sufficient probably between still a lot of cars in this race, 52.
Exactly so, and we saw this happen just before you came in, Johnny and Johnny, when the 311 car appeared at first just to be beached, and we didn't quite realise how serious it was. But again, a full course yellow can just be implemented instantly and equally taken away instantly, so you don't have to have all of the countdowns and setting up that you have to do if you have a slow zone. And just go back to Johnny Molam's point about how Antonio Giovinazzi managed to jump Robert Kubica. I think it's because...
No, he never jumped him. He was always ahead of him.
He was always ahead of him, was he?
Yes, he was always ahead of him. So Kubica got very close to him, and then dropped only about 5-6 tenths of a second. But Robert Kubica, actually, the 83 car, pitted the lap before the 51 car.
Yes, well, No, they both, yes, I suppose they both did do 12 lap stints in the end because they both took that drive-through penalty. I was going to say it was because they did slightly different stint lengths, because the stint length was 11 for Giovinazzi and 10 laps for Kubica, but they'd done a drive-through before that.
Because earlier on in the race, Paul, wasn't it the other way round? We were seeing the 83 going a lap longer than the 51 and the 50, and now
yes,
it seems to have reversed.
In that, yes, except that in the case of Collado, he did a 13 lap, Phil Hansen did a 13 lap, and that's been today, this morning. So they don't seem to be able to settle on 12 or 13, and I suspect it's one of those things where it's right on the edge and depends if you can fuel save during a stint.
Yeah.
Or not.
That extra litre or that you're either saving or not, if it's, like as you say, Paul, if it's falling, they always say if the light comes on, I can't remember where you say if the fuel, well, in our day, if the fuel light came on around anywhere before Indianapolis, you had to box. If it came on after Indianapolis, you could do a full lap.
Well, that just depends on how you set your fuel light to come on. Things are a bit more sophisticated these days with energy usage.
Insulting me again, Johnny.
Yeah, it was only a very sideways insult, though. You know, blinking you'll miss it. It was there.
It was there, yes, yes.
I could get upset, but I won't. The point being, things are very sophisticated on these cars, and they should be able to tell, I would think, with a fair degree of accuracy, whether they've got enough on board to do another lap or not, because it's not fuel being sucked. It's not totally fuel being sucked out of the tank.
Yes, it's down to some of the hybrid as well.
It is down to the energy.
10 hours. We let them buy it twice. We short our stint to give the priority, and now
they are on it. They are on it. We will come back to you.
I think I'm clearly faster. What I have to waste time.
Interesting.
Copy, copy. You are clear. Your point is clear, and we have forwarded it.
So he's saying that I'm wasting time sitting behind Antonio Giovinazzi's car.
Well, even more interesting, it's quite opportune that we were just speaking about this, is that he clearly, or that car clearly, pitted a lap early to give priority to the 51. He's now obviously a little bit miffed because he was, to be fair, he was quicker, only by about 2/10 in terms of fastest lap, but he caught the car in front. He caught him from about a 3 or 4 second gap down to around 1. So Kubica right now is as quick, if not quicker, than the 51 car with Giovinazzi at the wheel, but obviously he's getting a bit miffed that he's feeling like they're giving priority to the factory car, which in essence is okay, but right now he feels like he should just be able to allow to attack him, pass him, and go off and do his own race. And I can see his point.
And in terms of the, you say he brought that gap down. The average lap time I'm showing for Kubica in the 10 laps, a 3:27.64. For Giovinazzi, a 3:28.27. So 0.6 of a second of a difference over 10 laps.
So he's not lying.
He
knows his stuff.
Well, he's never been backwards in coming forwards, Robert Kubica, and the message was clear on the radio. Just to finish our point from a little earlier on, our little discussion within this half an hour about the Monegasque flag being similar to the Polish flag, just the other way around. And
not going to let this go, are you,
thank you, Peter Snowden, who brings to the argument Stefan Ortelli, who won in 1998.
God. How could I forget that?
Alan McNish
and Lauren Aiello.
Correct.
In the Porsche.
In the Porsche 911 GT1 98. So we have had a Monegasque
car.
We know. Oh, yeah, indeed. Yes. Were you here in 1998?
Actually, I came down because Alan's one of my best friends, and I actually came down and watched him do pre-qualifying in 1998, in the good old days when you had a bunch of cars in the morning and a different bunch in the afternoon, and you got rid of, I can't remember how many you got cut, 5, 10 cars from each group, and that's how you decided who was actually going to go to Le Mans. It wasn't about invitation. In those days, it was about pure performance at pre-qual, which happened normally about a month or so before the race itself, and Alan was quickest in pre-qualifying in his group. I remember that.
It's 8:09. It's 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans. It's time to check the weather. Currently 18 degrees Celsius here at Circuit de la Sarthe. It's going to steadily climb the temperature. Very limited chance of, no chance of rain, I'm going to say now. We had the scare of a passing shower in the night at 1 or 2 o'clock this morning. The high this afternoon, as the sun tries to work its way through a little bit of cloud above the circuit, should be 24 degrees Celsius. Johnny Palmer and Johnny Molam on Radio Le Mans for 2025 as we enter hour 18 of this year's, the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Very interesting discussions on the radio in the break when we had a full course yellow out to deal with Jules Gounon's Alpine, which had found its way to the gravel at Mulsanne corner, and Robert Kubica was arguing his case that he should be in front of the red Ferrari number 51 of Antonio Giovinazzi. I am the faster car.
I think more than arguing his case that he wanted to be in front, I think he was just arguing the case that his race is now being compromised by the car in front, and he got the gap down to 0.8 of a second. It's now running at about 1.1. And obviously, when you've got two very evenly matched cars in terms of where they're doing their lap time, as you do with these two Ferraris, it's difficult to overtake because you can't sort of slipstream past them that easily. So you're going to have to take a much higher level of risk in the brake zone to overtake a car of the same performance to your own. And I think that's where Robert Kubica now is saying, I am faster, at least let me try and race him. Rather than just sort of run line astern, because I think if I cleared him, I could disappear down the road to the tune of a few seconds.
Yeah, but
and certainly the stats support that.
It's that testament that that sort of discussion's being had, just how comfortable Ferrari are with these leading two cars. I mean, I know they're run by different programs.
Well, they didn't actually. They say that his engineer said, we're listening, that your message has been passed on, but that will be going to Ferrari, as in probably Mr. Coletta and the guys there, and they'll be the ones that take the decision. We haven't heard the response yet. I suspect we won't hear a response, and Robert Kubica will probably take that as a no. He might then labour the point on the radio, but it'd be interesting to see if there is any comeback on his request, but I suspect it might be radio silence.
Yeah, or maybe, well, the conversation might be had. Whether we get to hear it, we will find out in due course. Obviously, anything that is broadcast to him
and don't
should
forget,
be made public, because everything on the team radio is accessible for us.
It is. It's just a case of whether
it's done. Here's some more.
You buy, and let's trust the system now. Let's trust the system. No arguments anymore.
So we did hear it, and I think he said he's going to let you buy.
We'll wait something about let you buy, but we only caught the end of it.
Something let we buy. Yeah, well, 1.1 seconds is the gap. Let's find out in a moment or two whether the yellow Ferrari is going to get ahead of Antonio Giovinazzi. He might have said he won't let you buy, I suppose. We only caught the back end of that, but the answer will be forthcoming. They're going to look at the incident at the Ford chicane between the two GT cars, which was 77 Bernardo Souza and the number 10 Aston Martin of Derek de Boer. So that's just being investigated now. But fascinating situation politically, I suppose.
I can't imagine Giovinazzi letting him buy. I mean, having said that, we've still got 7 hours to go, but I don't want to run into one of these situations where we'll let him buy now and later on in the race, if it hasn't worked out and he hasn't managed to pull away, then they'll reverse the positions, because that's something that Formula One seem to do between teammates a lot. These obviously, if it...
Let's try to do our best to open the gap.
Yes.
Try to do our best to open the gap. Again, no risk. We are here for points. No risk, but we are trying to open the gap, please.
So that's the best way that the engineer can say to him, pull a gap, don't allow him to get back on the radio and say that you're holding him up.
Yeah.
And at the same time, interestingly, well, not that interestingly, but interestingly, we've been thinking about this as the Le Mans 24-hour race in a standalone event. But as you heard him say, we're here for points.
Yeah.
And this is around the World Endurance Championship. Having said that, nearly every driver, I would say every single driver I know, if you offered them a win at Le Mans 24 or winning the WEC, they would take the Le Mans 24 every time. So this is the jewel in the crown, and this is the one that everybody wants to win. Obviously, Giovinazzi's already had one in his pocket. Robert Kubica doesn't.
Indeed. And also the way that the manufacturer points work this year in the World Endurance Championship, it's about where both of your cars finish. However, the 83 Ferrari will not score manufacturer points because that's a privately entered car, in inverted commas. So it's about where the 51 and the 50 finish, ignoring the 83. So that's still 1-2, and you get 50 points for a win here at Le Mans. 38 points, I think it is, for second place. They could almost have the manufacturer's title sewn up at half distance before we go to Brazil in the World Endurance Championship, because it's going to be a huge lead. Having won the first 3 races round the outside of a Lexus, that looked briefly a bit hairy for Antonio Giovinazzi, but I think all was under control.
He actually caught that Lexus going into the first Mulsanne chicane, had to wait. He'd actually pulled a reasonable gap actually to behind him in Robert Kubica in the 83. Had to wait, went very, very wide there. It was the only option because he couldn't wait then, and Kubica getting a run on him and bringing the gap back down to 1.4 seconds, 1.5 seconds, and that's how it's going to be. It ebbs and flows with the traffic. It really does depend a little bit on where you catch them, because sometimes the GT3 cars are in a race of their own. They can't just vanish when you get there, and it will be really fascinating to see if now Giovinazzi can eke out another. I reckon if he can get it to like 2 seconds and keep it there, then that will sort of quell any possible radio calls from Kubica.
And regardless of whether that was the 87 or the 78 Lexus, didn't quite grab an ID on that, but it's the pros at the wheel of each. So Jose Maria Lopez, Jack Hawksworth in 87 and 78 respectively, so they will be driven very frantically indeed. Within the programme, I mean, it might be that those Lexus are having to save a bit of tyre wear, maybe save a bit of energy as well, but look to be right on it coming out of the Daytona chicane there.
And where Giovinazzi's got a little bit of an issue is he's got one of the Porsches in front of him, which I believe he's about to put a lap down. So is it the number 4 Nick Tandy car potentially that's in front of him? It certainly looks like it's a Porsche in front of him.
On my tracker, yeah, that would tally. The number 4 car just heading into Porsche curves now. So about to take another car off the lead lap. We have 12 at the moment. That will go down to 11.
But Nick's not going to be wanting to go a lap down. Because obviously if we get a safety car, so that's going to be a battle for Giovinazzi to get through. He is lapping quicker than Nick at this time by about a second a lap. In fact, the last time it was 1.8 seconds quicker on the last lap. But when he catches Nick, it's going to make it tricky. And when he's got Kubica breathing down his neck at the same time, it could get interesting.
Yeah. And if Giovinazzi gets through, then I'm not sure Nick will make a big issue about Kubica, will he, once he loses that lead lap, or will he want to try and hang on to every single place?
Well, I don't think he'll want to let anyone pass.
I mean, I do know Nick Tandy pretty well, so yeah, elbows out throughout. They're only 1.2 seconds away. The danger is, I suppose, Kubica's close enough to actually, if Giovinazzi can prize the opening on the Porsche, Kubica might be close enough to just benefit from that whole situation. They need to close in a bit more for that to happen as they motor their way through.
Giovinazzi is catching traffic in all the wrong places, just going into Tertre Rouge there, had to lift on an LMP2 car ahead of him, and now Kubica got a clear run through Tertre Rouge and a really, really good run down the straight, and is gaining all the time. The gap down to 0.9 of a second now between the two of them.
Well, used that LMP2 car, did Kubica, to just pick a bit of a toe before he got onto the back of Giovinazzi's red Ferrari. He has a little look up the inside just before the braking area for the Daytona chicane. Right with him now. And this opportunity for Giovinazzi to open the gap, it was there. He was making use of it, but all that hard work has gone now for the last 3 or so laps.
Yep. In clear air, to be fair, he did pull about 1.8 seconds, almost within half of a lap on Kubica, but now the traffic is just not falling right for him.
Twice. We respect the orders. They didn't respect it twice.
Down into the second chicane. Now a Mercedes from the GT class will briefly separate them, but getting the jump pretty well, the Polish driver. So he's lost maybe another 4 or 5 car lengths.
I think it's Kubica's turn now as they head down into Mulsanne behind there. He's got the Inter-Europol LMP2 car behind them. He's going to dive down the inside, but the Europol car cuts across him, and he's going to have to wait. So this time it's Kubica's turn to get held up through the Mulsanne corner, and Giovinazzi can stretch his legs and pull away. On the screens it's showing as an interval of 0.9, but it's way more than that now.
Yeah, we'll get an update in just a tick. 1.2 seconds, maybe even more than that, as they pass the 34 into Europol competition car. That is being driven by Nick Boole, who's the bronze in that Pro-Am lineup. Very important that no contact was made on Kubica's car. So easy to just pluck a dive plane from the front left corner if he'd forced that issue. But with 6 hours and 50 minutes to go, you've still got to be thinking, keep the car in as nicer condition as possible.
And it's interesting that you heard them say earlier on to Kubica, you know, no more discussion, team radio.
He's back behind you, we swap position.
So Giovinazzi being told there.
Yeah, that was a few minutes ago, though. So remember that they're delayed, those messages. And I think it might have been, if Kubica stays right behind you, we will swap positions. So Giovinazzi might be being given another opportunity to open the gap as they loop their way around the outside of an Aston Martin at Porsche curves out through Corvette corner, and now heading towards the Ford chicane to complete another lap. But Kubica is still right with Giovinazzi. Is that Nick Tandy pitting?
Yeah, I think it is. That Giovinazzi would be pleased to see that, because it's definitely clear a potential issue that he would have had. The gap is to second now. I think we heard Kubica, even if it is delayed, we heard Kubica saying that he had respected the rules, the team orders twice, and I think this is all to do with when they pit, and that the other car had ignored them twice. So clearly this is ongoing and might be an interesting conversation to have at the end of the race if you have a chance to interview Kubica, to maybe ask him that question, and you'll probably get a reasonably straight answer.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. He'll well,
he's not a factory Ferrari driver, is he, Johnny?
No, precisely.
You know, so he has no skin in the game, so to speak, which is why I think you're hearing him being so forthright about it.
Yeah, doesn't have to toe the party line, does Kubica, and he's not really got a reputation for doing that anyway in his splendid racing career through the years. So bumping around in the cockpit, entirely focused on the tail lights of Antonio Giovinazzi's Ferrari, and the gap really did close up last time around through the Daytona chicane. It stayed pretty close for the rest of the Mulsanne as well, and then the wedge was driven in between these two Ferraris a bit more, as there was a round of applause a short time ago from the number 83 Ferrari crew.
I think that might be sarcastic applause.
I see. Yeah,
potentially.
Okay. Well, maybe they're just happy that Kubica's making it very obvious on the team radio and, fighting their corner, if you like. Let's grab a CrowdStrike pit report with Ryan Marine, who we welcome back to the pit lane.
Hey, thank you very much, Johnny. The 28 EDEX Sport LMP2 entry, which had been a front runner in that class, had a lengthy pit stop just a moment ago. They took the front and rear body work off of that car before putting another set of Goodyear tires on the machine. Not entirely sure what the cause of that would be. It was Paul Lafargue who brought the car in. Not sure if there was a driver change or not. We'll have to get to the bottom of exactly what transpired, but this is a car that's been contending in the LMP2 class, at least within the top 5 since the get-go, and has been migrating up towards the front in recent hours, even inside that top 5, up closer to the top 2 or 3.
I think Kubica made a little bit of a mistake going into Mulsanne corner there. The car really twitched. He didn't run out wide into the gravel, but that gap's opened up a bit more now.
He just ran a little bit deep, Johnny. Went in a little hot on the brakes. Didn't really lock up, but just ran a little bit deep, which then means that you actually have to make a tighter angle as you turn back and compromises how early you can get to throttle, and that costs him about 6-7 tenths of a second, and he's dropped now to 2 seconds behind Giovinazzi, who also managed to clear 2 GT3 cars heading into the Porsche curves, and now Kubica's held up by those 2 GT3 cars. He's going to go round the outside of one of them, but it's going to be tricky to get down the inside of the other into the left. He manages to do it into the exit of the Porsche curves. I always forget what that left-hander's called. It's a tricky corner. It used to be off camber.
Used to be called Corvette, I thought. Or sometimes it's called karting. Or
karting, that's the one.
There you go.
So,
right by the kart track.
And so now the gap's gone up to 3.3 seconds. So Giovinazzi's broken that slipstream and now beginning to put traffic between him and the chasing Robert Kubica.
We're going full course yellow in a few seconds.
That's because of debris. Marshall point 28 between Arnage and Porsche curves. I've cut you off, Paul, because we've got another CrowdStrike pit report and a driver to speak to, Joe.
Just out of the number 34 in the Europol car, and certainly in contention overall, 7th place in the LMP2 class. But you guys are well placed for the class win.
Yeah, it's been a good race so far. Not perfect, but yeah, eventful.
Is there ever a Le Mans that's perfect, Nick?
That's fair. You know, we talked about it. I should say I heard the mechanics going over plans for the race. I guess yesterday morning, and they were saying something is going to happen that we haven't planned for. So we'll just figure it out.
I mean, you guys, every team thinks of a plan, but when is that plan torn to shreds and another plan develops probably half a lap into the race?
Yeah, you know, some things are unavoidable, but it's really, that's kind of, as you're going through the race, that's what you think about as a driver. You're thinking, okay, well, how far in is it? How far in am I? How long is there to go? And what's my risk tolerance? And as the race goes on, your risk tolerance goes up. So, yeah.
I'm talking of risk tolerance, dealing with traffic. You guys are right in the middle. You've got to be looking ahead, and you've also got to be looking in your mirrors. That looks tricky.
We have a little bit of help on the radio, but yeah, it's really, you're trying to plan it out. I have to say, in my first stint yesterday, it was just all the people in the wrong places. I think I had 5 hypercars out of the pits for 4 laps in a row, because at one point there were 2 of them. Just park it in Dunlop chicane, which you can't. You just have to suffer through it and not do anything stupid and hurt the car. Because if you hurt the car, you pay for it now or the rest of today.
You really feel that as a racing driver, though. You know, you're adverse of taking that right foot off the throttle, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Because sometimes moves present themselves to you where you could, I could stick a nose in, but you realize, it's 60-40, it works, but the 40 is race ending. So.
Go against the instinct. Are you back in the car before the end?
I think I'm done. I'm here on standby in case something changes, but I think I'm done.
You're not going to enjoy the run to the flag, Nick, sitting here. Thank you for talking to us, mate. It's been great to see you again this weekend.
Thank you, man.
And a moment ago, I mentioned that Paul Lafargue had come in and they changed the bodywork on the number 28 EDEX Sport LMP2. Did later see there was some damage. Paul out of the car now. Paul, can you tell us what happened? How did you get the damage to the car?
Yeah, it's stupid. It's my last lap, just before the stop. And I lose the car at the exit of Indianapolis 2. And I touch the wall inside. Like a beginner, you know.
Was it just body work or was there suspension damage? Do you know?
I crossed my finger, just body work. I think it's just that.
The car has been strong all race. Can you contend still? Can you go for a win?
It's too long, huh? 6 hours. It's like a race. It's like a new race. No, we never know.
How much more driving do you have to do, or are you done?
It's finished for me.
You are finished. Okay, well done. Best of luck the rest of the way. Bon chance.
Thank you. Merci.
Paul Lafargue in that CrowdStrike pit report, catching up with Ryan Marine. Nick Bull prior to that with Joe, and he says it's like a beginner. It's a mistake that he really shouldn't be making with his experience around this racetrack, but everybody's tired. The racetrack's far from being in perfect condition, and I think he'll realise with time that he won't be alone in that minor error. So that's my fault, Paul. Go ahead.
He's another of these members of Le Mans families, isn't he? Because Father Patrice Lafargue was a regular here at Le Mans for many, many years. I have a feeling they drove together 2 or 3 times. That they didn't overlap by very much. I'm not quite sure what the age difference is, yeah, I mean, I remember when Paul was very young and we decided that he was the younger driver of the two. But anyway, good to hear from him. News of a penalty is coming through for the number 77 Proton Mustang. They have to do a drive-through penalty.
That would have been for that contact, Paul, wouldn't it?
That must have been while I was tucking into my bacon and eggs.
Oh, very nice. Yes, there was contact between him and the other Aston, Johnny, wasn't it? I can't remember. It wasn't the Heart of Racing Aston. Do you remember?
No, it was the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston.
Right.
The number 10 car. Derek
And,
DeBoer was at the wheel at the time, and he still is now.
I'll come to the making mistakes and how you get into this race in a second. But one thing I noticed when we went full course yellow, the Giovinazzi had a 3.5-second advantage to Robert Kubica. And then when they went back to green again, it had gone down to 1.4. Now that tells me that Giovinazzi in particular is really erring on the side of caution when it comes to full course yellow speeds, bringing it down to full course yellow and then speeding back up again afterwards. The speeding back up afterwards you get told when it's going green, but certainly the speed with which you reduce your speed could have an impact on that. He's managed to eke it out to 1.8, but interesting that he lost a full 2 seconds in that process, and there was obviously no traffic involved. Talking about making mistakes, and I'll just pass to you, Johnny. You got your hand in the air.
Well, because we've got our pole-sitting driver from a couple of days ago. He began the race yesterday afternoon from the front of the field. Actually, his teammate did, but Ryan Marine has now found Alex Lynn.
And he's limbering up too, so we need to be cognizant of his time. But Alex, thank you for taking a moment to chat with us. The day began, well, yesterday began with such promise starting up front. You're still there or thereabouts. Can you fight for a win?
If we get another safety car to pull us back, yes, but other than that, I think the Ferrari 123 is just a little bit too strong right now.
We saw in that opening hour the strength of those Ferraris right away. How was it demoralizing? What was the effect that had to see just how strong they were after all your strength in qualifying?
I mean, you have to respect it. They've got a fantastic car and a great team, and they're putting it to great use. At the end of the day, that is what it is. But behind them, I think it's a very good fight. But I mean, obviously they're fighting each other, so that is fun to watch. But yeah, unfortunately, they're just a bit too strong for us right now.
Are you enjoying the fight?
I'll be honest, I'm not enjoying fighting for 5th or 6th right now, but you know, we've still got 6.5 hours to go, so let's see what happens.
Thanks, Alex.
The number 34 into Europol Orica has been into the pits, out of the lead of LMP2's 43. What did I say? I got my numbers rather the wrong way. 43, not 34. They're in from the lead of LMP2. Tom Dillman brought the car in. They are, again, sharpening the razor blade, not taking on tyres, only fuel, drivers staying in. And that one's getting intense, isn't it, the LMP2 class?
Well, we always knew it would be because the cars are the same, and regardless of the driver makeup, although because we've had so much green flag running, actually the natural way of things, which was to be that the Pro-Ams would drop away because they're bronze rather than a silver, and the interloper at the moment is actually the AO by TF car because it's being driven by ex-Porsche factory driver Dane Cameron. But the top 4 places in LMP2 are all of the non-Pro-Am variety. I cut you off then about making mistakes here this far into the race, Johnny Molan.
Well, it's because it's such a mentally draining, and you have to have your wits about you. There's so many corners that are fast. Even Dunlop coming down the hill into Dunlop into the S's, and then the entry to Tetra Rouge, the chicanes, you kind of have to have your wits about you. Indianapolis is incredibly easy to go through, run a little bit wide of the first apex through the fast right, and then be a little bit too far over for the braking looking for the left and then it's so easy to just lock a wheel and run straight off there. We're seeing today Mulsanne corner seems to be issues for braking, and then obviously you've got the Porsche curves where you really have to have your wits about you. And what tends to happen is that you don't feel tired in the car, but you start making little mistakes start creeping in because you are tired. Your reflexes seem to be impacted by being tired, but you're not actually feeling tired in the car because obviously you're operating at quite a high level of adrenaline when you're in there. But that tiredness, that's what happens. Little mistakes creep in. You don't recognize the problem until perhaps a fraction of a second later, and then that's what can lead to having issues where you go off and have even if it's not a race-ending accidents like we were hearing with Lefebvre talking about a rookie mistake. And it can happen when you're tired. The trouble is, until it's happened, Johnny, you don't recognise you're in that danger zone until it's bitten you.
Yeah, and then unfortunately the car's damaged and Paul Lafargue had to limp it back. I'm just looking at the many times that he did share cars with Patrice Lafargue, his father, here at Le Mans, but also in the 24H series.
Joey's complaining about thermal deck.
So keep applying the pressure is the advice to Robert Kubica from his engineer. Thermal degradation, that's tyre related.
I would assume so. I can't think of anything else that he would say. Because of the heat, the car is actually losing grip. He feels obviously going through the stint. When you're watching on board with Johnny, with Robert Kubica, but I see it with all the Ferraris, the helmet is so held in. It's almost like they're driving an Indy car on an oval in terms of his head. It looks almost claustrophobic in that he can barely turn his head left and right, and he certainly can't lean it left and right. And that means that your neck is totally supported. It's obviously very, very safe. But it's strange. I've not often seen, even in sports cars, someone's head being that firmly held in place while they're driving. And you can see from his eyes that he's having to use his eyes a lot, looking for the apexes of the corner and not actually turning his head that much because he can't.
Yeah, and you wonder what happened if he would have a spin or be in a situation where he has to turn his head to look to one side in order to rejoin the track. Because as you say, John, you've got no sideward vision at all. I find it curious that the 83 team clearly have access to the radio communications that is going on between 51 and clearly, therefore, the 51 team must have access to the radio communication that's going on to the 83. So they know they're in a dogfight.
Well, you saw a Ferrari. I didn't actually recognise him. I was looking to see it. I only saw his back. But you saw a Ferrari personnel go in to the 83 garage and have a very brief chat. And it didn't look, the body language didn't look particularly friendly with the engineers sat in the back, not up on the pit gantry, but some of the guys running the car, the sort of management level of the 83, sat in the back of the garage. And I think they were basically saying, look, let's keep this radio chat to a minimum on the radio, because obviously the whole world is now aware that there's a potential inter-team, albeit between privateer and factory, but still inter-team fight going on.
Well, yes, and I don't know. I mean, I love having open racing, but you know, it is Ferrari against Ferrari at the end of the day. And
sorry to cut you off there, Paul, but just interesting that the very last lap from Robert Kubica is only 0.02 slower than his fastest lap of the race. 0.3 quicker than, half a second quicker than Giovinazzi on that lap, and behind Antonio Fuoco in the 50 Ferrari, a 326.7. So sorry, Paul, but it's heating up, second and third heating up, and Giovinazzi I think really does need, it's down to a second that gap now, and I really do think he needs, like I said to you earlier, a 2-second buffer, keep it at that, and that can ebb and flow with traffic. But this is not helping his case.
No, and Kubica is coming on to his where are they on the circuit?
Mulsanne corner,
yeah. So when he comes around to complete this lap, he'll be completing 11 laps. So one more lap after that, and then we'll see whether he goes on to a 13th or not, or whether they bring Giovinazzi in one lap earlier. I mean, that there are very easy ways to manage this without it looking managed.
If we had,
provided he goes the same distance as Giovinazzi, but I just wonder if there's a little bit of flexibility in their stint lengths, in that they can go an extra lap, but it's demanding too much fuel saving.
Well, Kubica alluded to the fact that they deliberately pitted a lap earlier to help the 51 car. That's certainly what it sounded like from his radio communication.
Well, that means he could have gone 13 on the last stint.
That's why he was annoyed that he then got held up.
No, I understood that.
Yeah.
But as I say, that does make the implication that he could have gone 13. And I would suggest there's not much question that Kubica has been doing any fuel saving at all in this stint.
We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. This is 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans around the circuit and around the world on RS1 at radiolemans.com. Exactly 9:30, so 6.5 hours still to go, and it's time for an hourly update.
Half-past 9 on Sunday morning, perfectly reasonable time to be watching motor racing, really, I suppose. We've got almost a full day ahead of us, just like every other Sunday. Just that we've had 17.5 hours of this one already gone. The race is being led by Antonio Giovinazzi in his Ferrari AF Corsa Ferrari 499P, and he has completed 280 laps at this stage and has a 2-second advantage over Robert Kubica in the stablemate car, the number 83 privateer entry, which is, as I say, in second place. In third, the third of the Ferraris, number 50, is Antonio Fuoco. He's a further 45 seconds behind in third place. And then in fourth place is Matt Campbell in the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, of just 11 seconds behind Antonio Fuoco. In fifth place is the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010 Hybrid, Brendan Hartley at the wheel of that car. He's only 8 seconds behind the Porsche, and he's 37 seconds clear of Dries van Toor in the number 15 BMW M Hybrid V8. In seventh place is Will Stevens in the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota Cadillac. In eighth place, number 5, is Michael Christensen in the Penske Porsche. In the Porsche Penske Motorsport car. In ninth is number 20, Rene Rast in the BMW. And in 10th place, number 7, Kamui Kobayashi with the second of the two Toyotas. In LMP2, it's being led by the number 43 Inter Europol competition car, being driven at the moment by Tom Dillman. In second, they've completed 265 laps. In second place in LMP2 is number 48, Oliver Gray, in the VDS Panis Racing Orica, just 17 seconds adrift. But they are nearly a lap ahead of number 28, who's third in LMP2, the EDEC Sport car, currently in the hands of Sebastian Alvarez. In fourth place in LMP2 is the Iron Lynx Proton car number 9 in Richard de Guerus' hands. And then behind them is the leading Pro-Am LMP2 car, currently being driven by Dane Cameron. That's the 199 AO by TF car, in fifth place overall in LMP2. LMGT3 being led by the Manthey First Form Porsche, Ricard Leitz at the wheel of number 92, and Simon Mann is just over a minute behind in the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. In third place in the LMGT3 class is the Aston Martin from the heart of Aston Racing Team, Zachary Robichon at the wheel of that car. In fourth place, Charlie Eastwood with a TF Sport Corvette. Fifth is Jose Maria Lopez, number 87, in the faster of the two Lexuses, because the other Lexus is in sixth place, number 78, and that's Jack Hawksworth at the wheel of his car.
91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans. The temperature is slowly starting to increase, and the Mobil 1 track temperature currently is 22 degrees Celsius. Circuit de la Sarthe, it's nearly 25 minutes to 10 o'clock here on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. And Casper Stevenson in the number 57 Ferrari is now under investigation for potential full course yellow speeding. They're always looked at after the reasonably recent and also quick full course yellow, but with GPS control on all of the cars, there is suspicion that Casper was going a tad too fast, either into or I suppose out of that caution, which was to deal with an Alpine in the gravel trap at Mulsanne corner of Jules Gounon. So 6 hours, 25 minutes to go. Into pit lane is Brendan Hartley in the number 8 Toyota Gazoo racing car. And we can go to a CrowdStrike pit report with Ryan Marine watching some crucial stops.
And I can keep an eye on that Brendan Hartley stop. It looks like he's going to stay aboard in the best place of the Toyotas. Just a moment ago, Robert Kubica left after a 42.3 second stop. That was energy replenishment only in the number 83 AF Corsa privately entered Ferrari 499P. The previous lap, his teammate Antonio Fuoco pitted in from the 3rd position, and we expect Antonio Giovinazzi in very shortly. The AF Corsa crew already getting set up. They keep bringing tires out in case they are needed, but we have not seen tire changes yet in these Ferrari stops. Toyota is electing to change 4 Michelin tires, and as expected, now that we are in the daylight once again, it is the medium compound for Toyota Gazoo Racing.
And away it goes. Toyota, remember, based right at the, well, not right at the end of pit lane, but a long way up in garages 54 and 55. They said that that was their choice.
They always used to be right at the front, didn't they?
They did, in garage 1 and 2. Oh, and they have used 46 and 45, I think, as well. Brendan Hartley,
Good
team
job,
radio.
Brendan.
Good job, Brendan, to Brendan Hartley. So they were perfectly happy with that pit stop. But yes, they have mainly favoured the garages as soon as you drive into pit road. We've got garages A and B now that have existed since 2019, which is where we find another member of the Toyota family, the 2 Lexus, as here comes the race leader, Antonio Giovinazzi, in car 51, Ferrari. So the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 with Matt Campbell at the wheel is 56, 57 seconds further down the road and homing in on the main straight. But here is Ryan Marine to call the 51 stop.
51 is about 200 meters or so away from me, and just like that, it arrives, hits the marks. A little bit overshot by maybe 6 inches or so, but that isn't going to slow them down a whole lot. The fuel gets plugged in perfectly. Again, don't expect any tire changes here, just the energy replenishment for the race leader, Antonio Giovinazzi. Right now, the work is on the windscreen. It's on making sure that all the radiator ducts and inlets, air inlets, are cleaned off as well. The Michelin tire tech gives a thumbs up after visually inspecting all 4 of the Michelin tires. And right now it's just waiting on the energy. It's a perfectly clean stop, as you would expect from AF Corsa.
And that car heads away.
That was
Glorious
really
sound.
nice. That was really nice, actually, Johnny, because quite often I'm seeing at least a second delay between them raising and then actually leaving. It's almost like they're trying to engage. It goes away on hybrid, and then you can hear the engine start and they wheel spin away. He maintains the lead there. He's going into and exiting Dunlop now with an Aston Martin between him and Kubica. So I would say, off the top of my head, that's about 2 seconds, 2.5 second gap that he's got still to Kubica, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, the actual stop time for the 51 Giovinazzi car was 1.2 seconds quicker.
Yeah.
And when I say stop time, what I actually mean is pit in to pit out. which includes all those little bits that you were describing there, Johnny, the positioning of the car, putting the nozzle on, and then getting the nozzle off and getting going again straight after, which is, again, another area where sometimes just a little bit of time can be lost.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Ferrari fires back up. You're right, it was initially electric power, but then the ICE kicked in quite quickly, whereas some of the other hypercars, they're proper milk float power, like the old Toyota LMP1 cars, and just the buzz. You can use your hybrid at very low speed as long as it's done in the pit lane, whereas when you're out on the racetrack, you've got to get to a certain speed before the hybrid then kicks in and starts to, well, for the LMDH cars, add further power in the rear axle. The LMH cars, like the Ferrari and the Peugeot, actually become four-wheel drive for a period of time whilst that hybrid is engaged through the front axle.
It used to be very disconcerting, the Toyotas, when they first started doing that, didn't they?
Well, yeah,
you couldn't hear them starting when they were
couldn't.
leaving, so it made the pit lane a slightly more dangerous place.
True, and it was almost robotic as they headed away with this purely electric buzzing power. And I mean, the mixing of how the energy or how the power is laid down in both the LMDH and the LMH cars is really quite incredible, because as the hybrid kicks in, then the ICE, so I understand it, just cuts back some of the power, so you've still got the balance then between the regen and the more standard, more traditional power. So they're constantly working this out through onboard computers. Will Stevens then out of the Cadillac Hertz team. Joe to car number 12. Alex Lynn has gone on board as we head for another CrowdStrike pit report. This is Joe.
Yeah, the number 5 Porsche come in, and it's quite out of character for everyone this morning. Everyone's staying in the car, it seems like, but the number 5, Michael Christensen, has got out of the car. I'm not quite sure who got in, but it was a full service for the number 5 Porsche. Tyres, fuel and driver now ensconced in that car.
And you could see that, Johnny, as the number 5 Porsche left the pit lane compared to all the other cars that are keeping their tyres on. He was completely 35 to 40 degrees of opposite lock, sliding himself out from his box position right out into the fast lane of the pit lane.
And for the first time in a long time, the Porsche now leads again. Just look back, I think it led for a lap.
He's just pitted.
It led for a lap before 6 o'clock. It's come across the line in the lead of the race, and it comes into the pits on its routine stop. But it takes a lap in the lead, which is it's good for morale.
Yeah,
true.
Absolutely.
True. A shot in the arm for Penske Motorsport, Porsche Penske Motorsports. With the similarly liveried cars, there are minor differences. Remember, the 5 and the 6 are the World Endurance Championship cars, and the additional entry from the United States, car number 4. Joe again is down with Porsche. So what are you seeing for this stop?
Yeah, different altogether on this one. Cleaning all of the ducting around the car, the rear wing deck, cleaning that gurney flap off from any flies or bits of rubber. Fuel only apart from a clean, and the fuel's still on. Now it's off, and it silently pulls away, and then off it goes. So completely, in comparison to its sister car, the number 5, that car just took on fuel, whereas the number 5, it basically replenished everything.
Matt Campbell coming in then from the race lead, but he's quickly dropped down to 4th position as he feeds back in at Dunlop Curve from the pit lane. So back to a Ferrari 1-2-3 on lap 284, with 5 seconds the gap between Giovinazzi and Kubica after that better stop for the 51.
And a 13 lap stint for the Porsche for Matt Campbell. 12 lap stints for each of the Ferraris on their last stint. And Brendan Hartley at the wheel of the number 8 Toyota also did 13 laps on the stint. So the ones that aren't chasing the Ferraris, I think they're recognising the fact that they can't chase the Ferraris on pace. So they're fuel saving, getting the extra lap and hoping that something happens to enable them to save a pit stop then.
Yeah.
Only trouble is the Ferraris are doing that already, aren't they? 13 laps?
No, that's the point.
Are they doing 12?
The Ferraris, since early this morning, have only been doing 12.
So Giovinazzi on that last run, only 12 laps?
Yep.
Okay.
Giovinazzi 12, Kubica 12, Fuoco 12. The last time we had a 13-lap stint was from Phil Hansen, and that was 3 hours ago.
Interesting that we saw there the Porsche Penske Motorsport car weaving, the one that had taken tyres, weaving down the straight, even as far around the lap as coming down towards Mulsanne, just trying to get temperature into those tyres. It really is a different car when you go out there on brand new tyres, cold tyres, and you have people coming up behind you that potentially are slower than you, even LMP2 cars. You mentioned Nick Bull in the interview earlier on was mentioning this as well, that you're holding up the traffic behind you, and it's taking you a good lap to get yourself up to speed and get those tyres up to temperature.
So Ferrari, I mean, do you get the sense, Paul, that is also a bit of measured pace? Could they up things and still keep to a 12-lap cycle if the pressure is on from Porsche and this 13-lap strategy to try and do them on the energy?
No, I don't think so. I think they're going at such a high pace and they're asking so much of the cars that in effect the energy utilization, what we call fuel consumption in the old days, is actually going up, whereas the cars behind are doing just a little bit of fuel saving on the grounds that if they can fuel save, you know, we still aren't in the realms of 6 hours to go. We've got a long way to go in this, and if they can fuel save, the Porsche and the Toyota, then they might be able to save a stop if something else happens to break up the pattern of the race.
And that would be enough.
Yeah.
It's close enough still that a saved stop would be enough potentially to move the number 6 Porsche into the lead of the race.
Yeah.
Is the idea, because there are several different approaches to a 24-hour race, particularly here at Le Mans, because you're burning when you're really charging on and not attempting to manage the race in any sense. Then the energy burn around here is right up there in terms of all tracks around the world. So it's interesting that the top two, and admittedly one is a satellite team, so therefore doesn't care so much, I suppose, for the party line as we've been suggesting, is pressurising the 51 to, I mean, would you say pressurising the 51 to go faster than they would ideally like to because of the pressure from the 83 car?
I think there's no strategy at Ferrari anymore. It's just turned into a battle between the egos of Giovinazzi and Kubica.
Well, they did. I mean, I think the answer to that, Johnny, is yes, because he came on the radio to Giovinazzi and basically said to him, pick up the pace.
Yeah.
At the same time, he did the typical thing that they always expect of drivers, you know, go out, drive really fast, don't crash. You know, not necessarily always mutually exclusive. And he just basically said, remember we're in WEC for, you know, remember we're out for points, don't take risk, but by the way, up the pace.
Yeah.
And so it's pretty clear that they needed him to press on a little bit more than he was doing at that point. He's now got a 7.3 second advantage over Robert Kubica. He definitely has stretched it. I suspect that Robert Kubica is sort of now sort of taking it a little bit easier. And now that he realises that he isn't going to be allowed through, so he's regrouping, and you don't know with traffic if that's helped grow that gap. I suspect that it probably has, but his last lap was a 3:31, and bearing in mind that he was doing consistent 27s and 28s, 3-minute 27s, 28s, only about 15 minutes ago. Having said that, obviously they have taken on a full tank of gas, and that will have an impact of 1.5 to 2 seconds probably on the lap time.
Toyota heading through the Ford chicane with a real mixture of tyres, certainly on the driver's right of the car. It looked like a soft on the front right and a medium on the rear right. Couldn't quite tell at that sort of speed what the left side tyres were doing, but or what they were. I think they're both mediums actually for Toyota number 7 as it heads out of the Dunlop chicane. So you can mix your compounds within the slick tyre allocation, and replenishing sometimes 2 tyres in a pit stop, sometimes just the 1 tyre that we've seen many times in the World Endurance Championship this year and last is an option as well to try and limit the how quickly you're going through your allocation of 56 individual tyres.
I always used to hate that when they would just put one side on or just one tyre on, because so often it seemed to throw the balance of the car out, and not just when the new tyre went on for the lap or two that it took to get that tyre in, but then after that, even sort of 5-6 laps into the stint, I felt that sometimes the balance was out. So if the car was good beforehand, I'd rather leave all 4 on or put all 4 new to the car at least, even if not new.
Yeah, well, the limitation per hour, let's say, is, did we say it's slightly better in a 24-hour race compared to a World Endurance Championship race, Paul? I'm sorry to throw that one at you, but...
yeah, I think we did. It's slightly more generous.
Slightly more generous, hours. Yeah. Well, a 6-hour race, you know, is on paper perhaps more easy to manage. So therefore, when you're officiating and trying to make the thing more difficult, like the 6 hours of Spa or the 6 hours of Imola, take a few more tyres away from competitors, whereas you arguably need a bit more wiggle room in a race this long, just purely because the race may slip away from you from a strategic point of view and you need the option to bring it back again. 6-hour race considered very much a sprint race, which is bizarre. Team Radio, Mattia Drudi.
Just set the fastest lap for the race. Let's keep this going.
Mattia Drudi's engineer sounds a bit like Alex Lynn. I'm sure it's not, because Alex is currently in the car, isn't he? Yes, he is. The number 12 Cadillac, but that was a radio message to 27 Mattia Drudi in the heart of racing team Aston Martin, who his engineer reckons the fastest lap within the class.
I thought I'd seen a 3-minute 55, but I might have been imagining that. He did a 3-minute 56.1. It was definitely the fastest lap of that car in this race so far.
Yes, okay.
But I don't know if it was the fastest lap in the class of the race, because I could have sworn I saw a 55.7 or something like that.
Bang on. Jack Hawksworth, or at least the 78 Akodis Lexus.
Yes, I thought so, yeah.
Had set a time like that before.
There you go. Laps matter.
They do, and your memory's very good of them as well.
It's about the only thing my memory is very good for these days.
I don't know about that. So, yeah, it's a nice little message to Mattia Drudi, who was the pole position setter.
Yep.
And
it'll pump him up.
Yeah, exactly.
I love hearing that. We don't hear enough of it, in my opinion. Engineers, like we heard Brendan Hartley him saying good job, you know, and that's nice. You hear that. You don't need to say a lot sometimes, but it's really nice to I think, encourage your drivers, because it can feel very lonely out there sometimes, and you kind of think, well, you know, I'm doing my best here. Are they appreciating that I'm trying my best, you know? And sometimes it's good to get a bit of encouragement when things aren't going well, and sometimes when things are going well, a little bit of encouragement allows you to feel even more confident and manage to maintain your pace. Team Radio.
And then after we change driver after.
That's the message to Jack Hawksworth, who's starting to feel the pressure now from the chasing heart of racing team Aston Martin. So Lexus of Hawksworth running just ahead of the Aston Martin in 4th position as Mattia Drudi closes in, and we're going to stay in the LMGT3 category as we head for a CrowdStrike pit report from Ryan Marine.
Let's check in on the car that's currently 3rd in that class. Tom Van Rompuy, one of the drivers here in the garage, who kindly offered me a chair to sit in to do this interview. This is a rare treat. Tom, I see you're in your jeans, so can I divine from that you're done driving for the day?
Yeah, my driver time is done, so but I'll stay on standby. You never know if something happens, but for the moment it's done for me.
It's been relatively smooth as far as these 24-hour races go. Does that make you a little bit nervous when you look at the clock and think about all the things that could pop up?
That's the thing, because now you're in a good position, but when you see at the clock, it's still 6 hours to go. So anything can still happen. So, but for the moment, it's looking okay. We're closing in on P2, so let's hope we can keep up the good work and try to bring it home.
Everyone's on a slightly different strategy. I know you're following this battle at the top of LMGT3 closely. Can you help us understand where your car is on sequence from the 2 cars you're chasing?
Well, we are a bit ahead, let's say, on sequence, so we always come in a bit early, which then towards the end should be in our favor, but as said, still 6 hours to go, so everything can shift towards us or away from us. So let's see how it evolves.
Is this fun?
Always.
There you go. Big smile on his face. Tom Van Rompuy from TF Sport and Corvette Racing.
Sharing with Rui Andrade of Angola and the Irishman Charlie Eastwood, who is the quickest driver on the whole within that. Tended to be Charlie to be put in for the important hyperpole, or one of the hyperpole sessions midweek, and I'm sure he'll be in the closing stage.
He's in the car now as well. He's in the car
now
right now. And lapping, he just did a 57.3 on the last lap, so he's also operating at a very high level, as you would expect from Charlie.
Still nose to tail between Jack Hawksworth, who just got a little bit sideways there through the second bit of the Ford chicane. Mattia Drudi glued to his boot lid, so might get a good run this time up through Dunlop Curve, but the straight line speed of the Lexus punching the hole in the air is pretty good compared to the British car in behind.
Yeah, I think the Lexus is reasonably good in a straight line. The Aston seems to be able to get a good slipstream, as you would expect from looking at the body shape of the Lexus. Not necessarily the most aerodynamic GT3 car out there, but I think we're also seeing here potentially, and Paul will be able to tell me if this is right or not, we're seeing Mattia Drudi, who's only recently got into that Aston and probably on tyres that are an awful lot younger than Jack Hawksworth, who has been in the car for a while. He's got another sort of 8-9 laps left to do, Jack, and as we heard on the team radio, he'll then be getting out of the car and there will be a driver change.
Yeah, so this the fight for 4th and 5th places. Clemens Schmidt in the second of the Acodis ASP Lexus is about half a minute behind in 6th position. The class is led by Manthey First Form's Porsche. Richard Lietz, the most experienced driver at this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans, and the pass is made, is it? As long as Mattia Drudi can hang on to it, but here comes Jack Hawksworth on the fight back because Mattia Drudi almost ran out of brakes. Hawksworth ran the outside now on the run out of the Daytona chicane, and back in front goes a Japanese car. Good dicing.
Interesting when they have ABS that Aston obviously braked so late that even with the ABS it ran him right on. Once the ABS kicks in, actually it doesn't help your efficiency. It's a nice little safety net, but if you can brake and not get the ABS to engage, as we see a move that we've seen many times during this race, especially amongst the GT3 cars, and outside into the second chicane, taking the right-hand apex away from the car that you're overtaking and then focusing on getting a really clear apex, almost parking at the apex. They can't go anywhere, getting on the throttle early and then pulling away.
And the bright green display panels are now currently in the wrong order because it's displaying that the Aston Martin should be behind the Lexus. That will right itself, and it does so as they go through the split at Mulsanne corner to now show that the Aston is in 4th place.
I love the detail of the fact that it doesn't just say 4 and 5, it says 4th and 5th. It's got the little TH.
And
I'm assuming
2 ND.
And first.
Yes,
yes,
3
ST.
RD. Yeah,
yes.
yeah. No, there's
a nice touch.
Detail.
Nice touch.
There's a big team behind that, but I think that the person in charge is British and has run quite a lot of stuff on other cars as well, other electrical stuff.
So to sort of, labour the lack of sophistication of stuff when I was racing that Paul was alluding to earlier, when I was racing, we'd have 3 dots on the car. So if 1 dot was lit, you were leading in class. If 2 dots was lit, you were second, and if 3, you were third, and that was it.
That's all you've got in LMP2 at Le Mans this year, because this LED panel is only a feature of the WEC. It's not a feature of the ELMS, which the LMP2 cars run in for the rest of the year. So there's kind of old and new in a sense out there.
Yeah, so it's tricky when you're trying to follow the LMP2 battle from 4th downwards, and it doesn't differentiate between Pro-Am and non-Pro-Am.
No.
And in fact, the results kind of won't do that. There will be a different Pro-Am podium, won't there? But yeah, when we talk about positions in category, I mean, the Alcamel screen, for instance, just has 1st down to 17th and doesn't tell us within that where the Pro-Am cars are. But it's excellent to sort of draw attention to the driver lineups that have the bronzes in. I'm going to skip down to Joe Bradley just for a quick 30-second CrowdStrike pit report, Joe, because you've seen one of the key runners in P2 just in the pits.
Yeah, the pressure in LMP2 continues. We've just had the number 48 in. That's the VDS Panis racing car. That has not had a driver change. Again, what we're seeing here is just fuel. They're stretching, spending as little time as possible in the pits. And I'm going to be sad to see this LMP2 category be phased out. I know we've got another 2 years, but for me, the LMP2 class is pure. It's a pure racing car. Engine, gearbox, driver. And they sound fantastic.
Yeah, still going to have a Gibson engine from 2028, but it'll be turbocharged rather than the naturally aspirated 4.2 V8. It's 1:10, 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans. Time to check the weather. So the temperature at the moment is 19 degrees Celsius with a really small chance of any precipitation, practically nothing. And as we work our way through the day, that gets less and less down to 0% by the point that we'll be finishing the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Just after that, we'll reach Sunday's high, which will be 24 degrees C. Excellent battling right now on the racetrack between two very different GT cars, the Aston Martin and the Lexus of Mattia Drudi and Jack Hawksworth. Was that Mattia Drudi, Johnny Molim, around the outside?
That was a replay of the
while
move
ago.
that I was saying before
a lap
ago.
I didn't see that at the time.
I was talking about it, but
I know you
obviously,
were.
yes, you were.
I knew he'd got by at the second
it's
chicane.
the move that we were talking about, which is quite a common move we've seen today, around the outside into the second chicane, take away the apex of the corner and then get a clean exit. We saw on team radio, we didn't hear it, that Mattia Drudi being told by his engineer, don't take too much out of these tyres. So clearly, obviously, they're at the beginning of a stint, as we alluded to before, and Jack Hawksworth was on older rubber. He's still got another 7-8 laps probably to do before he will be due to pit, and then there will be a driver change in the 78 Lexus.
Less laps than that. He's currently on his 8th lap, is Jack Hawksworth. So he's due to do another 3 at the end of the one he's on, and it's been a long old stint for Jack because it's a quadruple stint.
And I think he kept the tyres the whole time, so it's not surprising that even though he set the fastest lap of the race, Paul, that Mattia Drudi definitely had more grip. You could see that.
Yeah, they might have given the Jack's pit stop after his first stint was a slightly longer one. I just wonder if maybe they gave him used tyres to start the stint, which would be unusual, but then gave him a new one and said do a triple. But
you wouldn't normally do that.
No,
I'm
just looking for an explanation for the first pit stop of his stint, which was slightly longer.
Well, it'll all kind of equal out towards the end of the race, of course. You've got to think about minimum drive times for bronze and silvers. You've got to think about not going above the 60 individual tyres that are permitted in LMGT3. And a rare thing, a big bonus, if you're given a new set of tyres at the start of a stint. I mean, when you've been fighting perhaps as the pro, with very second-hand tyres, towards the end of the race, when you are given a brand new set of Goodyears, that must be so invigorating, so kind of like, oh, I can actually use these now and do something with them, rather than nursing the car.
It is, except that not having tyre warmers, you're out there sliding and skating around for a good lap and a bit, and then the tyres kind of come to you gradually, whereas in the good old days of tyre warmers, you could go out and by the left-hand apex of Dunlop, you were kind of on it, and you were like, wow, I've got some amazing grip.
Yeah, it's all about patience, isn't it? Which is sort of counterintuitive, really, to motor racing, but it just adds another layer of the skill required in this event.
Absolutely, Johnny, and I was just glancing up at the timing and scoring, and the fact that we've only got 2 hypercar retirees out of the entire 21 grid of cars. I know that some of the hypercars are running, like the Astons, are running a couple of laps off of the lead after, where are we now? Gosh, must be getting on for 18 hours of the race, a little over 18 hours of the race. But quite incredible, really, given the sophistication of the technology of those hypercars, that they're being this reliable in terms of their systems.
And not only we only had those 2 retirements, but my impression would have been if those two retirements had retired into the pits, they could have been repaired. It wasn't like there were big accidents or anything like that. So yeah, I mean, double kudos to the hypercar preparation.
Let's go to a welcoming back voice in the CrowdStrike pit lane report. Nick Damon returning. Who have you got to speak to?
With Dane Cameron, who just hopped out of the AO by TF. I think it was actually third when you came in. So it's a real battle at the top, isn't it?
Yeah, I think everyone's slightly offset as well by a few laps here and there, pit cycle, tires, things like this. So it's a little hard to keep track of which way is up, but yeah, the boys here at AO by TF have given us a really great car all week. We've been right near the sharp end since we got here, so hoping for a tidy run to the finish here. Yeah, it's one of those days when things are going fairly well and you wish the clock would speed up a little bit.
Is it you and Louis to the end now? Is PJ done all his time?
Yeah, PJ was finished when he got out this morning, so that was great to get that out of the way. Yeah, just Louis and I here to the end.
So, given that, I mean, you're a couple of seconds behind. Can you actually, when it's platinum driver against platinum driver, can you really make up that much time, or do you need perhaps some slow zones or a yellow?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, that part is certainly unpredictable. Slow zones and the FCYs, safety cars can shake things up still. I think we have pretty good pace, and again, it's just going to determine, I think, how you are at the end of the stints on the triple and that sort of thing. So we'll see. I mean, I think we'd be certainly pleased to take the Pro-Am victory, but we'd like to see how far up we can go.
Last year, racing hypercar, this year P2. First of all, which is more enjoyable and which is more difficult?
I mean, they're both incredibly challenging for different reasons. Obviously, the complexity in a hypercar, the manufacturer battle that you have going on there, but the quality of the equipment that you have in LMP2 makes it quite a tight fight. But then also you have a little more variance in terms of the driving crews. So you kind of have everyone equal across the board in hypercar, but maybe some more variance on the cars and their performance. And it's a bit the opposite in LMP2. So both are quite fun, and just really, really happy to be back here in Le Mans. It's such an incredible place, and honestly, I enjoy every lap around here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dane Cameron from the number 199 AO by TF LMP2 car, Spike the Dragon, as otherwise it's known, and Louis Delatraz taking that car out. Thanks to Nick for the CrowdStrike pit report. And actually the other thing he'd mentioned to me was that the 43 car had come in from the lead of the LMP2 class. Tom Dillman taking that back out again, which, now, was that a driver change? I can't remember what he said. Just scrolling back, I don't believe it was, but Paul Truswell may disagree. In car number 43. Got to get to the right page. It's like a race here, because I've got some information in front as well. 43 on an out lap. And, you know, Dillman came in, didn't he? And Dillman went out, so there was no driver change, Paul. Still not convinced. Let's get some team radio.
So Kamui is giving us a bit of time right now. I want to check with Christian and get back to you.
That's the radio to Brendan Hartley. Kamui Kobayashi on this lap has just set the quickest Sector 1 time of the whole race in the number 7 Toyota. So that's from the control line.
They've had that all along, that car. I think that Toyota had the fastest first sector for a long time. You can tell that whenever they pit, they always went purple, showing their fastest sector.
Yeah, so that's the 30 or so second, 32, 33 second run to Terre Rouge from the start of the lap. Let's get another CrowdStrike pit report, this time from Ryan.
Well, the Le Mans week is always a week for news, and that certainly was no exception here in 2025, with some announcements from the McLaren camp that United Autosports would be running their forthcoming hypercar program. It was also announced that the team principal to be is none other than James Barclay, who joins me here. Currently, you hold the title of team principal for Jaguar TCS Racing in Formula E, but checking out a return to Le Mans, I suppose, for you, because you have rich history with this event.
Yeah, well, firstly, it's always an honor to be back here in Le Mans, and it's definitely an incredible race here this weekend, like always. But nice to be here, just taking it in. But obviously, very proud of the announcement on Friday, and yeah, looking forward to joining McLaren in September and being part of this incredible journey of McLaren coming back for an outright win in Le Mans.
I suspect, although the appeal of Le Mans and WEC right now is quite strong. It couldn't have been an easy decision because you were there from the very beginning of Jaguar's foray into Formula E, which really was their return to top-level motorsport for quite some time. How did you weigh the pros and cons and ultimately decide, yes, this is something I need to be a part of?
Yeah, as you say, being a Jaguar and founding the team there back in 2016 is an absolute honor, and it's been incredible to bring Jaguar back to World Championships. But honestly, there's very few things I'd ever consider leaving for. When Zach spoke to me about bringing McLaren back to Le Mans endurance racing, that's one challenge which I really relish. It's going to be a golden era of endurance racing in the next 5 years and beyond, and to be part of that is something that you can't turn down, and I'm incredibly excited for the future.
Did you have a previous relationship with Zach, or did the call come out of the blue?
No, yeah, we've known each other since 2009. So we've always kept in touch, and he's always kept me abreast of opportunities, but knowing I was very settled where I was. But this is one he knew full well that I would find very, very hard to turn down, and just an absolute honor and very proud to be given that opportunity. And yeah, I said, okay, that's my next chapter, and I leave my team in a great position to hopefully fight for World Championships in the future without me. But my goal now, from September onwards, of course, will be to absolutely try and do the best job I can for the team here.
I'm putting my knowledge of history on the spot here. This could go poorly, but it was Bentley that you were here with previously, right? The Speed 8 program?
Yeah, that's right. I was involved in the Bentley program 2002, 2003. That was an incredible time. Obviously, a 1-2 for Bentley in 2003 was a historic moment for everybody. And yeah, that was a very special program. I learned a lot, and I was involved with the GT3 business case with the Continental GT after that. But yeah, 2003 is something I'll never forget. It was a very special time.
We'll leave you with this. What is your role here this weekend? Are you just kind of soaking it up, or do you have any input in the way that this race plays out here for United Autosports?
Yeah, no, just personal capacity this weekend, just catching up with people, being part of the announcement on Friday, and just taking everything in. I've kept obviously very close to what's happening all the way through. All the way through the race, but it's nice to be back here, and there's obviously a lot of work we need to get our head into quickly from September. The team are in a great place already, though, but yeah, just a chance to get up to speed with everything ahead of starting in September.
A little louder than it's going to be where we're both headed next weekend in Indonesia. Hey, great to see you here. Congratulations and best of luck. Great. We wish you all the best, all the success as McLaren makes its return to top-level sports car racing.
No, thank you very much, and keep doing a great job. Yeah, you guys are fantastic. Wherever I've been in the world, when I haven't been able to come, listening to Radio Le Mans keeps you close to it, so keep up the good work.
I didn't even pay him to say that.
Good work, Ryan, as well. People joining us all the time, just to remind us who that was from McLaren and United. You've no doubt quickly turned your microphone off, but tell us who that guest was. He's busy having a conversation, isn't he? We'll get back to Ryan in just a tick. And the 92 Porsche of Ricard Leeds, the number 92 car of Manthey First Form, comes in from the lead of the LMGT3 field, with Simon Mann just over a minute behind. Then in the number 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, but we still have lots of different makes represented in the top few in LMGT3. So it's Porsche versus Ferrari, that old scrap. Corvette in third, Aston in fourth, the two Lexus then in fifth. And that's the beautiful thing about this LMGT3 category, is that the cars are so closely balanced. We've still got a big shout for so many different car makes, which will please many fans around the racetrack.
Absolutely, Johnny. I couldn't agree more. It does seem to be, though, that the Manthey First Form Porsche seems to have a really good, strong hold on the lead of the GT3. Richard Leitz currently at the wheel. Simon Mann in the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, number 21, that escaped a couple of penalties earlier and got away with those, so really helped them maintain a strong second place. But they're a minute and 9 seconds behind. I'm not sure, and in fact they've just pitted. Richard Leitz on his outlap, Simon Mann just pitted, and then Charlie Eastwood, who we mentioned before in the TF Sport Corvette, also doing a fine job in third. But the third place seems to be a little bit more open. I think Matteo Drilli in the Aston, the Lexuses will come back into play later on. I assume that Jack Horsworth and Josemaria Losworth will be getting back into those cars. But yeah, really enjoying the battle through every class here. I mean, mean, the trouble is, obviously, with the GT3s and the LMP2s, to some extent, I think we've been covering them all pretty evenly, but certainly in terms of television, sometimes you're focusing on the hypercar, but it's hard not to when you've got 21 cars, 19 different OEMs going for the overall victory. It kind of lends itself to following the fight for overall, whereas in the days before, it was the GT battle that was quite often the race of the race of the race, so to speak. Now that really has changed. Every single class has got its own very exciting race going on within it.
Interesting, just checking down the bronze drive time in LMGT3. We got one bronze driver. He's actually on 7.5 hours over the minimum of 6, which is the Iron Dame. Celia Martin has been sharing the drivers.
She was quick, though, compared to her teammates.
Well, also, they've had to have a rethink about that driver lineup after the injury to Michelle Gatting. So they're running bronze, silver, silver, and it might be that Celia has to take a bit more of the heavy lifting within the 24 hours there. Let's get to Nick Damon for a CrowdStrike pit report on the Ferrari pit stop.
Yeah, the number 50 came in on third. It's having a complete full service. Antonio Fuoco got in. Didn't see he got in, but he seemed quite tall. I think it might be Nicholas Nielsen in my kind of like they bent him into the car. Goes away, everything looks fine, nothing to report, but they have done a complete service, a lovely fresh set of Michelin on that one.
Lovely, thank you. James Barclay, it was that Ryan Marine was talking to, who was on Friday confirmed as the McLaren hypercar team principal, and they are going to go with a Dallara LMDH chassis and an engine that's roughly related to the McLaren Artura road car. So it's going to be another turbocharged V6 in this brand new hypercar that we will get the year after next, the same year, 2027, that Ford joined the party in the top class as well. It's already good, the hypercar category, but we've got 3 more cars coming yet.
This is what I was saying earlier, Johnny, earlier on in the evening, that it's incredible. We're in a real golden era of sports cars. I don't think there's any doubt about that, certainly in terms of manufacturer involvement, probably almost unprecedented, and they keep on coming. And I think it's kudos to the ACO and the organisers that they're managing to provide a platform that's clearly attractive and doesn't break the bank at the same time. To attract these manufacturers into the sport.
Yeah, and we've got fans from around the world clearly paying attention to this race, but so many Brits travel down from Calais to this part of the world to support lots of traditional British brands, and McLaren are already in the race with those 2 GT cars. But to have them in the top division to potentially win a race that they won in 1995,
yes,
will be epic in a couple of years' time.
Well, I know that Zach he's a real fan of motorsport. He's not one of those guys that can only see Formula One. Quite the opposite. He has his own historic car collection that he races himself. And he has a long-time association with Richard Dean and United Autosport, so it's almost a perfect partnership there. But they've been wanting, I know Zach's been wanting to bring McLaren to the top class pretty much since Hypercar was announced, but it's taken him this long, because it's not just, it's a significant commitment, budget-wise, if nothing else, required to be able to do that. But it's great news that they're going to come back onto the scene.
Well, after a thoroughly entertaining stint, both watching him drive but also hearing the team radio messages, we have an outgoing driver, Nick Damon, from the 83 Ferrari.
No, it's not me. I'm not leading the 83 Ferrari. It's Robert Kubica who's left the car. Again, as I was running across the barrier in an attempt not to get run over, I didn't actually see who got in, but whoever it is getting a lovely full set of tyres. I think it might be a FIA, to be honest. And he's got a full set of tyres, full fuel, a lovely clean windscreen. Now, the bug issue seems to have disappeared slightly recently, which is quite nice to know.
It'd be interesting to get a word with Robert Kubica, wouldn't it, Johnny?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure Nick will try that, because...
I don't know if he'll have much luck.
Well, no.
It'll probably be doorstepped by Ferrari personnel.
Here we go. Yeah, we're with you now, Nick. Go ahead.
They're just coming out. He's taking it out as well.
Awesome
Robert,
job.
That was got a 1 minute. Just got a lot of hands off and trying to get the record. I think he thinks it's on television, getting his hat. He's here. Okay. No. This is exciting, isn't it? It's a live sort of interview. Robert, that was a fantastic stint. What a battle. Was that as enjoyable for you as it was for us to watch?
No. Different reasons that I don't want to talk about.
Is there a situation, let me just ask the situation, you can answer one way or the other. Is there a situation where you aren't being allowed to race the red car?
No, I can race, but yeah, it's a long story. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's still a long race, and we have to focus on ourselves, and yeah, that's it.
Are you pleased with the performance of your team, of the two other?
We did until now a good Le Mans. Why are you keeping Mike so high?
Get the signal out.
Okay. And yeah, and until now has been good, but of course there's a long way to go still. And yeah, we did a few mistakes, but that's normal. Unfortunate penalty for Phil. This was a bit shame, but that's how it is. We cannot change it, and yeah, we have to focus just on the remaining hours of the race.
You've got the fastest lap of the race as well.
It doesn't matter. Matters is to fight and to be in the finish, and to see where we can finish the race, and hopefully we will finish it.
Thank you, Robert. Robert Kubica there, right at the back of the garage, you can probably tell, but it's very amusing when someone asks you, why are you holding your microphone like that? I was like, if anyone remembers, I was holding it like Alvin Stardust. That was the one for the 70s people there to get the signal out. But he certainly is my cuckoo. It's Robert Kubica.
Lovely stuff. I mean, we detected his mood from the radio messages.
He cheered up during the interview, didn't he?
Yeah,
Nick managed to chear him up during the interview.
You can't help but do that, speaking to Nick Damon.
Absolutely. When I'd be honest, I expected potentially worse than that. But I wasn't actually sure if he would be willing to even talk to Nick, let alone half address some of what's going on. But earlier on, we saw Alessandro Pierguidi waiting for the 51 car to come in. I believe that he is now ensconcing himself into that.
Yeah, because Nick Damon's actually watching the stop. And briefly there, I could see Nick Damon.
This is convenient. I love this. I love it when I walk out of one garage, I have to walk no garages to see the next pit stop, as it's very much next door, the 51. They're running around there. Say Alessandro Pierguidi's got in. Giovinazzi's got out. They're just waiting to do the tyre change. It's quite amazing. They get down into a kind of a sprinter's crouch before they go to get the wheels on. And it's a front right, rear left, front left, rear right. I'm sure there's some sort of multiple, choreographer. They probably employed some sort of member of the Milan Ballet to work that one out, but it certainly worked. They're out and away, and they've done a full service, and I expect they'll still be in the lead.
Still in the lead is Nick's predictions. In the sunshine as well, which is beating down at the first corner at Circuit de la Sarthe. So the bright red car returning to the race, not still in the lead because the number 6 Porsche is back to the top.
Yes, it's having its little, as Paul alluded to, every single time we go into the stops, it has its little moment of glory, and then they box. But every time that, obviously with them doing 13 and Ferrari doing 12, every time that we come around to it, I'm assuming that they box that little bit, that lap later, and so they're getting their moment in the sun, Paul, is growing.
Well, this is exactly. I don't think you were in the booth earlier, but I was describing to Bruce Jones how I kind of chunk the race into these 13-lap blocks, and then count how many laps the number 6 can actually lead within those 13-lap chunks. Last time it was 1, the time before it was 1. But you're absolutely right. If Matt Campbell can stay out for 2 laps, this one he's on plus another, then he'll be doing another 13-lap stint, and then that chunk will grow larger. And then all you have to do is to divide those chunks sort of equally between now and the end of the race and see where you get to see if that pit stop gets saved. Current rate of knots, it's not going to get there.
It's taking him, looks like maybe 3 or 4 laps to be able to, 3 or 4 stints rather, to be able to go 1 extra lap.
But who knows when there might be a fortuitous safety car, probably not a safety car, because that will
play into
that will play more into the Ferrari's hands, because it will bunch everything up. But what they actually want is a slow zone which doesn't last for a full lap, and then they don't have to go past the slow zone, and their competition does. And I think that's the reason why we've been tending to see more full course yellows in the latter part of this race rather than slow zones, because slow zones can artificially hit one person but not another, do a full course yellow, it affects everybody in the same way.
Yeah. Well, that's fair enough. It's the older way of doing it, if you like. We had full course yellow here at Le Mans before the track was split into 9 different segments. I suppose if you're dealing with, you know, a very concentrated area and early in the lap, then the slow zone is a better option. Paul's just going to check that is right. I know we've had full course yellow in the World Endurance Championship for a while, but did it arrive at Le Mans or not?
It arrived in Le Mans. It's here, but slow zones arrived first.
Oh, beg your pardon.
Slow zones were introduced in 2014 because the safety car was messing things up too much. And so the idea was that they wouldn't need to use safety cars at all, and that we'd be able to get away with just using slow zones in 2014. The full course yellow was introduced in 2019 to further minimise the need for safety cars. And then last year we had 6 hours and 54 minutes under safety car.
So in 19, full course yellow became an option, or was that the first time a full course yellow was used?
No, that was the first time it was an option and used.
And used. Excellent. The number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 has just come into pit lane, Ryan, and you're watching this stop.
I am indeed. Matt Campbell has jumped out, the Australian giving way to the Frenchman racing on home soil, Kevin Estre, who was the star, I think it's safe to say, of the opening hour, scything through the field and entering not just the top 10, but really entering the conversation at the very front of the field in his opening stint. They've done the energy replenishment, so now it's time for that orchestrated ballet that is the tire change. 2 air guns, the Michelin tires being replaced. It is a medium compound set that goes on the car. 54.5 seconds stationary. That car a little bit slow leaving the pit lane under the hybrid power, the electric power, but it does pull out, and finally the ICE fires up, and there goes Kevin Estre back into the race.
And that was a CrowdStrike pit report from Ryan Marine on the then race-leading Porsche, but slipping back to 4th as it did last time. Paul.
And only did 12 laps.
Yeah.
A double stint for Matt Campbell. So they've kind of minimised or increased the speed of driver rotation. Last time Kevin Estre was in the car, he only did a double stint. The last time Laurens Vanthoor was in the car, he only did a double stint, and then Matt has done a double stint himself now. So again, though, only 1 lap in the lead of the race, according to the lap chart, because that lap that he led was an in lap when he was coming into the pits.
I was trying to get a look at the tyres, Johnny, as they were coming off the car. They didn't really zoom in on them, but they didn't look in bad shape. I couldn't see, it was a tiny bit of graining maybe on the inside shoulders, but they didn't look bad at all. They looked pretty healthy, so interesting to see if they're going to be sort of putting the same tyres back on again, which obviously they will have to at some point, as Paul will let us know. There's no way that you can run new tyres every time you change. You're going to have to use your full allocation, but they're certainly not looking bad, and obviously the temperatures are heating up. Sometimes that works for you because it actually generates a bit more grip, so the tyres slide less and you don't then tear up the surface of the tyre.
Yeah, I think that what they'll be trying to do is to use a new set of tyres every time they give the driver a different set of tyres. They won't kind of take a set of tyres off, leave them in the back of the garage and put them on. They may have a couple of sets like that, but I think they'll try and get through new sets where they can first. I'm going to try and count how many new sets we've used up until this point, but it's done largely by judging the length of the pit stops.
Mathieu Jaminet pitting on this lap, so the end of lap 295 for the number 5 Porsche. They've dealt with the 6, and on the very next lap, possibly 2 laps later, the 5 car, which is the other World Endurance Championship entry, calling in. Also, having just been serviced, Robin Freins BMW returning to the race in 11th position from the WRT squad of Belgium. But it's a 1, 2, 3 for Ferrari, again on lap 296 in the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans as Alessandro Pierguidi streams across the line with a nearly 17-second advantage over Ye Yifei in the chasing 83.
Yeah, you felt, didn't you, that they kind of almost broke the 83 car there. They had a second from all that fighting. It was a 7-second advantage, and now after the round of pit stops, he's got a 16.6 second advantage, and then Miguel Molina a further 18.6 back, and then Kevin Estre in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport on his outlap.
They might well have broken Robert Kubica for the weekend because he sounded rather downbeat, although slightly better at the end of the interview with Nick Damon. I mean, he knows the story. There'll be post-race debriefs as well. And the 51 car still got to make the finish, of course. And the one that's pressurising it, perhaps got to go faster than it necessarily wants to, is the Ye Yifei and Robert Kubica and Phil Hansen car.
Well, they're in the hunt. They're in the hunt, Johnny, because all it takes is a speeding in a slow zone, a 5-second, 10-second stop-go penalty for something to do with pit lane speed or anything like that. Just if they misstep any of those 3 leading cars, leading Ferraris, it will hand the advantage to the other 2.
This is Radio Le Mans. We're on XM202, Sirius 137, and around the track we're on 91.2 FM. Hope you're enjoying our coverage to this point. There are still 5.5 hours to go, but it's 10:30 in the morning, and time for an hourly update.
It's now 10:30 on Sunday morning. We've had 18.5 hours of the 2025 edition of the Le Mans 24 Hours. That means there's only 5.5 to go, and we've still got some 9 cars on the lead lap, with Alessandro Pierguidi leading a Ferrari 123 once again. The 51 leads the 83, leads the 50. So the 2 red cars sandwiching the yellow one. Alessandro Pierguidi has an advantage of 17 seconds now over Ye Yifei in the yellow car in second place. And by coincidence, there is also a 17-second gap between Ye and Miguel Molina in the number 50 car. This is in third place. Only 22 seconds behind is Kevin Estre in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car, the 963, and generally every 12, 13 laps or so, that car will lead for a lap. In 5th place is number 8, Brendan Hartley in the Toyota, and that is only 23 seconds behind Kevin Estre. In 6th place, Alex Lynn driving the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R, so maybe a Ferrari 1-2, but behind there's Toyota, Cadillac, Porsche, Toyota and Cadillac in the next 3 places. In 7th place is a BMW in the hands of Raffaele Marciello. That's car number 15. In 8th is another Toyota, Kamui Kobayashi, in number 7. In 9th place, the second of the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars, Sebastian Bourdais driving the number 38. And in 10th place is the other BMW, Robin Freins at the wheel of the number 20 car. In LMP2, Tom Dillman is leading in the Inter-Europol competition car, number 43, and his lead has come down to just 18 seconds, but that's due to the way the pit stops are falling out, and the second place car at the moment is number 48, Ollie Gray, the VDS Panis racing car, which is due a pit stop. Possibly, I'll have to check that one out. In 3rd place in LMP2 is Sebastian Alvarez in the number 28 E-Deck Sport car. In 4th place, number 9, the Iron Lynx Orica with Richard De Kerus at the wheel. And then in 5th place in LMP2 is the leading Pro-Am car, as it has been through a long time now, the AO by TF 199 Orica in Louis Delatraz's very capable hands. David Heinemeier Hansen is next up in the United Autosports car, number 22, but he's in a full LMP2 car, not a member of the Pro-Am team. In LMGT3, And 35th overall is number 92, Richard Leitz in the Manthey first form car, the Porsche. In second place, Simon Mann driving the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, number 21. Third, number 81, the TF Sport Corvette, Charlie Eastwood at the wheel. Fourth, number 27, Mattia Drudi in the Aston Martin, the Heart of Racing team, Aston Martin, number 27. In fifth place, number 78, the better of the two Lexuses, and then immediately behind him is number 787, the Clemens Schmidt Lexus. And of those Lexuses, they are all on the same lap. Of the LMGT3 cars, they are all on the lead lap. So all 6 of those cars on the lead lap in LMGT3.
So as temperatures begin to climb here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe, the track temperature is actually staying stubbornly the same. 22.8 degrees Celsius is your Mobil 1 track temperature. So, a quick change in the Ford Performance Studios with Johnny Palmer taking a well-earned rest. I myself, Peter Mackay, stepping in for him, and Bruce Jones swapping in for Johnny Molam, and Paul Trustwell will continue to do the Ironman stint. How he does it, I don't know. Let's get to Nick Damon for a CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, it was after a long stint. Yeah, it's normal to go.
The car's had some problems earlier, and you're on a fight back. Is that something that's enjoyable, or are you just feeling sad about the problems earlier?
No, first of all, I'm really grateful that we managed to actually win to come here, and yeah, it's a shame we had a few problems. The car now is really good, and I'm just enjoying every lap here because you never know when you're going to come back.
You say if you're enjoying every lap, are you finding it the traffic is polite, or are you getting buzzed by various faster cars?
No, I think it's the standards are so high, and the level of drivers is so strong, so there's fully respect for now. I didn't have any problems, so I'm happy.
Eddie, I'll let you go. I know you've got something important to do. Sorry about that one, Peter, but he was very desperate to go, if you know what I mean.
When you've got to go, you've got to go. Thank you very much, Nick Damon. That was Eddie Cheever from the number 193 Ziggo Sport Tempesta Ferrari, one of the invitational entries, unfortunately running down in 16th in LMGT3 at the moment, Bruce. But through the week, pace-wise, they've been one of the strongest invitational entries.
Yeah, exactly. But I think Eddie Cheever put a point across rather nicely. It is still an honour, if you're not inside the World Endurance Championship, to get an invitational drive. This is his third Le Mans, lapping it all up, and you have to accept some years you won't get the rub of the green, you know, and clearly mechanical problems early on, little setbacks, and it's dropped them down the order. But what have we got? We've got 6 and a bit hours to go and play with, and I'm sure he'll make the most of it. Jonathan Wee in the car now, and he was very interesting, I thought, last night, the driver from Hong Kong, talking about the question was, how do you cope with the faster cars coming through? Can you identify which they are? And it's not an easy matter. You might think I've got a chance to identify them as they close on me at the various points on the Mulsanne straight, but there are an awful lot of points when you're minding your own business, trying to do the small tricky matter of, I don't know, get your approach right to Indianapolis or something just of minor critical nature. But, you know, it is such a mental strain for all the drivers in GT3.
I'm not sure if I can keep the Porsche behind then, you know.
Yeah, we've had that discussion, but do your best at stage 2, please.
That was a discussion between Robin Freins and his engineer for the number 20 Team WRT BMW, trying to, at the moment, hold off a charging Mathieu Jaminet. This is a battle for 10th position at the moment. Not too far behind them in 12th is the number 4 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Pascal Wehrlein, as the Panis VDS racing machine comes in for a pit stop, running very much at the sharp end of LMP2, which has been hugely competitive all the way through the piece. New tyres going on there as well, new Goodyear tyres for that LMP2 machine for Mark VDS. Panis Racing. Saw Olivier Panis walking around the paddock the other day. It's cool to see him involved. Now, one thing I want to touch on is Richard Leitz, who at the moment leads the LM GT3 category from Manthey First Form Racing by 1 minute and 14 seconds at the moment. Richard Leitz is on the cusp of history, actually, in terms of the manufacturer he has driven for pretty much his entire career. He is tied as having the most wins in a Porsche at Le Mans, class or overall or otherwise. He's tied on 5 wins with the legendary Hans Hermann. If he were to win today, he would become the most successful Porsche driver in Le Mans in terms of class victories, not in overall. He's always been in the GT categories, but this would be a historic moment for Richard Leitz if they can hold on to that leading position.
Indeed, but his name is actually, it's 3 names. It's Richard Leitz Porsche. It just goes together. I mean, he has just been, you know, the gold standard for so long. But I tell you what, if I was picking a team and I wanted someone who was not only a safe pair of hands, but a quick, safe pair of hands in a Porsche, he'd be that fellow. But again, you make your own luck as well, and mysteriously, if you do it for long enough, you will pick up those wins. But ever since the start of the race, that Manthey First Form car was just on the climb, and then he got in, and it cemented the position. Can we just go back to that Panis by VDS Panis Racing entry? Esteban Masson was doing some fantastic stints last night, but the last couple of hours, just been watching Oliver Gray, 20-year-old British driver, really doing a very, very strong job indeed. And sometimes you have to sit back, and I know Paul goes home and analyses the race from 48 different angles, or maybe 62 to go with each of the cars, but it's sometimes you look at someone and what they've done, it can easily get lost within a 24-hour race. But I think for Oliver Gray, he's really sort of put down a calling card there. 20 years old, that's still something that really gets me. Of course, a lot of these drivers have been in karts from the moment they've just moved on from Rusks, but it's what you can do at each level, and I think he did a really exceptionally good job here.
And it doesn't get a much more higher level than your debut at Le Mans in a prototype. And what really impressed, I agree with you completely, Bruce. The one moment of the race that stood out for me was last night, just after the safety car. He was in a big battle with Louis Delatraz, and Delatraz could not get close enough to him to make a move. They were very evenly matched on pace, and I think if you've never done Le Mans before, and you're relatively new to sports car racing, and you can hold off Louis Delatraz, who has been Mr. LMP2 for the last few years.
Yeah, the last half dozen years or so.
There's the proof.
We are going full course yellow in about 6 seconds' time, and that will be another opportunity, and I say an opportunity just to see exactly why that is and how long it lasts, and for the drivers to fuel save.
Yeah, debris on circuit at Marshall Post 25, which is precisely where?
Indianapolis.
Peter?
Indianapolis. So, interestingly, the number 38 Cadillac Hertz team Jota just has entered a closed pit. Interesting, Sebastian Bourdais in that car came into the pit lane, hit the brakes, and then thought, oh no, it's going to be a closed pit, pulled away from it, and now he has gone into a closed pit. They must have been needing the fuel. So this is what's referred to as emergency service. So you can take an emergency amount of fuel. So he committed to go into the pit lane, then thought, oh no, went over a whole load of clag and tyre pickup. He'll definitely need new tyres.
He won't be allowed to take new tyres because it's an emergency pit stop, which will be a 5 seconds of fuel only, and then he will have to come in as soon as the full course yellow is finished.
Yeah, because he clearly needs fuel. He wouldn't have come into a closed pit otherwise. Let's get an update on that with Nick Damon for this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Well, I don't want to say anything about 5 seconds, but I counted 10 elephants when the pipe was connected. I think he had 10 seconds of
maybe it's 10
fuel.
seconds of fuel.
It's 5 seconds in IMSA. I don't know what it is in WEC, but he was connected for 10 energy transfer, because it's not fuel, of course, it's energy transfer seconds, isn't it?
Well, exactly.
So, as you say, actually quite rightly, he'll have to come through the pit lane again. And I think if you come through again, is there actually a penalty? Is it just that's fine? You've gone through twice, and that's your bad luck.
I'm going to check now because you've got me worried. But we've already gone back to green.
When you take emergency service, you can have 10 seconds of fuel. You can repair a puncture, and you can repair damage to bodywork that causes danger. And if taken, as Paul rightly mentioned, the car must return to the pits when it reopens. if more work is required during emergency service, you incur a 1-lap penalty. So it is very, very big penalty if you do anything beyond that. But yes, you do have to come in and get that sorted. So Nick's Elephants were as accurate a measurement of time as a Le Mans Rolex winning watch.
Well, I think so. And if you're standing trackside and you just want to gauge the gap between cars as they come past, that's as good a measure as any.
What I would love to have done was to have been able to eavesdrop on that radio conversation where they would have been saying to him, come in, no, actually don't come in, I've got to, come on then.
Yes.
Because clearly there was some confusion of what to do. And as I say, it would have been quite interesting to hear that radio communication.
Yes, because effectively he just started turning into the pit lane at the very entrance of the fade-in road. He then went, as you said, across the tyre clag, then he went across the grass, back onto the track, and then nipped in, sort of effectively went right, left, right, straight on. What do you mean? 10 seconds, 5 or 5 elephants, 10 elephants, whatever it was. But yeah, it's really, really tricky when you're just trying to guess, can we get in time? Yes, no, maybe. But anyhow, I think he sort of got away with it.
I suspect the team radio might not have been broadcastable. Let's get some team radio, though, which hopefully is.
Radio was quite bad. In the P2 in front of you, there is only the Inter-Europol we are fighting with. All the other ones are lapped.
That was the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton machine, Rashad de Garouz, at the wheel at the moment, trying to chase down the 48 of the VDS Panish Racing crew, and indeed into Europol competition. The leading car in LMP2, which started the race with a yellow fronted Orica and green rear. It now has a black front, middle of it is yellow, and the back is green in the into Europol colours. It's needed a new nose at some point, which hasn't been fully liveried up.
No, it always keeps you on your toes. You've got your spectator's spotter's guide, and it doesn't quite conform. But anyhow, into Europol, they need no further introduction after their class victory here 2 years ago. They've been around on the sports car scene for actually longer than you start to realise. It's the years have mounted up, but the glory is starting to come their way. So full marks to the team that's backed by an enormous trans-European but Polish-based Pakery team.
I've been past one of their breakaries, and it was rather large, I have to say. Let's get down to the pits for more.
That's right, that leading car in LMP2 has come to the pit lane, and Tom Dillman, who's done yeoman's work here, building a gap during this stint, has given way now to Nick Yellowly, who's climbed aboard. The fuel is currently going in the car. Now the crew have their Goodyear tires up and ready. Looks like they're going to go ahead and make a 4-tire change as well, as you expect to see anytime that there is that driver change. You want to give that driver some fresh rubber with which to work, and that's what they're going to do. They go ahead and put those Goodyear Eagles on, starting with the left-hand side. Each team has a slightly different choreography to this. Then they go over to the right-hand side where they'll replace the tires over there. Looks like it's relatively smooth. Slight hang up on the right side, but all things considered, I think the Inter-Europol team will be pleased with that.
And stopping for the second time in 2 laps, although it's a 38 car. Sebastian Bourdais, I think, is aboard that one. He's getting a full slug of fuel. Sebastian stayed on board. It looks like they're going to do some tyre changing as well. That's the AO car. That's just had fuel in it. Louis Delatraz takes that away in their attempt to make up a gap to the leaders. They're about 45 seconds behind last time I looked, but that may have been wrong. Right, they are changing the left side tyres. No, they're doing all that's weird. Now, if you remember, the Ferrari choreography was rear left, front right, and then other opposite corners, whereas the Hertz Team Jota, the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota choreography is one side, then the other. Who is correct? Who has the best dance card when it comes to changing tyres? Who knows?
Well, if anyone can judge it, it's you, Nick Damon. Thank you. We're a 2 for the price of 1 CrowdStrike pit lane reports there from Ryan Marine and Nick Damon, who are working hard down in the pit lane, which will be getting progressively warmer. It's 18.6 degrees air temperature. We're expecting to get to 25 later on, so it could be a hot finish to this 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, but everybody concerned is very relieved. It's not as it was temperature-wise during the week, where I think everyone the night before the big race just struggled to sleep, because during the day it was 29 degrees, rising to 31, 32, the humidity. But there was a little sort of quite a lot of thunder in and around Le Mans on Friday evening, and it did lead to a little smattering of rain. That helped, but certainly the cooler temperatures have really helped everyone. Everybody working with the teams, working with the cars, camping, walking around the site, taking in beer and other other beverages around the circuit. You have to remember that it's a long day. A lot of people don't spend most of their working life wandering around outside. So it is, people cover spectators. If they look at their pedometers or measuring devices on their phones, they'll find they've exceeded their norm.
More team radio.
Box, fuel only.
That's the number 9 Iron Linked Proton LMP2 coming in. So coming into the pit lane for some fuel. Just a quick one there. Interestingly, at this time as the heat begins to build up, if teams are having to double stint, maybe even triple stint tyres, then that's going to definitely be more and more difficult as that temperature climbs with 5 hours and 10 minutes to go. As it hits its marks, let's get a CrowdStrike pit lane report from Ryan Marine.
And the Iron Links Proton team, they pit at the extreme pit in side of the pit lane. Only 3 cars are closer to pit in than they are. It is the Frenchman Rashad de Guerres, who actually hails from Réunion, I guess it would be, an island slightly adrift of Madagascar, about 422 miles east of Madagascar, which is an official Département de France, actually, which makes it one of the southernmost parts of the Eurozone. This has been fun with geography with Ryan. Anyway, Rashad de Guerres stays behind the wheel of the car. As you heard on the radio transmission, it is just a fuel-only stop. They will not change tires, cleaning off the radiator ducts and inlets and things of that nature. Windshield looks pretty clean. The flies, it's worth noting, that were a big talking point yesterday. Well, maybe the cars have taken care of a whole lot of them because it has not been an issue for quite some time. They're just waiting on the fuel. There it is, and there goes Rashad de Guerres out for another stint.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ryan. It was interesting. Before he was told to box, the driver there, Rashad de Guerres, was told that they were fighting against the Inter-Europol competition car. I think their biggest competition is actually the EDEX Sport car, number 28. I think the Interpol competition car is far enough ahead of them not really to be a realistic target for them. It's much more of a dogfight for second place in that class. With knocking on the door, the Pro-Am car 199, which Louis Delatraz is currently driving. But because that Pro-Am car has now completed the bronze time in it, PJ Hyatt having done all the laps that 199 has to do, in effect that's now a fully pro car. So they do need to be careful. I think there's quite a good battle going on, just as there is in the prototype class, but in P2 there, although for my money the Inter-Europol competition car has a bit of an advantage, but a good race going on behind between EDEX Sport, the Proton car number 9, and the 199, the so-called Spike the Dragon car, the AO by TF car.
Ryan Cullen has just had a massive moment just coming towards the Porsche curves, the first part of the Porsche curves in the number 16 RLR M Sport machine. Went out onto the gravel, managed to keep it going, bouncing over the gravel, over the grass, excuse me, and then back onto the circuit, Bruce, and as he joined the circuit there was a Cadillac in his path that got an early shower, should we say.
Well, it certainly did, and then in fact there was a little bit of a snap and a slide from Ryan Cullen, as actually tried to readjust to actually having some grip. But that was a near miss. Again, it just shows you can be minding your own business at any point in this race, day or particularly at night, and somebody else can just surprise themselves and surprise you. Right, in terms of cars still in the race, we started with 62, we're down to 52, but it's been a while. I think the last one to drop out, Paul, presumably was the 311 Cadillac Whelan entry of Fred Westley. Could you explain to people, if they were just having their breakfast or getting up, what ended that car's race?
I wish I could in detail. So the car had 2 rather strange pit stops. They were explained to Peter Snowden as doing a brake change. The brake change took something in excess of 12 minutes, which struck me as being rather odd. It then came in for another pit stop, and then it stopped inexplicably on the outside of Dunlop Curve, just before the entrance to the first chicane, the Dunlop chicane. It was then hoisted out of the gravel bed where it had come to rest and plonked behind the wall, and I'm afraid that was it.
Well, It's a shame because they were running so well. One of the top invitational entries, in fact probably the top invitational entry in that number 311 Cadillac Whelen Engineering machine. Now, this is not such a surprise. What's come up on our timing screen, car number 38, that's the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota machine of Sebastian Bourdais, under investigation for crossing the white line. Now, I'm not an investigator, but if I would say there was a white line crossed.
I cannot see any reason for debate on the matter. He jinked into the pit lane and then suddenly cut to the left, and it wasn't the tidiest of entry. Yes, there might have been some confused messages, but certainly the images we saw, Paul, as the 38 fumbled its way in and not quite, and then out again for Bourdais. They've already had the extra run through the pits, but there could be more damage coming their way in terms of
my only defence would be that I came into the pit entry in exactly the right lane, but then I went across the grass and then I came back into the pit lane. As I say, the pit entry bit was fine. It was once I was in the pit entry, I'd committed to the pit lane and then I changed my mind.
It was a second bite of the apple.
I think, I think there may be a discussion to be had there.
Now, one team who have had a pretty eventful week, their first time at Le Mans, is the number 63 Iron Lynx AMG team, the Grove, Stephen and Brendan Grove car, and Brendan Grove has caught up with Nick Damon for this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Brenton, yes. So just bringing a little bit out, sorry, because it's towards the top in the pit lane, and we're just trying to avoid the mechanics. Brendan, when the car was being rebuilt on Wednesday, did you think you'd be 19 hours in the car running well?
No, I didn't. That was the goal coming into the week, but it shows a testament to an incredible job over the last 3 or 4 days to make sure that we not only rebuilt the car, but we also had some gearbox issues, so they've had a few late nights.
How is it to drive now you're actually experiencing the cut and thrust of real Le Mans?
It's awesome. I mean, it's everything that everyone says. The night stints are crazy, the hypercars are cool, so I mean, it's a bit easier now as the traffic started to thin out and the track's gripped up and the balance has come to us. So yeah, it's a pleasure to drive, and it's I think I got one more stint and then that's my Le Mans for 2025 done.
Now you're an Aussie, so I'm going to ask you a very difficult question. Bathurst or Le Mans?
I mean, for an event and a spectacle, Le Mans for sure. Bathurst as a track is unique, but I think us Australians take it for granted because we can get on it so much. So yeah, I think the event Le Mans is like 10 times better than Bathurst, either the 12-hour or the 1,000. But the track there is pretty hard to beat. So for sure, it's Bathurst.
So what's next on the bucket list then for the Grove team?
I don't know, to be honest. We've kind of done a lot. I think Steve will probably ramp down his racing for a while, and I don't know. I'll either keep racing or continue in the business. We'll see. But I think at the moment we're pretty content with what we've done, and we've got a supercar team and some businesses in Australia that need our attention. So I think we'll go back and go back to reality for a little bit.
Oh, damn reality. Thanks, Brendan.
Thank you.
Well, what a way to sign off this chapter of the racing career, if that were to be the case. Stephen and Brenton Grove, and the father and son team, and you know we've talked about this before, Bruce, how special it is in this type of racing where you have a team together, where you can race with your family together in the same car.
You know, there aren't that many sports where you can do it competitively across the generations. You could say sailing, perhaps, polo, but you certainly don't have many generations in my main sport, which is rugby, where father can play with son or daughter, put it that way. But yeah, great to do it. But they've always been very balanced with their business career as well. I mean, that's what pays for this. But they've had a bucket list. They're working their way through it. But, you know, great to be able to get the opportunity to get it done, to come and race in the World Endurance Championship, but principally here. Tick, pause, consider, back to reality. This is reality for a lot of people.
Okay, Seba, this is a good pace, 340, triple seat on tires, so you keep pushing like this. Very good job on triple seat tires. There is no traffic behind for the moment. Next one, it's 15 seconds, Alpine.
Team radio for the number 28 EDEX Sport LMP2 car, Sebastian Alvarez, who you had to feel for him. He won the Rolex 24 on the road in the LMP2 category, but the car was then later excluded in post-race tech. The skid block had been worn too much and they lost the win, unfortunately, but he had performed incredibly well. So Pit stop then for the number 50 AF Corsa Ferrari of Miguel Molina from 3rd place at the moment. Fuel going in, as Molina's going to stay on board as probably the most important person in the pit crew at the moment is the person cleaning the windscreen, because the bugs this weekend have been and insects have been incredible. The windscreen's getting covered in them and making it very difficult for the drivers to see. Sounds ridiculous, but that is what they've been challenging. Thumbs up from the Michelin man. No, not Monsieur Bendham, the tyre technician, as he says to the Ferrari team, tyres look good, so it looks like it's going to be the same set of Michelin tyres remaining on the Ferrari. They were running the mediums all the way through the night, and it looks like they will stay on just now. Well, as we have 5 hours to go and around 11 o'clock local time, let's have a look at the weather here at Le Mans. So a very pleasant day in order indeed. At the moment it's 19 degrees Celsius here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe, and we will be heading to highs of 25 degrees with pleasantly warm and broken cloud and sunny spells. Tonight it goes to a low of 12 degrees Celsius, which should make it a little bit easier to sleep. Not difficult after 24 hours of racing. That is your weather here on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans. So, just under 5 hours to go here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe, with Ferrari leading the way 1-2 at the moment. Car number 51 from with Alessandro Pierguidi on board, and Ye Yifei in the number 83 machine sitting in 2nd. 3rd place is the number 6 of Kevin Estre, the car that started at the very back of the hypercar field. Don't forget, started 21st on the grid. Amazing stuff.
Question for Bruce, because you always surprise me. How good is your 16.5 times table?
It has laps, but I'll give it a go. What do you want?
So, 16.5 is the key number, because that's the number of hours, that's the number of laps to be completed in every hour to achieve a distance record. So, we've just completed 19 hours. The scoreboard shows that 303 laps have been completed.
And we have 82.5 laps to add to that at that pace.
Because we've got 5 hours of the race remaining. So what do you get if you add those numbers together?
Quite a big number, getting close to 400, but not over 400.
No, we don't need to make 400 to make a distance record.
I think it's a far better number.
Yes, we'll just leave it there, shall we? Because there will be people listening at home who know exactly what we're talking about, and maybe listening out on the spectator enclosure. There's people listening at home.
Go on, say the magic number. Is it 398 or 397? I'm trying to remember.
The 397 is the record, so we need to do 398 in order to beat it. But I still don't think it's possible to happen. But it's going to get tantalisingly close, and it will almost certainly then be the second greatest distance competed.
Problem for the Lexus of Finn Gersitz. This is the number 78 machine sitting in 6th in LMGT3 at the moment. It's 3 wheels on the wagon almost as the front right wheel cocks in the air and heads towards the pit lane. The Akkodis ASP team preparing to meet this car as the rear left looks all out of shape. It's bent all out of shape, makes its way into the pit lane. The rear left is wobbling all over the shop, so this is surely going to need to be put up on the dolly jacks, and indeed the dolly jacks are being prepared. And let's try and get a crowd strike. Oh, this has fallen off the jacks. Let's go see if we can get down.
It's had an off at the Porsche curves.
Ah, okay, right. Well, that would certainly explain the damage. As the rear left wheel is severely damaged. It's being pushed in while that car goes into the garage. Let's get to Nick Damon for a crowd strike pit lane report.
With Tom Dillman just out of the 43. Tom, it's a kind of a 2-horse battle, it seems, now in the LMP2 class.
Yes, indeed. Big battle with the 48 from Panis. We are pushing every lap, managing the tires on a triple or quadruple stint. 5 hours to go, still a long way, but at the same time we can see the end on the horizon, so yeah, fingers crossed.
Is it you and Nick to the end, or does Cuba have anything to go do?
Yes, Kuba is done, so it will be Nick and me until the end.
We often see you when we talk to you the IMSA side of things, you're doing a lot of the team management. Is that the same here? You're looking after the team and doing some tactics as well?
No, we have really good guys for that, so I stay in my place. I think I have some good racecraft, so I give my input sometimes, but I fully trust the guys in the team.
You say you're running 3 or 4 stints. How big is the drop-off from the start to the end of that such a long run, those Goodyear tyres?
Let's say when you do a quadruple, the loss is around 2 seconds a lap. So it's managing the cold tire warm-up loss, which is around 6-8 seconds for us, and then the loss in the fourth stint. So we have a lot of tires, so we don't need to quadruple. We can triple, but sometimes doing a fourth one helps you for track position. So we are playing a bit.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Well, just while we were in that CrowdStrike pit report with Nick Damon and inter-Europol competition driver Tom Dillman, we got radio transmission from the Acodis ASP Lexus team that their race is looking like it is done at this stage, and a lot of damage to be repaired and would take quite a while. We are under full course yellow at the moment. Drivers being warned to bear left at Marshall Post 31, which is exactly where Finn Gersitz went off. Quite a lot of gravel was already on that part of the circuit, and I think the race control deciding that it needs to get cleaned up.
Yeah, I think so, and Marshall had hopped over the barrier and removed some of the debris that was lying there. But yeah, a gravel clean-up, let's face it, almost all the corners on the circuit. The one you don't want the gravel is the Porsche curves. It's such a quick part of the circuit.
But they've got on with the job, and the full course yellow, we are told, is going to end in 15 seconds time from now. So the interruption is but brief, and I mean, thankfully, from the look of that Lexus, we're lucky that that was all that happened, because I could picture in my mind the car being splattered all over the circuit somewhere. But such is the way they've designed the barriers now that you can have an accident at the Porsche curves and get away with it.
Well, it was a pretty big one. Let's get down to Nick Damon, who has a CrowdStrike pit lane report to update us on the situation with Acodis ASP and their Lexus.
Yeah, that's not going to polish out, as they would say. It's gone in hard. The problem, whilst it's damaged the front bodywork, the front wheel looks relatively well arranged, to be honest, and still sitting okay. It's the rear left that's a problem. It's been smacked. The toe link's gone. The shaking of hands is happening. This is definitely the retirement for this. The 78 car on the LMGT3 field. The Robban, Gertsch and Jack Hawksworth car. Yeah, I mean, it's gone in hard, it's broken. Finn's not doing any interviews, he's disappeared off the back with the PR woman, very aggressively waving away people who are trying to talk to him. But, you know, we might come back later. But yeah, this car is very second hand. As I look to my left, the team member's car, the 87, is sitting down in front of me with, I think, this is the Jose Maria Lopez-led car with Clemens Schmidt and Petru Mbrescu, and that is having a full service. It's getting its fuel as we get some tyres as well. There has been a driver change on that 87. I'm trying to see who got out, but they are. Which is weird, isn't it? You've got this kind of dead car on one side, but the other side of the car carries on as though nothing can happen. You know, they don't have no interest in the fact that there's mourning just about 10-15 metres from where this car is, and the teamwork on the 87 carries on unabashed.
What a shame for poor old Finn Gersitz on his Le Mans debut. He was running really well, he was performing well, impressing, and just one mistake when everyone's tired, and no more so than the drivers, and that is just devastating for that young man. And indeed the Acodis ASP Lexus team, which have really, I mean, the team we know have had a lot of success over the years, but it's been a new project with the Lexus and in the World Endurance Championship, and they've made they've made steps, and they really did have a strong race car, and of course still have the 87 in the fight. Unsurprisingly, it's a drive-through penalty for car number 38, Cadillac Ertz Team Jota, for crossing the pit entry line. That's where Sebastian Bourdais was going in, and then he wasn't, and he did go in. So that is a good penalty for them. Now let's get an update from the other CrowdStrike pit lane reporter, Peter Snowden. Snowy, good morning.
Good morning again. It was just a very simple thing, to be honest. It was the number 50 Ferrari just popped in. The 51 Ferrari it was full course yellow, and then genuinely the very definition of a splash and dash. It was more for Trussers and you guys there in the pit. You wouldn't blink and you would have missed it. It was that simple. It's out and done, and I think the 50 is due any minute now. And the 38 Cadillac is just down there serving that penalty you just mentioned.
Now that is an interesting one, Paul Truswell, because do you think Alessandro Pierguidi came in under the full course yellow? Is that an emergency service or is that allowable? Normal service?
I think he got in before the full course yellow happened. Oh, sorry. You're talking about Pierguidi or Molina?
51.
Right, no, 51, Pierguidi. Sorry, he did come in after the full course yellow had happened. And so that was an emergency pit stop that Peter Snowden was describing. 10 seconds of fuel and nothing else, and it's ground to a halt.
So the number 51 Ferrari is off. Now this looks to, it's just actually a Dunlop. It's at the Dunlop chicane. Alessandro Pierguidi. Now that would have been on his coming out the pit lane, because he's literally just passed underneath Peter Snowden. So when he was coming into the pit lane, Alessandro Pierguidi is lost it into the pit lane. So it's at the end of the lap. I do apologise. So Alessandro Pierguidi, I do not believe this. Alessandro Pierguidi has lost it coming into the pit lane. So that must have been emergency service then that he served it the previous way by, hits the curb on the right-hand curb on the way in, and round he goes into the gravel trap. Alessandro Pierguidi, overall winner of this race 2 years ago, don't forget, and he's made the blunder of blunders here. I don't believe it.
He is one of those drivers I almost can't remember the last time I saw him made a mistake. You just put him in the car, you know he's really fast, but he is peerless.
Well, Pierguidi has managed to get the car out the gravel trap and into the pit lane, and one of the Ferrari's main rivals, or the main Ferrari rival right now, the number 6 Porsche, has just passed Nick Damon.
Yeah, they've been given manna from heaven there. For a start, the run down the pit lane for emergency service would have not cost a huge amount, because I think there's only a 20-kilometre difference between the 80 and the 60. There's a few seconds of the snaking into the pit lane, but you save going through the forward. I'd be interested to know, actually, Paul can tell us, if running through the pit lane under full course yellow, how much that cost you from just running around the track. And my guess is probably only the time you had the hose attached. Now, of course, they come down again, they attach the hose. I can tell you when they go out, leaving pit lane now is the 51 car, leaving pit lane now is the 6. That is now the lead. So that lead, massive lead the 51 had over the 6 Porsche has gone, and they're on exactly the same strategy.
Well, yes.
Well, there may have been dramas for the 51 Ferrari, but no such troubles for the 50. That was the absolutely perfect pit stop. Fuel and a little bit of oil just for Truzza, so he's aware of that. And then straight out, but literally rejoined the pit lane 4 or 5 car lengths ahead of the number 6 Porsche.
Well, I agree with what Nick was saying. It will cost you about 25 seconds to come down the pit lane and effectively do a stop and go, rather than go around the track at full racing speed. So he's lost that. He's almost certainly going to get a drive-through penalty, so you can add 25 seconds onto that. But also, don't forget that we've got the 83 Ferrari, which Robert Kubica was driving earlier on, who will now be perhaps in a slightly better mood.
Just for you to know, he's under investigation because he crossed the pit entry white line.
Okay, so that's a message to Kevin Estre, because insult to injury, time lost with the rotation, but bear in mind, 2 laps ago we had the 38 Sébastien Bourdais investigation for crossing the pit entry line, and the same has happened for 51, and the outcome for the 38 Cadillac was a drive-through penalty. So suddenly, in the space of 3 minutes, this is carambolage. This is disaster for the car that looked to be the cream at the top, on the top of the crop.
Exactly. I was just kind of doing the sums, and they're going to lose, in effect, around 50 seconds. So once it's all sorted out, rather than them being challenging for the lead with the number 6 Porsche, closure. They're going to be nearly a minute down the road, and the yellow 83 AF Corsa Ferrari is going to be the one that's smiling all over its face. And that marvellous interview that Nick Damon did with Robert, I think Nick can go and knock on Robert's door and say, "Hey, Robert, I've got some good news for you." Because exactly what we weren't expecting to happen to that Ferrari 51 has happened. Something's gone wrong with it. But hey, there's still 4 3/4 hours to go. We're not going home yet.
And this is the thing. This is why Ferrari are in such a strong position in this race, or especially going into it. They've got a quick car in the 499P, but the biggest thing is they've got 3 quick cars, because the driver lineups in the 3 of them are fantastic, all run by the same outfit, AF Corsa, and that is so when things like that very, very rare mistake for Alessandro Pierguidi happen, and it may well be a technical problem with the car that's caused it, but we don't know that, but it could be either or. And this is the thing, when things like that happen, you've still got 2 more bullets in the gun in the form of the sister 50 car and the 83 AF Corsa car. But the Alessandro Pierguidi putting his head in his hands and almost putting his hands together, saying, "Oh, I'm sorry," so that maybe hints that it was more driver error than machine.
I just love the way you phrased all of that, Peter, because there's 2 very different aspects to that story, that drama. There's the Ferrari corporate view, which is, hey, that's okay, we've got another Ferrari out there, that doesn't matter. But then you went on to explain the personal aspect of it. There are 3 human beings driving the 51. Alessandro Pierguidi is one of a member of 3 drivers.
21 seconds. Copy.
Team radio for EFA saying that he is 21 seconds ahead of the number 50 Ferrari.
And that personal aspect to it, we heard how personally Robert Kubica was taking it. You could kind of hear on the radio there with FEA, there's a little bit of personal massage going on there. And that's what I love about the way this race works. There's the corporate side, but then there's the intensely personal aspect of everybody wants to win Le Mans. It's such an important race for a driver to have on his CV as a racer he's won.
One thing that's just changed the whole dynamic, though, I know in Le Mans you shouldn't wind the clock back about 8 hours or 10 hours, but the Porsche Penske Motorsport had 3 Porsches in the top 6, all their cars in the top 6. Ferrari had their 3 in the top 6. The dynamic has changed because as much as the other cars, the 4 and 5 Porsches are trying to fight back, it's a huge chunk. But they've gained a bit of sucker. But right now, Yefei sitting up front, 21 seconds to good, going out. This is a magical time for him. But just how quickly in the last 10 minutes has the complexion of this race changed? 51, one mistake that was compounded and may well yet lead to punishment. Don't forget, there is this sword of Damocles hanging over them. Crossing the white line on the pit entry is not something the officials approve of, and the very clear evidence just 10 minutes before the number 38 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota entry, Sebastian Bourdais also crossed the white line and he picked up a drive-through penalty.
But what difference in scenarios led to those 2 offences? I mean, you're going to look at the records in years gone by and they both say crossing the white line at pit lane entry. One was confusion brought about whether Sebastian should come in or whether he should not come in. And on the other hand, you had Pierguidi, who was clearly wound up about the fact that he had to make that emergency stop under the full course yellow, wanting to waste as little time as he possibly could, but he will know that he'd got himself into a bit of a state to try and get into the pit lane a bit too quickly. Lost it.
So at the moment, the order, the top 6 is as follows. The number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari Yeye leads by 21.5 seconds from the number 50 Ferrari of Miguel Molina. Then 3 seconds behind that car is the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, which may well have a drive-through penalty hanging over it. That's not been confirmed yet, but if it's at the same precedent as the Hertz Team Jota car, the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car, that would be the same. Kevin Estre for Porsche Penske Motorsport sits in 4th in the number 6 car. Then it's Ryo Hirakawa in 5th for the number 8 Toyota. and then the Cadillac Hertz-Jones machine of Alex Lynn in the top 6, car number 12. Now, Paul, that's the order as they stand, but what is the true order net in terms of where they sit pit stops? Who's the snake in the grass, so to speak, or indeed, is that order as it looks, or is it more misleading?
Well, I think the 21 seconds is actually more than 21 seconds. The lead that Yafei has over Miguel Molina in second place, because Molina is going to have to pit before Yafei. So the order in which those two come into the pits defines that the yellow car has a little bit of an advantage over the red Ferrari. The penalty which we suspect is going to come to affect the number 51 car is going to put it behind the Porsche, behind Kevin Estre in the number 6 car, but might keep it ahead of the Toyota, which is currently in the hands of Rio Hirakawa and is in 5th place. So Pierre Guidi will, with his penalty, certainly drop to 4th place and possibly to 5th. In terms of their fueling strategy to the end of the race, they're all on pretty much the same schedule. It's only minutes separating their pit stops, so they all come in within a lap of each other.
Well, at the moment in LMP2, that is into Europol competition, leading the way at the moment from VDS Panish Racing, number 48, and EDEX Sport rounding out the top 3 at the moment. Iron Links Proton in 4th, number 9. Then it's AO by TF. They, despite the Dragon, they lead the way in the Pro-Am category with their superstar driver Louis Delatraz on board at the moment. In LMGT3, it is Ricardo Pera who took over from Richard Leitz, leading the way by 1 minute and 4 seconds from Alessio Rivera, who is trimming that gap down. Ever since Alessio's got into the car in car number 21 for Vista, AF Corsa is trimming it down. So, you're spot on, Bruce. 10 minutes and the whole 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans not quite turns on its head, but definitely takes a plot twist, to say the least.
No, it does. It's like some of the teams have just been caught by a bit of a riptide and pulled away from what they were trying to do. But bear in mind, this isn't at a time when the track conditions are difficult. These are pretty clement track conditions. The weather isn't changing. In fact, its temperature's staying remarkably stable, as you commented. It's a nice, warmish morning here at Le Mans. But right now, Ferrari, having been sitting very much in the driving seat, are still in the driving seat, but it's a yellow car at the front. And Yafei, his advantage was 21.5 seconds, being cut down very quickly by Miguel Molina, down to 18.5 seconds in the space of literally a lap. That lead has really been hacked. So was there a problem for Yafei? Because his last lap was a 3-minute 31. Second lap versus 3-minute 28 for Molina. Molina's charging and faster than both of them is Alessandro Pierguidi. No doubt Paul rather fired up. He was already fired up and just came into the pits a little too quickly, hit that right-hand curb and went for the rotation. And all the ramifications that will follow have yet to follow, other than that initial delay. But certainly the quickest driver in the top class in the entire field at the moment is Pierguidi, fighting his way back. How far is he down on the race lead? 22 seconds, and he's taking, at the moment, 1 second a lap out of that. That would be helpful, very helpful, but it's still Yafei, but that gap is coming down. But it is still Ferrari.
Yafei has steadied the ship with a 328.5 last time by. I think it perhaps might have just been a bit of heavy traffic for the Chinese driver in that yellow AF Corsa machine. And yeah, Ferrari still in a strong position with those 3 cars running up front. Kevin Estre or Porsche Penske Motorsport, the main threat to the Ferrari dominance. And again, there is emotion here, because when Kevin Estre and Michael Christensen were in the GTE Pro category, they were just always fighting hammer and tongs with the Works Ferraris at that time, which were driven by the same drivers who are in the hypercar. So both of those sets of drivers, both at Ferrari and Porsche, have progressed up into the hypercar category. And there was one very controversial end to the World Endurance Championship in Bahrain, 2022, if my memory serves me correctly, where Pierre Guidi and Michael Christensen got into a bit of a skirmish, and it went the way of Ferrari. So as if there isn't enough riding on it for Kevin Estre trying to win his first overall win at Le Mans, he'll be desperate to beat Ferrari, make no mistake about it.
Yes, I think it's safe to say that in the Porsche camp, the moods were a little high, the temper's a little high at the end of that race in 2022. I think Neil Yarni has just about cooled down from it all, but...
one of our invitational entries here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans is Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing, and Peter Snowden is headed down to their garage for a CrowdStrike pit lane report.
I've just managed to catch up with John Hoy, who's just jumped out of the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Ferrari. You look, you've been out for a Sunday drive. I'm sure it was harder than it looks. You look very relaxed and calm.
No, I mean, I feel a little bit emotional because that was my last stint this year at Le Mans. My last lap, you know, I just felt I tried to do the best I could to set a good time for the history books for my own personal enjoyment. But yeah, I mean, it hasn't been the smoothest run for us. Unfortunately, we had some gear selector issues and we lost a lot of time and some penalties here and there. Got spun around at the beginning, so no, it's not any Sunday drive, your typical Sunday drive by any means, but incredibly special and nowhere else like this in the world.
I mean, absolutely so. But obviously you're doing a job when you're out there, but you're conscious, as you say, that you've got your position where you are. It's a team effort, but you've just said it's emotional. So it's your last lap of Le Mans this year. Irrespective of what does or doesn't happen now, we want a good result for the team. But what goes through your mind? How do you balance the two, the being professional and it's your last lap at Le Mans this weekend?
Yeah, I think really the whole week, the build-up has been really emotional. For someone from Hong Kong who's just started out as a kid dreaming of a race, like even watching a race like this, let alone driving in it with the best drivers and teams in the world, it's hard not to be emotional. And of course, the mega show, this big spectacle that's put on, the fans, the passion, the energy, really is unlike anything. Not just a motorsport event, but even a world-class sporting event. So it's hard not to be emotional, but of course, when you're in the car, you're completely focused, working together as a team for a good result. It was just on the final lap when I felt that emotion.
So you personally could relax a little bit now, maybe pinch yourself a bit?
Yeah, I think it will take some time to really sink in. Let it digest. It's going to be days, months, years even. But yeah, it's been a dream come true, just to participate.
You're making memories.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, John. Thank you.
Wonderful CrowdStrike pit lane report there. Peter Snowden chatting to Jonathan Wee from Ziggo Sport Tempesta, and that is one of the true spirits of Le Mans. Has always been the case since the race began in 1923. Enthusiast going racing and taking on the ultimate endurance racing challenge, and that still stands today, 102 years later. Just fantastic to listen to that. Kind of puts hairs at the back of your neck a little bit, as does the pace of Sebastian Bourdais right now. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, 3:26 flat.
Well, you've got to make up ground that's been lost. And of course, they lost the time with the drive-through penalty. But I mean, the very essence, of course, the rules have changed since the start of this great race long ago. But the passion hasn't. It's entirely the same. Of course, it's suddenly becoming very corporate with the manufacturers filling out the top class. But strip that away, you're you're fey. You're driving down the Mulsanne straight. You're leading this race. Your buffer, it's stabilised again at about 18 seconds. All is looking good. So where they thought all was lost, we heard from Robert Kubica with Nick Damon some while ago, down of shoulder, but I think those shoulders would have bobbed up all over again. We've just heard from Jonathan Quee, car 193, and Chris Froggatt. Technical infringement, total power is the element they're looking at, under investigation. And so already having had those gear selection issues, it doesn't strip away from the emotion of what Jonathan Wee was experiencing, but these are setbacks, and it's seldom you come in and hit the ground running at the tip-top pace in any category, the Le Mans 24 Hours. It is that extra special element, but yeah, still messages popping at our screen. But for now, hats off to Sebastian Bourdais, really flying 3 minutes, 26.063 seconds. And again, Paul, when you look at fastest laps for drivers and the various cars in the top class, if we were going back 20 years ago, you wouldn't have so many of the cars with times that are so close for their fastest lap, would we? That's the thing about hypercar, but it is really close. You're talking tenths of a second.
Absolutely right, Bruce, and it was quite interesting during the period of time that a lot of people refer to as the happy hour, when all of a sudden in the morning it gets a bit lighter, the temperature is still fairly cold, so the engines work with great efficiency. You can see where you're going. That's when the fast times get set. And just looking down at the cars that set best lap times during that time, Sebastian Bourdais set a quick lap. Robert Kubica set quick, Bourdais in the Cadillac, of course, Kubica in the Porsche, Fuoco in the Ferrari, René Rast in the BMW. So the top 4 cars in those happy hour fast laps, all from different manufacturers. And in terms of how far apart they were from each other, fastest was a 326.0, going down to René Rast's fastest time, which is a 326.7. So just 7/10 of a second around a 13-kilometre circuit. You know, you talk about having maybe a 1 second advantage around, or around 1 second spread around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Put that around around Le Mans, and it's a whole different level of competitiveness.
It is, and you look at Sebastian Bourdais, that, you know, at 46 years old, his first Le Mans was in 1999 at the wheel of a Porsche 993 for Labra competition. Amazing. This is his 18th start at the great race as AO by TF come in with their Spike the Dragon entry in from the lead of the Pro-Am category in LMP2, and actually from the overall podium positions in LMP2. There are still battles raging up and down the order throughout the classes, so this would be a very pertinent time to have an early update. So things are hotting up here at the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It is still Ferrari that leads, but their stronghold on the front of the field is just weakened ever so slightly. Yefe leads for the number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari, 19 seconds ahead of the number 50 Miguel Molina driven Ferrari AF Corse car, and the 51 of Alessandro Pierguidi, who is 25 seconds behind overall lead, 5.9 seconds behind his teammate in second. Then it's the main threat to the Ferrari triumvirate at the front of the field. It's Kevin Estre for the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport crew. He's 8.4 seconds behind his long-standing rival Alessandro Pierguidi. Ryo Hirakawa is the first of the Toyotas in 5th in car number 8. That's the black car, the usual works livery. Car number 12, Alex Lynn, the pole sitter, the hyperpole man. Cadillac's hurt Team Jota, they are 6th place at the moment. Then it's the first of the BMWs, making it a slew of manufacturers in the top 7. BMW M Team WRT, Raffaele Marciello is 26 seconds behind its 7th place. 8th place is Toro Gazzi Racing's number 7, Nick de Vries. That is the throwback livery of the Toyota GT1 from 25 years ago. Then in LMP2, it's Nick Yellowley who leads for Inter-Europol competition. In fact, he's just come in for a pit stop and stayed on board that machine. But it's the 48 of Esteban Masson for VDS Panish Racing, who's trying everything he can to run down and score victory for Panish Racing. EDEX Sports sit in 3rd with Job van Uitert, car number 28. And then your leader in Pro-Am is AO by TF. Spike the Dragon being driven or ridden. I don't know what you do. How do you pilot a dragon? I'm not sure. Well, whatever way you do it, Louis Delatraz is leading that category at the moment. 4th place overall in LMP2. Iron Lynx Proton, Matteo Capietto is in 5th. Then United Autosports, Renger van de Zande, car number 22, rounds out the top 6 there. In LMGT3, well, Manthey First Form Racing lead the way. Manthey won the first ever LMGT3 category at Le Mans last year, and they are hoping to do the same again this year. If they could, it would be a record 6th win with Porsche for Richard Lietz, making him the most successful class winner at Le Mans ever in the history of the Stuttgart brand. Alessio Rivera sits in 2nd, though, for car number 21, Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. Porsche versus Ferrari. That's the film. It's not, but it should be. Matteo Drudi sits in 3rd place at number 27, Heart of Racing in their Aston Martin. Then one of the drives of the day of the race for me, TF Sport, 81 Corvette. They haven't had the 1 lap pace, yet they've just dug in and got what, at the moment, even if they finish where they were, would be, I think, more than what they would expect it. But they could potentially climb the podium. Jose Maria Lopez for the Lexus Accords ASP team sits in 5th, and then it's the Chip Part Racing, or as it's entered, Manthey number 90, Luke Hartog on board at the moment. AWA Racing have dragged themselves up to 7th place. The invitational entry from the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, that is also a really, really gritty drive. And rounding out the top 8 is the 33 Corvette, Johnny Edgar, TF Sport. That is your hourly update. Your Mobil 1 track temperature has stayed I've never seen a track temperature stay so similar over so many hours. It's 22.8 degrees Celsius, air temperature sitting at 19.7. But I suspect in the next 4 hours and 26 minutes, that Mobil 1 track temperature will increase. So, 19 hours, 34 minutes to go. Let's get down to Nick Damon, who's down in the pits for this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
And fresh out of the 92, it is Luke Hartog. It's going, I don't want to jinx it, it's going quite well, let's say.
Yeah, we actually went from at some point in the race last to staying in the lead lap to now 6th. To be honest, I'm just driving. For me and Klaus, we have a long day, or a long Sunday, since we try to get the tires in as much as possible on the Saturday. So I'm a little bit tired, and my body feels like I feel a little bit paralyzed beneath my my belly button, but rest is fine.
Apologies, of course, it's a 90 car. My brain isn't working. I'm just walking up and down. I'm tired. So if you're already tired, I assume you're going to be doing a couple more hours before the end.
Yeah, but I don't know how many. I need to talk with the engineers. At this point, I'm not sure. At some point, I have an alarm on my wrist. So at 10 o'clock in the car, I felt something vibrating on my wrist. So I was like, okay, it's 10 o'clock then at this point. And then I still drove 2 hours, so all good.
With the fact that you got yourself and Klaus to the end now, how high do you think you can get?
Well, certainly we hope for some things. Already we did quite early in the race our brake change. I'm not sure if the others still need to do it. That takes roughly 45 seconds in these GT3 cars. So we'll see. I hope to really climb on that podium. We worked hard for it. Faultless race on our effort. It's just at some points we got unlucky a little bit, so we fell behind.
Great stuff, thank you, Luke. Interesting there, you know, a brake change takes 45 seconds. Now, it might take a bit longer on a hypercar. It'll take 12 minutes, 311 crew. Just my point I'm making here. Don't fib to journalists, that's all I'm saying.
You have to get up pretty early to get one past Nick Damon, clearly, from our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team.
When I was having breakfast with him, he'd just come in from not getting the answer he wanted from the 311 Cadillac wheel and crew, and was bubbling about it. I thought he might have calmed down by now, but anyhow, you know, if you don't want to say anything, don't say anything. But Nick's point was just don't tell something that he considers not to be true. That's in his own mind, though. That's his own. I'm very glad, actually, when you were going through the rundown in GT3, just picking up on TF Sport. We haven't really talked about them very much, and certainly the Corvette crews weren't full of beans and excitement ahead of this race. Certainly feeling they had a bit of a mountain to climb, but Charlie Eastwood just did fast lap after fast lap. Now Rui Andrade has hopped on board, and certainly they're fourth in class, car number 81, and going really well. Tom Van Rompuy. Paul, in your record of all things driver stint-wise, has Tom Van Rompuy in the 81 Corvette from TF Sport, has he run his course and leaving it all in the hands of Eastwood and Rui Andrade now? I think so. I just need to click that and for you to remind me of what number Tom is. 81. Car 81, they're running fourth in GT3 class, but if it's the case, it's Rui Andrade and Charlie Eastwood through to the finish. Again, like we just heard from Loic Hartog, he and Klaus Bachler will be doing all the driving. Yes. Now Antares Hours finished in the 90, and then we'll see those cars really start to advance. Yes, Tom Van Rompuy has done 6 hours and 12 minutes, compared to Charlie Eastwood, who's done 8 hours and 13 minutes.
Rui Andrade, I suspect, is going to do the stints or much of the next 4 hours to take it to the flag, because he's only done 4.5 hours driving so far.
We did have, as the Grand Marshal or the VIP signalling the start, Roger Federer, tennis legend, and basically Paul Truswell is our intellectual Roger Federer, because we're just firing questions at him every which way, and he just bats them back every single time. It's quite amazing.
A lot of it, Peter, as you know, is to do with preparation, and you kind of anticipate questions. What I have anticipated, amongst other things, is when you ask me how long we've had under neutral, and that is to say that we've had under the safety car 39 minutes, full course yellow 23 minutes, and we've had 27 minutes of slow zones. The rest of the time the circuit's been green.
Well, one driver we want to get a catch up with is Sebastian Bourdais, and Peter Snowden has caught up with him.
Yeah, he's just finishing another interview he's just queuing here for a moment, so just stand by for a moment. But I think it's nearly done. He's being very patient. He's very talkative, unlike a lot of drivers at the moment. I'm hoping he's not got a blank internal window. He has acknowledged me. But we'll get there in a second. I'm just waiting for, I think it's French TV are just about to, and indeed he is. Sebastian, thank you so much. Just your third interview on the bounce. Been a bit of a week for you, emotional week for Jota. One thing of another with this Cadillac project, locking out the front row and then dropping down the order and fighting back up again. And you seem to be loving this car.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can all be very proud of the work that we've done. For first year with Jota and Cadillac at Le Mans. Locking out the front row was amazing. It was such a rewarding feeling for the whole team that's worked so hard. I don't think people realize how much those guys work, and it was a very challenging start of the season as well. So really happy that that happened. Obviously, exactly like I had spoken out and been told to shut up. Ferrari is up there and is untouchable. And, there's maybe one Porsche that can go and tackle them, but that's about it. And I think, we're going to start seeing them pulling away when they need to. So it is what it is. At the start of the race, we just simply couldn't do anything. We just didn't have the grip. We're damaging tires. We're sliding around, locking tires because there was no grip. And now that the track has gripped up finally, it's a lot of fun, but it's too little too late.
When you say you spoke out and you were told to shut up, in what respect, Sebastian?
No, I just people were asking me why I felt conflicted after qualifying because I felt cheated, and and I just said so because I'm me.
And you're a racing driver and a very good one.
I'm sorry?
I said you're a racing driver and a very good one, so it's going to work, isn't it?
Yeah, no, but it's like if you don't want the answer, don't ask me the question.
Oh, we wanted the answer. Don't worry. But no, thank you very much. Thank you for your time, Sebastian. You're still smiling. That's the main thing.
I wasn't talking about you.
You have to admire the honesty of Sebastian Bourdais there. For us as a reporting team here in the booth in the Ford Performance Studios, but also down with the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team, drivers, it is totally within their decision whether they keep their cards close to their chest, and they are absolutely doing that. Let's hear from radio though.
Yeah, mate, your pace is really good, and this stint average for a double's very, very strong. So I don't think we're going to lose. I still want to try and stick to the plan, try and triple.
So that was the team radio for number 20, Robin Freins, chasing down the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Mathieu Jaminet for 9th place. But yeah, the drivers have that decision whether they keep their cards very close to their chest or whether they give us a little bit more. And luckily we have characters like Sebastian Bourdais who are really overly honest, and maybe to their cost, I don't know, but certainly for us, we can only be grateful for that.
Well, entirely. But I think you take someone like Sebastian, multiple champion in IndyCar, had time in Formula One, great success in sports car. He's got points in the bank. He's got the experience. He's shown he can win and do whatever it takes to do so. But honesty is great, but then again, it's down to them also trusting the person they're talking to and how you handle it. As long as you don't twist the story, as long as you report it as they put it out there. You know, I started as a journalist, and you know, there's still that tendency there. And you work, you build those relationships. They're not, and you know, you drop the ball and misrepresent something someone said, whether it's a team boss, mechanic, drivers, whoever. It doesn't matter. It takes years to build up that network. And someone like Sebastian, he'll work out who he can talk to. But at his home race, this is his hometown, do not forget. Le Mans is where the Bourdais clan is from. And of course he feels frustrated. He doesn't want to come here to feel he hasn't got a shot at victory, despite the fact, obviously, for Cadillac, Hertz Team Jota, it's the first year of that combination together. They're still ambitious, still wants to win. Will they have more of a chance next year? Perhaps, but he's spoken out and he made it very clear what he was thinking.
And for Sebastian, his pace is incredible. He holds the fastest lap of the race right now. It doesn't get more obvious than that, 3:26 flat. But he's 46 years old, he'll be 47 in February, so he knows that there is only a handful of 24 Hours of Le Mans left in the top category, so each one that slips through the fingers must just get more and more frustrating for him. As the number 50 AF Corsa Ferrari in hypercar takes a pit stop, Miguel Molina jumped out with Nicholas Nielsen jumping in, the car getting tyres as well. Nicholas Nielsen with a new helmet design for this race. Well, there isn't a design, it's pure white. The reason why is because when he was a karter, all of his rivals had painted helmets, but he didn't have one. And his dad said to him, he said, Nicholas, when you win your first international karting event, we'll get you a painted helmet. And that was all the motivation he needed. And he won that, and he got his painted helmet. So it's just a reminder of where he came from while he's defending this 24 Hours of Le Mans win from last year.
I think that's very clever. Save money by not having a helmet to be distinctive. At that stage, all the pennies counted when they were putting together. You know, could be another set of tyres or two. And we know karting now is not what it was. It is unbelievably competitive, and every little bit of advantage that can be eked, they'll go for. But white helmet, yeah, good move.
Interesting that Miguel Molina only doing 2 stints in that last shift. So Antonio Fuoco before him had done a triple. Nicholas Nielsen had done a triple before him, and indeed Miguel had done a triple before that. So whether they're counting down towards the end of the race, what I'm just thinking is whether perhaps they can double stint to the end of the race and give their drivers a fresh set of tyres on every stint of a double stint, because they've been triple stinting up until now, which might mean that they've got tyres to spare to stop a little bit more often, not stop any more often, but to change the tyres at those stops and take advantage of the better performance of the tyre in the first 2 stints.
So into the pits then comes the number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari of Yefe. This is the yellow satellite entry that led the race just before this round of pit stops. It's only got 3% of usable energy remaining, so of course has to come into the pits to top up with fuel. Does he hit his marks? Yep, hits it perfectly.
And this was another 12 lap stint for the yellow Ferrari. Yifie staying behind the wheel, so he's happy to do a triple, and that will leave them with probably one more driver change after this. So they'll Yifie will do a stint, Phil Hansen will do a short stint, and then Robert Kubica will be available to take the car to the end and to whatever position that car might be in.
That would be my thought, that it would be keeping Robert Kubica fresh for the charge for the finish. I mean, throughout the race week, when he's gone for a hot lap, they've been very, very hot indeed. An update on the 193 Ziegler Sport Tempesta Ferrari. 5-second stop-and-go penalty for a technical infringement. That was due to powertrain parameters, that one. That was, we actually heard from Jonathan a short moment ago with a CrowdStrike pit lane report. They're sitting 14th in LMGT3 at the moment. Let's get some team radio.
Okay, Ali, so seeing the degradation, we will change our mind and change the plan. In 2 laps, we box for driver and tire change. We have 2 laps to give everything before we change tire.
Okay, that was the message to Alessandro Pierguidi in the number 51 Ferrari AF Corsa 499P. So he will be doing a driver change. It will be a complete service in 2 laps time, so we could well see some hot sectors here from Alessandro Pierguidi. He's been told you don't need to keep these tyres, you've got 2 laps, go as hard as you possibly can.
Exactly so, and I think that also fits pretty much what you were just suggesting a short while ago. They've got the points, they've sort of saved the change, Paul, and they can start to splash the cash now, presumably. Ferrari.
Exactly, and it's the same strategy, incidentally, that they seem to be applying to the number 50. So I suppose it's obvious that the 250 and 51, the 2 Ferrari AF Corsa cars, works cars, will work together much more closely, and they are copying the same strategy, whereas the yellow car, the satellite operation, is doing their own thing a little bit more, although, as we've said before, they clearly have access to each other and communicate closely with what's going on. And as far as the corporate side of Ferrari is concerned, they just want to see a Ferrari win. And they're not really concerned which one it will be. The effect of coming in early, though, for Alessandro Pierguidi, will be to hand the lead to the number 6 Porsche for probably 2 laps, possibly even 3, no, probably 2 laps, but rather than just the 1 lap that we saw the Porsche having the lead for in the last little block. So see how that one plans out, but in effect it's Ferrari saying, okay Porsche, we don't fear your threat because we think we've got your bases covered.
Well, when you've got 3 cars to play with, you can put 3 slightly different, whatever you think the strategical options are, you can literally spread your bets. And that's the amazing part about it, isn't it? Is, oh, now, car number 8, Toyota, something flew off the car. It may well have been a wheel nut because the front left wheel does not look right at all. Comes out right into the path of one of the Peugeots. So coming through out of the pits, through the Dunlop corner, and something's come off the front left of that car.
Yeah, Rio Hirakawa has just come out of the pits, and it was a very, very near miss for the 94 Peugeot because that was minding its business on the track. And now, front left puncture by the looks of things.
Let's get radio.
The front left, no front left.
Oh, no. Now, something definitely came off the car there. It might have been a wheel nut, I don't know, but something came off the car, and Rio Hirakawa has now got 8 miles or so to limp this number 8 Toyota all the way back to the pits. That's a disaster for Toyota. They were looking so strong in the top 5. Let's get more radio.
Sure, it looks like front left punctured, yo. It's a complete puncture, so you need to bring it back slowly.
No way.
So how long did that tyre last? Did it puncture when he went off, or ran through the gravel, or was it punctured before? However, he's limping back slowly, and suddenly the number 7 Toyota has moved ahead of it. That 7 was on the back foot from the very outset of this race, Paul.
It was, and just goes to show, even when we say on the back foot, the gaps are so close that the smallest change, the smallest incident can make such a big change.
And it must have been a tyre change because it was a pit stop of 1 minute 29, which usually indicates a full service. So what are the chances of a front left tyre that's just been put on of actually, it was a brand new tyre going on that car? That is truly bizarre. But I think something definitely flew off the front left of that car. What it was, I just don't know, but at the moment, but for Rio Hirakawa, this is just torture.
But picture the scene. He leaves the pit lane, you're on the right-hand side of the track, you're accelerating when you've got the mark to do so, and then going around the first corner, the Dunlop curve, this is where you thought that the front, something threw off the front left. Let's take a look with you describing what's happening.
So, just as the wheel, is that the wheel nut?
Well, I'm afraid...
And then the tyre goes.
In terms of what we think we've seen on a replay, there is a wheel nut coming off pretty clearly, but the puncture then happens immediately after that.
The wheel moving around on the front left.
Yeah, and of course, from the point of view of the team, they're going to see a sudden loss of pressure in the car, because they'll have been watching the telemetry and they'll have seen a sudden loss of pressure, which will obviously just look like a puncture. Now they'll have seen the TV pictures as well, be able to diagnose it a bit more fully. But yes, there are certain questions that may be answered, and of course on top of that there is then the additional insult of a potential penalty for an unsafe release, because releasing the car without all four wheels properly attached does count as an unsafe release.
So let's get down to the pit lane first of all with Nick Damon for a CrowdStrike pit lane report.
The 77, Ben took out the 77. Ben, first of all, when you came in, I noticed the front right of your car was heavily nibbled. Was that you?
No, wasn't me, sir. No, that was Bernardo. He had a little coming together with the Aston in the stint just before I jumped in. So, yeah, sorry to the number 10 car on behalf of my teammate.
It's a strong old car, though, because you hadn't even put any tape on it and it was still holding together.
Yeah, just about so far. I mean, the headlight's fallen out and it's rattling around a bit. You can feel it vibrating a bit in the car. But no, we're going okay so far.
I mean, overall, I think you're currently scored in, let me have a look, in 11th. Is that kind of a target place where you're looking a bit higher at the start of the 24 hours?
Well, we want it to be much higher, obviously, as does anyone when they want to start the 24. But we were thinking realistically we need to aim for the points, especially for the championship. There's a couple of non-championship cars ahead of us, so it's a bit annoying, really. Yeah, we want to be in the top 10. Like I said, there's certain things I won't mention, but we don't have the pace.
Yeah, there's a lot of people not mentioning certain things. I can't think why they're not mentioning them. Is that you finished? You got some more time in the car?
No, I think I've got one more double stint, so me and Ben will be swapping till the end now.
Well, best of luck. Let's hope those things you don't mention aren't quite so bad and they become more mentionable.
Thank you.
Ben, tuck there.
So up at the Ferrari end of the pit lane there, we just had the number 51 do its driver change, full service, fuel, a fresh set of mediums got onto that car, and they plugged in James Collado. A slight moment when it was released, because it was released for a second and made probably 2 feet advance and was stopped again because the 963 Porsche, Fat Porsche, was in the pit lane road, so they had to delay that for a moment, otherwise that would have been an unsafe release, but better that than a unsafe release or a penalty. Talking of penalties, just before the 51 Ferrari took its service pit stop there, the 193 Ziggo Sports Tempesta 296 from the LMGT3 class also came in and served a penalty, which I wasn't aware of, literally a stop and go for, I would say, about 5 seconds, but I'm sure truckers will know exactly, but just to let you know, that has been served.
Yeah, that was the, thank you Snowy for that CrowdStrike pit lane report. That was for powertrain parameters, 5 seconds stop and go there, as the wheel has now completely left the front left of the number 8 Toyota as it limps its way around. It's still at Mulsanne corner, so still a long way to get home. So the wheel is somewhere on the circuit, so that may require at least the slow zone to recover it. As what are we seeing, Bruce, in our pictures?
A gravel trap, a deep gravel trap, far from the madding crowd, a wheel nut at a Dunlop curve.
Yeah, wheel nut, then as we thought, came off the car. That was what I initially thought, but you just never know. So comes out of the pit lane, 4 new tyres have been put on. Rio, the car moving around a little bit, Rio just wiggling the steering wheel, and then pop, off goes the wheel nut as he goes through the right-hander, and immediately the tyre deflates. So that is absolute. Well, it's heartbreak of a sort for Toyota. You know, yes, they weren't in a winning position, but the tyre leaves the building at the Daytona chicane, it looked like, and having to limp it 3 wheels on the wagon up to then.
Now, there's a message on our screen saying car number 8, Hirakawa, under investigation for unsafe release. Paul, could that include having a wheel nut not being attached, or is that just the way that it pulls into the fast lane of the pits?
No, that I think you were talking to Peter when I was explaining that they will have to serve a penalty for the unsafe release. So not only do they have the ignominy of this very slow lap around just to get the car back to the pit lane, but they then have on top of that a penalty to serve, which will almost certainly be a drive-through to go on top of it. So it never rains but it pours. The Toyota was looking a bit like it might be going to catch up, But then again, take the corporate view, there was another Toyota sitting behind, and the demise of that Toyota, the number 8 car, has elevated the number 7 car now into 5th place overall. And considering Mike Conway told one of our Crowd reporters that they were struggling to stay on the lead lap for much of the first half of the race, lucky for them they did stay on the lead lap for the first part of the race, because then when the safety car came out, that enabled them to catch up and gain back 2 minutes without even having to drive fast.
Yeah, so total real swing of the pendulum there. But yeah, they hung on in there. Yes, and sorry, I was listening to some voices in my head, some other voices in my head when you made the explanation so perfectly the first time. Apologies, Paul. It was just a point worth reiterating.
It was indeed, yes, absolutely. Because I mean, I'm aware that if you're here at the circuit as well, there's 50 odd cars out there which are making a noise, and you're not going to hear every word we say. So no apologies for repeating ourselves. There are people tuning in all the time to experience the last 4 hours of this race. It's nearly Sunday afternoon.
I know, just like that. You feel like you blink, and here we are into the last part of the races. We've just got a effective European Le Mans Series sprint race to go for. It just no problem, easy. 4 hours and 1 minute left on the clock. At the moment, Ferrari lock out the podium, which sounds imperious, it sounds dominant. It's not quite as simple as that. They're being chased by the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Lawrence Vanthoor. You know, for this crew, Lawrence Vanthoor and Kevin Estre, they won the World Championship together last year, but the one thing that's missing off their CV is an overall Le Mans victory. They both won in class, as has their teammate Matt Campbell, but Matt Campbell also looking to tick off that overall Le Mans victory. That is what they're all trying to do. Ye Fei, Phil Hansen and Robert Kubica, they are all looking for their first overall victory as well in the number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari. So there is so much at stake. This is what Le Mans is all about. Poor old Rio Hirakawa is now karting and is nearly at the pit lane, but he's lost a whole load of time while Rio tries to limp that Toyota GR010 back to the pit lane. Let's look at the weather here at Le Mans. So at the moment, we have very pleasant temperatures around Le Circuit La Sarthe with 20 degrees Celsius in the air, a real feel of 25, that's the humidity. Tonight it will be a low of 12 degrees Celsius, but in general a pleasantly warm day with broken cloud and sunny spells. Perfect. So, here we go then, into the final part of the race, and Joe Bradley is caught up with the number 8 Toyota. Joe.
Yeah, he's made it back and relatively intact. Just looking now, they're probably going to change the front deck. In fact, no, it's a bigger job than that. It's cause, isn't it? They're going to investigate the cause. The strange thing was, we saw the wheel nut fly off. That's relatively common. What's not common is to have a puncture at exactly the same time. So it's a bit of a speculation, a speculative one as to how that happened. But certainly it lost the wheel nut, and that would have caused its problem. But then the puncture. And then obviously the bit of evidence we need to inspect is obviously out there on track. The car is being pushed backwards into the garage, and just looking across the shoulders of a sea of photographers. Work being done now on that left front corner, and we are going to I think we're going to change the whole of the front left suspension unit, so that might have been an upright failure, a wheel bearing failure. Looks intact though, you know, everything that's under the wheel, around the brake disc, the biscuit tin kind of affair that shrouds the disc as it meets the suspension. It all looks relatively undamaged. However, they are unbolting that left front corner as a whole unit, suspension unit. And remember, not the work of a moment this. And whilst The problem is at the front left corner, they're also taking advantage of the situation and servicing the rear and servicing the coolant as well. They're replenishing the hot coolant with cold coolant, which is another serviceable going on. A lot of work going on.
Well, thanks very much, Joe. If you'd like to nip out to the first chicane, you may be able to find the errant front left wheel, because that's where it parted company. But falling now down to 16th place in the class while in the pits. Hirakawa, remember, was running in 5th, 6th position at the time, been eking its way forward, and now that 5th position is occupied by the 6th position occupied by teammate Nick De Vries. So Toyota did have 2 bullets in the gun, but it was extraordinary. The wheel nut came off, and it was like a second later a sniper had shot that front tyre, down front left tyre, down it went, and then of course across the gravel and very nearly hit the 94 Peugeot up at the Dunlop chicane. But a smooth run, smooth no more. Just keeping an eye on what's happening at the front, and Nicholas Nielsen has just put in the number 50 Ferrari, second overall, chasing down Ye Yifei, closing the gap, but it went out with those pit stops at 31 seconds. But he's just set the number 50 second, its fastest lap of the race, at 3 minutes 26.7, and is absolutely flying.
Yes, an indication that track conditions still pretty good, an indication of how the Ferrari AF Corsa team would still like to win this race. Not for them sitting back and saying we hold station. I think there's a healthy rivalry between the two sides of the garage, especially because there's 2 cars against 1 car, and at the moment it's the 1 car team which has the upper hand, but with, as you say, Bruce, a flying Nicholas Nielsen and Yifei a slightly more circumspect approach, I reckon, because he's just eased his pace a little bit. The gap first to second, 31 seconds.
Well, the Ferrari triumvirate at the front are being chased by Porsche Penske Motorsport, and Peter Snowden has an update for us with his CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Thank you, Peter. Very, very simple one there. The number 5 just in for its servicing pit stop. It's noted this ages ago. The left light cover. It's got the blue 4 lights that these Porsches have very distinctively now. The cover for that's been missing as long as I can remember in this race. But you wouldn't have thought it. I mentioned earlier about buses not happening and then 3 coming along at once. But the 43 LMP2 car right behind it, the Panis car, Porsche came in and stopped in its box. But that was the box ahead, so the mechanics pushed it back, literally into almost the front of the number 48, my apologies, Panis car. So that was about to finish its pit stop. Those mechanics had to then push it back. So there was an entirely empty pit lane apart from the Toyota right at the top with Joe, and these two have to park right together. It's like chasing parking spaces in the local supermarket.
A message has come up on my screen to say car 51 Pierre Guidi, no further action. And that, remember, is following a spin into the gravel in the pit lane by Alessandro Pierre Guidi, which was an under investigation crossing pit entry white line. So I can't explain why that decision has been taken the way it was, only to say that, in a sense, spinning into the gravel was probably a less dangerous thing to do than what Sebastian Bourdais did in the Cadillac, where anybody following Bourdais would have been clearly in jeopardy and at risk. But it's a very tenuous argument, I have to say.
But had the drive-through penalty been issued, at the moment the number 51 Ferrari is 45 seconds down the race lead. Add what we the expected amount of punishment time for a drive-through penalty, it would drop it 1 position. That would mean it wasn't a Ferrari 1-2 streak. It would put that number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 up into that 3rd place. But for now, Ferrari still block up those top 3 positions. But I can imagine that was a fairly marginal decision.
Yeah, a very marginal decision, yes. I mean, whether they used that argument that we punished ourselves by sitting in the gravel for 20 seconds getting the car to start again. I mean, obviously they didn't do it deliberately, but the punishment wouldn't have fitted the crime, whereas Sebastian Bourdais clearly didn't lose very much time driving over the grass between the pit lane and the track. But as I say, for me, there wasn't a lot of difference between the 2 incidents, but I'll leave it at that for now.
Yeah, I'm just quite glad. As much as we enjoy having Johnny Molam in the booth, I would think this might have sparked off a Molam versus Trussers debate somehow.
You're absolutely right.
Yes.
Well, he'll be back in about 50 minutes, so
yes.
I'm sure it can be sparked
Let's just
up
hope
at
he's
that
still
point.
asleep in the motorhome at the moment on that one. 3 hours and 52 minutes to go then, and Nicholas Nielsen's on the charge. He just picked up some radio transmission from him and his engineer saying that they're gaining time on the leading number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari of Yeye Fei. Last time by it was 1.3 seconds in the favour of Nielsen. Then again in sector 1 able to pull another 6/10ths out, and in sector 2 another 3/10ths out. So Nicholas Nielsen, the really impressive Danish driver, of course, winner last year in that number 50 car alongside Antonio Fuoco and Miguel Molina, he's wanting to make it a double.
In the 6 laps they've been out there, Nicholas has pulled in 10 seconds on FEA. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. Of course, the explanation is that they gave Nicholas Nielsen a new set of tyres when he came in for his pit stop. FEA was given a full tank of fuel and told to go on his way. So the tyres on the yellow Ferrari are much more worn than those on the Ferrari, Ferrari, the red car. And I suspect that's what we were hearing on the radio from the engineer a little while ago when he said we've changed the plan and we want to bring you in, when they said that to Alessandro Pierguidi on the last stint.
So let's get a bit more about the number 8 Toyota, but before we do, let's hear from Sheldon van der Linde. No, we missed it. Let's hear from Joe Bradley instead.
Yeah, Toyota number 8, the job almost coming to completion. So they unbolted the whole front left corner. Whatever caused that wheel nut to come off. There's only about 4 or 5 depth of thread on the hub, so obviously that was where the problem was. That has been taken away. Where the puncture came from, we still don't know. But what I'm going to try and describe this. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got 6 mechanics, one of which is lying underneath the front of the car. You've basically got 12 arms dealing with this suspension unit going on. So you've got a top wishbone, a bottom wishbone, a drive shaft, and a steering rack connection to the front hub. And we've got like an octopus with 12 arms being formed by 6 human beings. It is phenomenal to watch, and they're working as if they're working with one brain, just like an octopus. Although an octopus has several brains, doesn't it? So I suppose, yes, the octopus analogy is correct. But they're getting close. They've serviced the rear end. They've changed brake discs and pads by what I could see. And they've also put some fresh coolant in there. It just helps with keeping the engine temp down. And
I was about to say it's
busy.
a dodecapus, yes.
Say again, Bruce?
A dodecapus. That's a 12-armed octopus.
Right, there you go.
Which isn't an
That's
octopus.
exactly what we've got here. Brilliant to watch.
With 2 Greek scholars in the box, we covered that one.
Yeah, we're nearly there. I'll give you a shout when this car's ready to pull out.
Thank you, Joe Bradley, for that CrowdStrike pit lane report. When I think of octopus, I think of Pulpa de Gaeja, the Galician-style octopus. They have a bit of paprika, a little bit of oil, quite a lot of oil actually.
Cooked in its own ink. Leaves you with black tea.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Not in Sua
very
Pulpa.
clean, beautiful flavour. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Right, back in the commentary box. Now I'm feeling like lunch
race.
must be round the corner.
Yes, the lunch is round the corner. Can't wait for that. As Spike the Dragon has come into the pit lane, Louis Delatraz dismounting, and that will be Dane Cameron jumping on board the leading car in LMP2 Pro-Am as the AOTF Sport crew go to work. AO Racing, amazing how they've grown over a very short space of time, and their success in the United States, and particularly in the IMSA GTD Pro category with Rexy the Dinosaur, which is a fan favourite as much as it is a front-running machine. But they do a great job with the big inflatable dinosaurs that walk about on the grid and everything, and a great PR team behind it led by Kelly Brulé. And a racing team with a sense of humour, but also one that is very competitive indeed. Quite a combination.
Certainly is. Still, we were talking a short while ago, Paul, about how we've been through happy hour, but we're still getting some quick times coming in, often from the cars that haven't been shining. Paul-Louis Chatin has just set the fastest lap for the Alpine, that's number 35, down in 12th place. And the sister car, Mick Schumacher, a couple of places further back, was also setting quick times. But for Alpine, I mean, they were on the back foot almost from the outset of this race, weren't they? Their problems came thick and fast early on. We had that initial thing where they were both potentially being pinged for speeding in the pit lane, and they said, hold on, could we just have a little further investigation? But ever since then, they've just been nowhere.
Indeed. In fact, I think their problems began when the BOP was issued, because what it did was to restrict their top speed, this two-stage BOP that has a BOP up to 150 kilometers an hour, 250 kilometers an hour, and then another stage of balancing kicks in beyond that. And Alpine had designed their car specifically to take advantage of the high speeds down the Mulsanne straight. And as I say, one of the very useful conversations I had just before coming into the commentary box, I always say this morning, but you know what I mean, before the beginning of the race, was to say that the Alpine just didn't have the top speed that it would require in order to be competitive. But then again, one of them is still running strongly, and when the how highly placed is the best of them, yes, Paul-Luc Chotin, 12th place, and he is 2 laps behind the race leader. So yes, that's not the performance that they would have wanted, or indeed that even I'd expect them to do better than that.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, you look at their times in practice. The 35 car fared a little bit better in practice, with 9th in free practice 1, 12th in 2, 20th in free practice 3, and 10th in free practice 4. And for the sister car, 15th, 18th, 15th, and 14th. So actually, they're trending fairly close to where they practice. They qualified a bit better. They qualified in 9th with the 36 car. So, but in general, they're sort of on schedule of the pace they showed in free practice relative to the competition. Now let's get another CrowdStrike pit lane report, this time with Peter Snowden.
Yeah, just a very quick update from the other end of the pit lane, from the LMGT3 class. Number 90 Manthey Porsche has just done a simple service change, no driver change. That's been in and out. At any second now, we're going to have its sister car, which is right here. We're going to have Richard Leach is going to jump into that, I believe. That's the 92 car, so there is a driver change coming up for the second car. I won't ask Richard right now because he's got his lid on and he's probably wants to get in the zone of getting into the car, and it's about to arrive any second now.
Thank you, Snowy. Yes, that is the leading number 92 car, Manthey first form. Ricardo Pera taking on a double stint, Paul, for Ricardo Pera, I think, and then Richard Leach getting back on board. Ryan Hardwick has completed his bronze driving time, and you know, we talked a lot about earlier on about Richard Leach and how impressive a driver he's been and the pace he's shown, but one thing that he is so good at is in this environment where you have a pro-am lineup where Richard is very much the pro and paired up with an am in the form of Ryan Hardwick. You know, Richie and Ryan have really forged a partnership. Ryan is super comfortable with Richie, trusts him implicitly, and Richard is one of these guys who's just able to bring the non-professional driver up, bring their confidence level up. And you know, they've had a lot of success together. They won the Rolex 24 together in 2022 in the GTD category in a blue Manthey. Sorry, not a Manthey, a blue first form Porsche, which was run by Proton. Wright Motorsport.
Your point is valid. I just wanted to confirm, yes, they are doing double stints in that car now. Ricardo Pera having done a double. Before that, Richard Leach had done a double. And before that, Ricardo Pera had also done a double. So having established Ryan Hardwick's 6 hours, they've now shared it between them, but doing double stints each. So giving themselves shorter breaks, but shorter driving times as well. And exactly what you were saying about the driver coaching aspect of this kind of racing, that element of trust is hugely important. If you have a driver coach that tells you can go flat through a certain section, I've experienced situations where, no, I can't do that. Yes, you can. If you position the car correctly over here and aim for the curb here, whatever, you know, it can be done. But there has to be that element of trust in the student call him that, the less experienced driver, to actually take on board what the coach is saying. And that's where Ricard Leeds, who's not only a good driver, he's a good communicator, and he's got a nice personality as well, as you know, Peter.
He's a rally man, say no
Oh,
more.
I
He's
see.
a rally man.
Okay, so picture the scene. You're Ria Hirakawa. You leave the pits, wheel nut comes off, tyre explodes, you live back. You've just been asked to do it all over again because that number 8 Toyota has just been cleaned up and sent out. Joe, have you got anything to report on that one? Double checking, it is still Ria Hirakawa who's taken that on, but that was a moment that really wrecked their race somewhat, did it not?
Yeah, they've dropped down to 19th in the hypercar category. And the thing is, in the past, if you were in 5th and you had an issue like that, you were in the pits for 10, 15, 20 minutes, you would not drop 18 positions, that's for sure. That is modern day racing at the 24 hours of Le Mans. We say it a lot, it's well worn for a reason. It is truly a golden era of sports car racing that we're in the middle of.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, that was a 17-minute pit stop for them. But on top of that, just remember the lap coming in, they squandered. The previous lap was 12 minutes 54. There we are, it's up on the screen. So add those together, lost over 25 minutes.
Yeah, and okay, best is swap positions into turn 8 with car 7.
Team radio to the number 8 of Rio Hirakawa, asking to swap positions with car number 7, the sister car from Toyota Gazoo Racing. I mean, not really much position to swap, but saying, well, basically saying when he comes up behind you, wave him by. Well, that's there we go. So a yellow flag being shown at Marshall Post 5, which is just after the Dunlop chicane. That's heading into the Forest S's. Actually, into Tete Rouge, excuse me. Now, that is where we lost the car earlier on. It's heading towards Tete Rouge. The yellow flag's being shown to the drivers. There's a car off. It's the BMW.
15.
It's the number 15 Team WRT BMW appears to have... No, it's not. Excuse me. I do apologise. It's the 28 EDEC Sport car. Job van Uytert from 3rd place in LMP2. This is huge. Job van Uytert for EDEC Sport has gone off and the tyres come off.
Another wheel, yeah.
No way.
Right rear wheel.
Yep.
Right rear wheel at the very compression at the bottom of the Forest S's. Of course, a huge gravel trap ahead. Thank goodness it was there, but the wheel parted company with the car and went bounding beyond. Job van Uytert totally a passenger in all of that. So 3rd place in LMP2, no more for EDEC Sport, and Nick Menashin and the gang are disgusted.
Exit of Dunlop, something snapped on the rear axle and it broke, and then the car got bolted out. It's finished.
Oh, there's no more painful phrase than it's finished. And that is exactly the case for Job van Uytert. This poor young Dutch driver, he's not had the luck this year. He finished first on the road in the LMP2 category in the Rolex 24 this year, and unfortunately missed Porsche Tech. Let's hear from him again.
I already had a feeling. I think the pit stop it was not tight enough, but okay.
Oh dear. Yeah, the wheel is detached. The rear right wheel is detached. I mean, if it can happen to Toyota Gazoo Racing, it can happen to anybody, and it's unfortunately struck EDEC Sport, the car, well into the gravel without a 3rd wheel. That's it, and an overall podium in LMP2 is not going to happen. We are going to get a slow zone between Marshall Post 3 and Marshall Post 4.
Does my memory serve me correctly? You could say not often. However, the other EDEC Sport LMP2 car, Andre Lotterer, did he lose a right rear wheel as well? I'm just trying to recall. That was when I was actually off air, but...
Yes, 18.
Car 18, yes.
Yes, he did lose a wheel.
Okay.
What was it that Oscar Wilde said about losing a parent?
Yes. To lose one is...
Well, to lose one is unfortunate, it's misfortune.
Yes.
To lose 2 is careless.
Yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, the trouble is, I don't know as much as somebody like Joe Bradley does about these things, but the splines onto which wheels are fitted these days are so short that you only have about, a very short amount of movement of that wheel nut in order to fix the wheel onto the car. So any slight misthreading or even a breakage or a failure there's not very much to hold the wheel on if something goes wrong. And there's been several occasions when that has happened, not just in the race itself, but also during the qualifying sessions. We saw wheels coming off and various things like that. So it's tragic, and I think for Nicolas Minassian and the team running that car, absolutely tragic in these circumstances when you get to within 3.5 hours of the end of the race, Peter.
Well, while that slow zone is out, utter dejection in the EDEC Sport Garage. They cannot believe it that a podium has slipped through their fingers, and you never know, it could have been a fight for the victory. Job van Uyter has a big, deep sigh as he looks across, and listen to that, a huge applause from the hugely knowledgeable and passionate crowd here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe as Van Uyter drops to his knees and gives the car almost a loving pat, saying we'll get them next time. This is what Le Mans is about. We have the moments of total elation, but also total dejection and despair as well, and unfortunately for EDEC Sport, that is the case. Truly, truly heartbreaking for them. Now we have a guest in the Ford Performance Studios, Ian Benningfield, the head of fundraising for the Meningitis Research Foundation. Ian, a very warm welcome to Radio Le Mans. Good to have you. Good to have you. Tell us a little bit about your involvement here with the charity here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, so first of all, I'm here as a sports car fan rather than necessarily representing the charity. I've been coming here for many, many years, so this is my ideal event, I think. Someone said if you put me into ChatGPT, you would have seen the picture of the McLaren. What we're trying to do is raise awareness of a terrible, terrible disease that affects millions of people around the world, but one that we can defeat, and the opportunity to spread the world's greatest motor race is just amazing.
Now, I mean, for you as a sports car fan, I can speak to you as a sports car fan. You've paired up with a brand that has an amazing history here. When I first started watching the 24 Hours of Le Mans, McLaren were winning. 1995 they won. For you as a sports car fan, how important is that tie-up with a brand of that prestige and what you're trying to achieve with the Meningitis Foundation?
It's incredible, the exposure that we're getting through this weekend. You can't miss the livery on the car, it looks amazing. We're a small, punchy organisation. I think that works really well with a brand like McLaren.
I think as well, yeah, I agree with you. Small charities tend to be, by their nature, much more efficient. My father, he's part of a charity organisation called Saints and Sinners that work only with small charities and raise money and then funnel it through. Tell us about the car, because it's definitely, you're right, one of the most eye-catching cars, the number 59 United Autosports McLaren. Tell us where the colours came from. What's the story behind them?
Yeah, so we're the world's leading meningitis charity, but to defeat meningitis is something we can't do alone. It needs to be a partnership with other meningitis charities around the world, with the public advocating for change. So we wanted to create a unifying symbol, bring everyone together, and it's got a really simple message. Protect, we want to stop people getting this disease in the first place. Support, we want to be there for those families, those individuals living with a lifetime after effects, and of course we want to defeat it. And the colours of yellow, of blue and purple is what's been weaved into the livery on the car.
And you have a goal in mind. There's a deadline you're working to. I'm a journalist and I'll work towards deadlines. You've got one as well. Tell us about your deadline with the charity.
Yeah, so meningitis is something that has lagged behind other infectious diseases, and we've been working with World Health Organization. We're really proud to support them in a project to defeat this disease by 2030. So our endurance race is halfway through. Just like Le Mans, we are running flat out 100% every day to reach this long-term goal.
And I can imagine you must be working so hard to raise funds. It never gets easier, does it? Trying to raise the funds. Where do the funds go? What are the biggest gains that you can get? If you're a race team, they know what they want to spend the money on, whether it's aero or engine or whatever. For you guys, what are you spending the money on? Where is the best place to spend if you like to try and reach your goal?
So two big things for us, as it says in the name of the charity, we're a research charity, so we put a lot of money into helping to improve the fight against that, whether it's better use of vaccines, understanding how the disease is a global disease. We saw in COVID, infectious disease doesn't respect borders, understanding how the epidemiology changes. And also the big thing for us is to shout really loudly, to spread the word, to make sure people are aware of the disease. Hence why we're here today.
Now, we're very lucky. It's sometimes a bit daunting. You try not to think about it as a commentator. We're really lucky to have a big audience here. 91.2 around the circuit, all the people around the circuit watching this great race, and indeed around the world. On Studiovision, SiriusXM, RS1, etc. How can we help? Because we want to help you. How can our listeners get involved and help out the Meningitis Research Foundation?
I think two things. First of all, everyone here at the track, we want to flood social media with pictures of that stunning 59 car with the hashtag #DefeatMeningitis. If you forget about that, it's on the rear wing, it's on the windscreen, it's on the doors, you can't miss it. So that we generate conversation, we're going awareness. Other thing, please do go to our website, meningitis.org, read about the symptoms. It may save a life. Every 15 seconds someone dies from the disease. And of course, if you're willing to put a few pounds, a few euros, a few dollars in the pot, there's a nice big donate button top right, and that'd be amazing.
I think everyone's got a little bit left in their Le Mans budget that they can spare. Ian, you're a sports car fan. We've got 3.5 hours to go. I know that you want to follow the rest of the race. Thank you so much for coming to join us on Radio Le Mans, and enjoy the rest of the race. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me in.
So 3.5 hours to go in this race, and what's going to happen, we just don't know. At the moment, it's Ferrari. That sounds dominant, doesn't it? No, not really. Not really. The number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine trying to chase down. Let's get a quick update on one of those Ferraris then with Joe Bradley with his CrowdStrike pit lane report.
You were 2 for 1 deal, actually. We had the 83 and the 50 come in. The 83, that full service, tyres, fuel, Yeye out of the car. I think it looked like Robert Kubica that got in. I'm pretty sure it was. The 50, a little bit different, just fuel. So fuel only for the 50, full service for the 83.
Well, we're poised at the critical moment here in the 93rd running of the 24 hours of Le Mans. Let's have an early update.
Counting down to the end of the race then. Just 3.5 hours still to go. And again, positions that are going to be in a state of flux. The circuit has just gone full course yellow, having removed the slow zone to get rid of the Job van Out at Orica from the EDEX 14. We go full course yellow so the marshals can clear up the track and make sure that there's no gravel where it shouldn't be. The positions then. James Collado now leads. Number 51, he's just been into the pits, topping up with fuel, taking advantage of the fact the pits were open during the slow zone. They are now closed because full course yellow closes the pits. That's James Collado then in the lead. Robert Kubica is a few seconds behind him in the number 83 Ferrari. Nicholas Nielsen is a bit more than a few seconds because he's quite a way down the road, but as I say, the full course yellow prevents him from making a pit stop. So number 50, Nicholas Nielsen in 3rd place. Lawrence Vantour, number 6, Porsche Penske Motorsport, is 4th. In 5th place, Norman Nato for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, car number 12. In 6th, car number 7, Nick De Vries in the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010 Hybrid. He's in 6th place, number 7. In 7th place, number 15, Dries Vantour in the BMW M Team WRT car, the BMW M Hybrid V8. And in 8th, the sister car to that car, the 20, being driven by Sheldon van der Linde. In 9th is number 5, the second place of the Porsches, the number 5 Porsche with Julian Andlauer driving, and in 10th place, second of the Cadillac Hertz Team Jotas, Jenson Button in car number 38. LMP2, a little bit more stable, perhaps, with the Inter-Europol competition car number 43 leading the way. Nick Yellowly, the driver at the moment. In second place, 48, Esteban Masson in the VDS Panis Racing. And now the EDEX Walk car has disappeared. Into third in LMP2 has come number 9, the Iron Lynx Proton car of Maceo Capietto. Fourth in the LMP2 class is the Pro-Am leader, Dane Cameron, driving the 199 AO by TF car. In fifth place is the Renger van der Zande driven car, number 22 from United Autosports. In sixth, but second in the Pro-Am class, is the Pro-Am Inter-Europol competition car, number 34. And then in seventh place in the class, but third in the Pro-Ams, number 29, Clement Novalak, driving the TDS racing car. LMGT3, Porsches still lead. Richard Lietz at the wheel of the Manthey Porsche, and they have very nearly half a lap ahead of Simon Mann in the Ferrari. Porsche versus Ferrari in GT3. 92 leading 21 in third. 81 is the TF Sport Corvette. In fourth, 27, the Heart of Racing team Aston Martin. In fifth place, number 87, the Acodis ASP team Lexus. And in sixth, number 90, more Manthey Porsches, Klaus Bachler driving the Porsche 911 in sixth place in LMGT3.
Well, the track temperature is slowly rising as along it goes with the air temperature. Air temperature is 21.5, but your mobile one track temperature is 23.7, and ideal track conditions as the timing screen lights up. So you're listening to 91.2 FM around the circuit, live around the world on RS1. It's the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, 3 hours and 25 minutes to go. And my eyes are actually drawn to LMGT3, Paul, because there's a lap time for the Heart of Racing team, 3:55.456. Am I going mad, or has that been set fairly recently, or was that in the night? Because
who set the lap time?
No, that's what I'm not sure. It's the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. It's Zachary Robichon on board right now, but that may have been a lap time set earlier on, but it appears that the pace is pretty strong at the front in LMGT3. Everyone playing for keeps there. But I could be going mad. I think it might well have been set earlier on, but I don't remember them having the fastest lap of the racing category. I've thrown you a proper curveball here. That's one curveball I've thrown Paul Trustwell. While he calculates that, let's get an update from Peter Snowden down in the pits.
Down in the Aston Martin, the Heart of Racing 4 team with the 009 team, and they're about to do a pit stop fairly shortly. But I've just managed to pull out Motorsport Communications Guru was the title I was told by your colleague to tell you. That's your official title, apparently. Simon Strang.
Hello, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Now, one of the things that my colleagues tell me at Radio Le Mans is that I'm multitasking, but I'm not a singer. But if I was a singer, I would start singing Happy Birthday to you now. You've kept that quiet, haven't you?
It seems to happen to me every year.
You're keeping it quiet or the birthday?
Keeping it quiet? Well, when you get to my age, that's what you do. But yeah, I think it's nearly half my life now spent at Le Mans. Nearly.
So you're amateur then, basically?
Yeah, baby.
Only half of it, yeah.
This is the 25th.
So, seriously, the 009 car I'm selling in that pit now, looks like they're about to go and do a pit stop on it. But for most of us, the Aston fans, you know I'm a thorough Aston fan all the way through. I've kept my powder dry, but we wanted to see them. We wanted to see them do well and get to the finish. It's looking very good now. View from your side?
Oh, we're very happy. I think you have to take into account where we are in the programme. There are cars up and down this grid. That have been going for 7 years, and they are still learning about their cars. We've been going 4 races, and we've only not finished once from all the starts that we made. So we're very happy. We're running in the mid-teens, and we're 4 hours from the end of the biggest race in the world. We can't be complaining at this.
I said you're a motorsport guru, didn't I? Communications guru. You just said that just seamlessly. Was that silk?
Well, I've spent a lot of time focusing on the stats around this race for the last 3 or 4 weeks, so I'm kind of educated. Ask John when the last V12 won in GTs and which car it was.
Okay, probably Darren Turner driving, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. So that was an Aston Martin. I mean, obviously we're very proud of the noise that we're making here, and we're very, very grateful for all the. I mean, everywhere we go, people have been asking us about the car and thanking us for the noise. And to be honest, the gratitude goes to them, because out there in the stands is where all the love is. And we are just very proud to be.
Why we're here.
Britain, you know. Absolutely. Yeah.
So, you obviously got the 2 cars. You're happy with both?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that both are still going, there's been no. As far as I know, and obviously, as you say, I'm the media guru, so I don't get exposed to everything. But far as I know, both cars have run virtually seamlessly. We have all the typical little Le Mans niggles, but to be honest, that they're running at this stage, this healthy, is fantastic for us.
You talked about the noise. It's going to get very noisy in a minute because one of your cars is due to do a pit stop. So I'm going to cut it at this. But Simon Strang, happy Father's Day and happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Cheers, mate.
Well, really good to hear from Simon Strang down there at Aston Martin Team Thor. I've known Simon for a very long time. Massive enthusiast. So much love for this sport. So, and you also read my thoughts, Snowy, by doing that interview, because I was about to pick up after the weather report saying, haven't really talked about the Aston Martins, but the fact we've passed the 20-hour mark and they're still in the race. But I had the pleasure of walking out to the Forest S's for the start of the race. And I just stood there for 5 laps, and yes, they were running at the back of the pack, but the noise they made, and it really was hugely appreciated. And so many people I've spoken to said who've taken the time to go out on the track in the night, whatever point, they go, wow, people do love those Aston Martins. And I think Strangy's point about this is year 1, and some of their rivals have had an awful lot more miles on the clock. But if they can, I thought if they could finish with one of the cars, that'd be a triumph. But they're still setting decent lap times. But also their cars look different. You know, you strip away the paint schemes on the liveries, on paint schemes, aren't I old-fashioned? The liveries on the other cars, and you may almost mistake them. But the Valkyrie is something just so totally different, and I really, really love that. Whether it's anything that ever goes on to achieve the ultimate success, who knows? But, you know, look, Peugeot came in and did things differently. They're a peculiar team. And over the past few years, they've gone from the lowest lows to suddenly they have an astonishing race, and they drop back down again. So it's such a competitive field. But, you know, Aston Martin, history, they took a long time to win the race. 1959, they cracked it. They should be here. This is their sort of race.
It is. And they've been so competitive. Lots of wins in the GT categories, which Snowy alluded to with the DBR9. Of course, that was powered by a V12. The last petrol V12 to win overall was the BMW LMR in 1999. But were the Audi diesels V12? Or were they V10? I can never remember.
No, they were V10.
They were V10. So the last V12 to win
wait a minute.
was the first edition of it. That we need to look up.
I don't want to distract myself at the moment because there's a lot going on. During that recovery time for the EDEX Sport LMP2 car, we had, as you noticed, this slow zone in place. And 3 out of the top 4, nay, 5 out of the top 6 cars all chose to come in to make pit stops, whether they needed it or not. So this was an optional pit stop, taking advantage of the fact that part of the field, part of the circuit was running slowly. One or two cars, as I say, most of the cars in the top 6 decided to come in to top up the energy resource. The one that didn't was the car that I said was leading in the update just now. But of course, it doesn't lead anymore because it's now come into the pits because it's run out of its own energy resource. That's number 51 James Collado-driven car. So Collado has just been in for a top-up of fuel, and that's why we had him in the lead when I just did the update. But now we've reverted to the situation that we thought we had and we understood, where the yellow Ferrari number 83 is back in the lead. And Joe Bradley said just before we went to the update, yes, I think it's Robert Kubica. In fact, I'm sure it's Robert Kubica. Trust your instincts, Joe. It was indeed Robert Kubica. So Phil Hansen has effectively been squeezed out of the operation for the moment because Robert Kubica, strictly speaking, it wasn't his turn on the rotation, but he's back in the car now and can't really, no, he can't take it to the finish, but he can certainly go for another 2 or 3 stints. The only question that's outstanding in my mind is how many tyres are available to the yellow car. The red cars, the Ferraris, I'm pretty sure have sufficient tyres to get them to the end of the race comfortably.
Well, while you've dealt with the really nitty-gritty important stuff, Paul,
Yeah,
I've got the trivia element covered.
Go on, off you go.
The last V12 to win overall at Le Mans was in one of the most exciting years. In 2008, Alan McNish, Tom Christensen and Ronaldo Capello in the Audi R10 TDI. They went from a V12 down to a V10 for the R15 and then a V6 for the R18 onwards. So there we go, we have our answer. So the last V12 to win was an Audi TDI diesel. Oh, problem for United Autosports in LMP2. This is the 22 car, which at the moment is sitting,
fifth in
class.
Renger van der Zande, and he's limping home. He does appear to have 4 wheels on his wagon, as far as I can see. Need the camera to get onto the other side of the car, but that was a car I've been keeping my eye on. It was chipping its way further up the order in the LMP2 class, but this is a little bit of a hiatus for them, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's such a shame for United Autosport. That was their kind of last bullet in the gun, so to speak. It's not been their day, their race for their 2 GT entries with the McLaren 720S, but their LMP2 cars, the number 23 at the moment, sitting in 6th in Pro-Am. So yeah, it was definitely the 22 car, that car that is going slowly on circuit right now, was their best runner. So that's a shame. A shame for Renger van der Zande, such a lovely chap and a very, very quick driver. Indeed, quite the scoop actually for United Autosport, I would say, adding to the long list of true legends that have driven for that team. So he's limping his way down the Mulsanne straight now at almost walking pace. So, like you say, Bruce, didn't see any wheel falling off the wagon, and I can't really tell if it's down on one particular corner either. So.
Need another camera angle to check all that. One thing that's just quite interesting to me at the second, I'm sure Paul keeping an eye on this. James Collado not long out of the pits, but he's only running 1.5 seconds. In fact, coming down ahead of the sister works Ferrari. So Nicholas Nielsen is closing in, but just want to see at which point they say, do you swap over? Which one is owing us a pit stop next, Paul? Because obviously Collado's only just gone back out, so one would have to presume it's Nielsen. But how close do you reckon he is to the end of this stint?
So
the day, that is.
Nicholas Nielsen could go another 8 laps.
Okay.
The same as Ifeye, because both of them came in during that slow zone period. So everybody's on the same strategy here, except for the number 51 car. And there's a number of reasons why, as I say, the reason it's not on the same strategy is because they chose not to come in during that slow zone.
And they had that spin into the gravel going into the pit
that
entry,
was why they fell back.
Which de-strategized them, I guess.
Yes.
Let's get some team radio from Nicholas.
If you have the opportunity, you go.
Oh,
go.
So Nicholas Nielsen chasing chasing the second place sister car, the number 51 of James Collado, and he is in the 50, and that is very interesting. If you have the chance to go for it, go. And that Nicholas Nielsen needs no more encouragement than that.
Well, exactly, and he's wonderfully brief in most of his correspondence, but he does need to get a move on because Lawrence Vantore in the best of the Porsches is only 2 and a bit seconds further down, so he doesn't want to be held, if he is indeed being held up by James Collado, which I sort of rather doubt, but maybe the Ferrari team or maybe his side of the Ferrari garage has reason to want them to swap, but Lawrence Vantore is closing in. Certainly the first part of the lap he was gaining a fair margin of time. So the number 6 Porsche, I mean, it's been carrying the hopes of the Porsche Penske Motorsport team since very, very early in this race. It's still in there, still in the mix, but hold on, let's just check. Start the stop the start watch, as they say. 15 seconds is the margin for those two Collado, Nielsen battle and Vantor behind Robert Kubica. So the pole is just doing what he needs to do, just putting in laps of 3 minutes 28, 3 minutes 28. Here's Collado.
So if any opportunity, Niklas will go. I just saw it on TV. So just pay attention, I don't want any contact or something crazy. We need to finish this race.
Do you think they're competitive from one side of the Ferrari garage to the other, 50 to 51 and vice versa? I believe so.
But they're being told do not hit each other, because I'm sure that is the first thought for Ferrari. It's only maybe, well, is it Ferrari that can get in their own way at the moment with 3 cars at the front? Now, I'm indebted to Phil Oakley, who has messaged saying the Audi in 2008 was not the last V12 to win. He's absolutely right. It was the Peugeot the year after in 2009 was also V12. Phil, thank you very much, and I apologise for getting that one wrong. So there we go. We've cleaned up V12 gates as the two Ferraris together. The 51 leading from 50, second and third. The yellow number 83 is further up the road, and right behind them is the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. Now we have had one safety car, one, and we have 4 cars covered by almost nothing. I've done it, haven't I?
Paul is just unclipping his holster and getting his revolver out to shoot you.
And then we have it. Then if we did, Paul, we'd have even more cars involved.
Yes,
and think of all the strategy sums you could do.
Well, no, that's very true. But it's what Joe Bradley would call pure racing, except that he says it differently from what I said. I mean, it is marvellous to see these guys, and I like as well the fact that the Ferraris have obviously been separated into 3 teams, not just 2 as we thought, which was always a feature of the way that Audi went racing in the early 2000s. We always got a race between them, and the decisions that were being made were made by the team manager of the individual car. So each car has its own team manager, it has its own race engineer, and they were making the teams.
Is there any hunger from Niklas Nielsen? Yes, he's come from 1.5 seconds down to under half a second as they went through the right-hand kink before they got to Indianapolis. He even had a little look, so he's trying to unsettle Collado. This could be very good news for Lawrence Vantor as he watches from 2 seconds further back.
Well, yes, but it's also going to be interesting to see how much time Niklas Nielsen loses, because he's closing in on Robert Kubica as well. His lap times are quicker than Kubica. So, yes, Collado has been made aware of the fact that Nielsen's behind him, but he hasn't been told to move over. So, he's not going to make it easy for him. But as I say, they don't want to crash into each other, and I think they're sensible enough not to. But it is good to have this dogfight.
Let's hear then from the pits, CrowdStrike pit lane report with Joe Bradley, who's caught up with Christopher Froggatt.
Just out of the 193, the Ziegler Sport Tempesta Ferrari. Chris, you're still going round, mate. You're still in there. You're still in the race. I mean, 3 hours to go. That's quite an achievement already.
Yeah, I mean, we are several laps down to...
Doesn't matter, mate. The challenge is the race.
Yeah, I know. We had quite high expectations. We had a bit of a failure on the alternator, on an alternator cable sort of early in the night time. We lost quite a few laps fixing that, and a couple of penalties, which were probably our inexperience with ACO, let's say, rules. But it's been great. I'm enjoying my time here. I'm enjoying experiencing the race itself and being on the track with everyone. It's also quite challenging, or the night was quite challenging with the hypercars and LMP2s for me, coming from single class racing, if you will, just GT3 cars. But it was fun. It was cool to see them go around, and I've really enjoyed my experience. Let's see, still a few hours left. Let's see where we end up, and hopefully we do cross the line.
To say the track is unique, would you agree with that? Would you agree with that statement?
Yeah, absolutely. It's unlike anything else. It is a lot of fun to have sort of half a circuit and half a street is really cool. I'm surprised actually how less physical it is than I expected. I suppose you've got such long straights, you can really relax a lot more. I suppose my experience is really with like 24 hours of Spa. I've done that quite a few times, and that really is like physically grueling. This is definitely, I would say, a more mental race. But loving it. Amazing place.
Are you off to Spa in a couple of weeks?
Yes. Yeah. Week after next, we're at Spa. Yeah.
I say the circuit is unique. Also, the event is unique. I mean, the
driver parade. I know they have a driver parade at Spa, but it's not like the Le Mans one, is it?
Yeah, not at all. It's a really amazing spectacle here. I was shocked. I mean, I've been to Le Mans to watch as a spectator several times. I've never actually experienced the parade. I've never gone to watch the parade. I didn't realize how big that is. It's quite amazing. And just generally, even the week build up to the race, surprised how many people are watching in the paddock. Like, it's a great fan spectacle, and I've loved every moment of it.
So after that, do you want to really be a rock star? Because that's what you must feel like.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's amazing how many people have such a passion for endurance racing. It's really cool to see, and I hope we get to come back.
Yeah, well, we love the Zigo Sport Tempesta people. Great team, great bunch of people, and we hope to see you back at Le Mans, Chris. Well done. Well done for getting so far. Once something goes wrong, that's the challenge, yeah?
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Joe Bradley catching up there with Chris Froggatt from the 193 Zigo Sport Tempesta Ferrari. Speaking of Ferraris, there's been a switch. Let's get some radio from James Collado.
Now you take the tow, and thanks to him, we recover to the 83.
Interesting stuff there. So there has been a switch for second position. A great move from Nicholas Nielsen, who moved past going into Indianapolis, and they started to pull away. Interesting, James Collado's engineer telling him to stick behind Nicholas Nielsen and get the slipstream, get the tow, but I don't know if he might, because Nicholas Nielsen looked like he's going to scamper away into the distance, judging by this first sector.
I wonder if they just gave him a sort of sweet rather than a bitter pill there, but yeah, and certainly we've got Lawrence Van Tor now 1.7 seconds back in fourth place. So let's go down to the pit lane and hear from Joe Bradley with Rahel Fry.
It's Peter Snowden, actually, but it's the right driver, just the wrong commentator. You're looking incredibly relaxed.
The Porsche, it's a brilliant car to drive. It's made for endurance racing. Nevertheless, we had some difficulties in the early morning, so we have to catch up a little bit, but it's a pleasure to drive the beautiful machinery around Le Mans circuit. It's Sarah's turn right now, and I have the honor to bring it to the finish line.
For those of us joining a little bit later, what were the difficulties in the morning, in early hours of the morning?
Yeah, unfortunately, I got pushed off track, and then we had some technical issue. I couldn't shift anymore, so we had to come back into the box. But the mechanics, they were brilliant. They repaired it in no time, but we lost too many laps basically to be up front. Although we would have a nice pace. And we did not make too many errors, but unfortunately we are out of the fight. But nevertheless, we have some sister cars being still in the fight, and now we're keeping the fingers crossed for them.
Well, this is for radio, so I'll have to describe the look in your eyes at the moment. But I can tell that you're enjoying this, and you're smiling again now. So you're obviously enjoying driving this car at Le Mans.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, it's made for endurance racing. We are in very good hands with Manta Racing. And there is just one thing to do, enjoy every single lap. That's why we are here.
And are you going to go back in the car before the end of the race?
Yes, absolutely. I have to do a triple stint in the end.
Well, that's all then. So no wonder you're looking forward to it then.
It's as easy as it sounds.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Rahel Fry. Thank you.
Rahel Fry from the Iron Dames, number 85, a truly inspirational person, actually. Used to race in the DTM for Audi and has been one of the driving forces behind the Iron Dames project. Has been there since the very beginning and has been just led by example for all the younger drivers that have come through, or less experienced drivers that have come through. Rahel has put her arm around them all and brought that spirit together. And you look at how close. Let's hear from Kubica in the meantime.
Okay, Robert, we confirm car 50 will not triple. Nielsen, the front left tire is dead.
Very interesting. That's you're playing with house money there, knowing what the other guys are up to. But yeah, just to finish the point on Rahel, the Iron Dames project would not be what it is without her input. And look at what they've achieved, particularly in the last couple of years. And yeah, a triple to finish the race. She'll relish that.
She will. She's just not just a very quick and safe pair of hands. She's also absolutely inspirational out of the car. I mean, I've almost never met a driver who smiles as much. It's not smiling for the sake of it. She really does have this huge passion. She's been in the sport for a good 20 years or so. So, and at a very high standard. Right. We wondered if James Collado would be able to stay close enough to stay in the slipstream. No chance. Nicholas Nielsen has gained 1.5 seconds, going out all the time. There was a little bit of traffic that separated Collado from the Great Dane there, but he's just not close enough to use any of that toe. So Paul was pointing out a short while ago about there are effectively 3 Ferrari teams. 2 of them are painted red, one's painted yellow, but right now Collado is going, what can we do? Would he have heard the message?
So let's focus because we might lose the podium. Let's focus, full pace.
In other words, get a move on. That was the message to James Collado there on the radio, saying we could lose the podium. That's right now for Ferrari corporately, which Paul's mentioned a few times, quite rightly. Winning Le Mans is incredibly special. Blocking out the podium is something that very, very few manufacturers can say they've done. Porsche have done it in the past, Ferrari have done it in the past, but it's very, very rare in the modern era.
Yeah, no, entirely. I think one really needs to stress modern era. You just look at all the manufacturers that are here, hitting it big time. Some further ahead in their program than others, but Ferrari came in, and you know, it was the dream ticket. They won Le Mans at the first event. They won it at the second time of asking to win it the third time, but the difference is in between. They won all the rounds of this year's World Endurance Championship as well. They hadn't won a race other than Le Mans, other than the big one in the last 2 seasons, but they're really, really hooking it up. But the big question is, as we go on to the, yet another lap, can Collado get close enough to get the toe? At the moment, no. He's best part of 2 seconds down, and the gap is going out. And what's the gap to our race leader? That is coming down. Robert Kubica is being caught by Nicholas Nielsen. It's down to 12.4 seconds. Is it falling? Yes, it is.
Interesting that James Collado's engineer saying that Nicholas Nielsen's front left is his front left tyre is disappearing underneath him. The lap times don't say that. The sector times don't say that.
Mind games.
Possibly, yeah. And this is the thing, is, like I said, playing with house money. Of course, AF Corsa run all 3 of these cars. 2 of them, the red ones, are the Ferrari AF Corsa factory cars, and the 83 is the satellite car. But effectively, they all are. You can all see a little bit further behind the curtain than if they can, say, for example, the Porsche Penske Motorsport garage, for example.
Well, exactly. But I mean, the fact it's a visual back to the 4th place car, the lead Porsche of Lawrence Vanthoor, still looking for that first Le Mans win outright. And right now, the clock keeps counting down. We're very nearly down to 21 hours down and 23 hours to go. I don't think not. 3 hours to go. It's still those Ferraris first, second, and third. The gap first to second, 12.3 seconds. It's a real dogfight to the end. And you can be sure James Collado won't take this line down. But to be told he might lose a podium, that's not what he wants to hear.
No, he doesn't want to be the one responsible for that. And Ferrari have made it clear that their goal this year is to win the World Endurance Championship. They've won them all twice, as we've mentioned, but they have never won the World Endurance Championship overall with this 499P project, and that is very much the goal for them. They've started off in the perfect way, dominating the opening part of the season, and to, well, lock out the Le Mans podium, that would pretty much put a bow on it as we approach the top of the racing hour, coming up towards 3 hours to go here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe for the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Let's see how the weather is looking here in the northwestern part of France. So at the moment here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe, 21 degrees Celsius, mostly cloudy and pleasantly warm with broken cloud and sunny spells set for the day. Looking at a high temperature of 25 degrees Celsius tonight. There'll be a low of 12 degrees Celsius, which means we should all sleep a little bit easier than we did in the humidity of Friday night. That's your weather, ideal racing conditions here at Le Mans. So Richard Leeds heads out with the number 92 car. Manthey First Form Racing leading the way by 1 minute and 7 seconds at the last timing point from Simon Mann in the 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, as Ricardo Perez, teammate, has just jumped out. Watching on from the Manthey garage, and Paul, it's we saw Porsche be so strong last year in the LM GT3 category, taking the win with Richard Leeds on board. He's 3 hours away from 2 in a row and a record 6th class win at the wheel of a Porsche. No other Porsche driver has ever done that.
Yeah,
all sorts of things could happen in the next 3 hours. Although you have to say, with a margin, a cushion of over a minute, the Manthey Porsche does look to be where it needs to be in that LMGT3 class. And you have to hand it to the competition there, because they put in a very good effort. I'm not sure how many people fancied a Manthey Porsche in this one. I mean, the Le Mans experts would have done, because you never overlook a Manthey car, but nothing that car did really during the free practice or qualifying sessions suggested that it was going to be as far ahead as this, with 3 hours of the race still to run. My attention, though, despite the battles going on in GT3, in LMP2, again, there's battles going on. Ollie Gray trying for all his worth in the VDS Panis Racing Orica to close the gap between himself and Tom Dillman. Just 13 seconds is all that separates those two, as Tom Dillman gets up to speed following a pit stop for that car. At the front, though, this dogfight for the win continues. Robert Kubica continuing to be caught by Nicholas Nielsen, and James Collado just about holding off Laurens Vanthoor. He got the hurry up from his race engineer, and well, that's done the trick, but they're separated by just 2 and a bit seconds, though. So Collado can see Vanthoor in his mirrors. Vanthoor can see Collado up the road. And very soon, Nicholas Nielsen is going to be able to see that rear wing of the yellow Ferrari up ahead of him. He's only 11.2 seconds behind, and he's closing on the pole on Robert Kubica at a rate of over half a second a lap. Now, they're coming up towards the point where they're going to need to come in for additional fuel. That will be in about 2 laps at the completion of this one. What I'm interested in is, I think they may have actually given Nicholas Nielsen a new set of tyres last time around. Robert Kubica got a new set, and I think that Nicholas Nielsen may have got a new set as well.
Good afternoon, everybody. 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2025. We're on RS1 around the world at radiolemans.com, live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, as again, one stint in our commentary booth ends and a new one begins. Johnny Palmer, Johnny Molam and Paul Truswell. In fact, how the race began yesterday afternoon at 4 o'clock. We're back. You're knocking off early. I'm not sure I'm happy about this.
Well, there's nothing you can do because I got signed off from the boss.
Friends in high places is what they call it.
Yes.
All right. We'll get you back next year. You can do the tear down as well. Maybe not. This is a cracking race for second place at the moment, and it's all playing into the hands of the yellow and red Ferrari, because second, third and fourth, as Paul has just said. Let's hear Kubica.
2 laps to go, 2 laps to go. And we suggest to increase the gap to car 51, which is now 14 seconds. They have a strategy advantage of 3 seconds above us.
Yeah, but see, everything is very on traffic. I'm having bad traffic every lap.
Lots of traffic every lap. He's using it all on the Mulsanne straight as well to just pick up a bit of a toe, but maybe he is feeling a bit vulnerable.
I don't think he's feeling vulnerable at all. I think he's just putting his engineer in his place, quite frankly, because it's very, very easy to be said, oh, you pick up the pace, they have a 3-second advantage, you're asking him to find 3 seconds, but it ebb and flows with the traffic. And if you have a stint where you're having particularly bad traffic, and it can be that you have a whole stint of bad traffic where you catch it in all the wrong places, you can easily lose 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds a lap that you otherwise wouldn't be, and it's got nothing to do with how you're driving or how hard you're pushing. And that can be quite frustrating as a driver, especially if your engineer comes on the radio and basically infers you need to get your finger out and go a bit quicker. So I can totally understand Kubica's response there, almost laughing, saying it just all depends on traffic. If I catch the traffic right, I can pull a 3, 4, 5 second advantage. If I don't, I could lose it. So, but interesting, before we came on air, Johnny, you were telling me in the green room that about Pierre Guidi's issues, because I came in and saw the 83. I had a funny feeling, and I don't know what's going to happen. We've got 2 hours 53 left, which in some ways feels like nothing at all, but actually if you were to start a race for 2 hours 53 minutes, it'd be quite a long race. So something was telling me, with all the shenanigans going on within Ferrari and the 83, and them expecting it to break and how hard it was being driven and all the rest of it, something just told me, ironically, that it might end up winning the race. And they're back in, I wouldn't say full control, because they're getting, as Paul Trustwell was saying, hunted down slightly by Nicholas Nielsen, although on that last lap Kubica did a 27.4 and Nielsen 29.3, so the gap back out to 12.8 seconds. And I think it will ebb and flow like that. The pit stops will determine, I think, and any final penalties or mistakes in the last 2 hours 53 minutes will determine the result of this race.
There's one other thing which will determine this race, and it's exactly the pit stops. But what I've not been able to do is to count the tyres that have been used so far. But I'm pretty sure Nicholas Nielsen was given an extra set in order to start this stint. It's his second stint in so far a double shift. But I think in that stop that he made in the middle, they gave him a new set. I didn't see it on the screens. I'm just looking at the time for the stop. So I think the red Ferraris have tyres in hand, but I don't know it for a fact. If they do have tyres in hand, then that's going to give them a big advantage.
Yes. And the thing as well, Paul, is which drivers are left to go to, because obviously Nielsen won't be going to the end, and far from it. In fact, there might be at least another one, if not two more driver changes between now and the end of the race, you would surmise. So which drivers of all of these three Ferraris that are hashing it out for the win got left? Because you have to say, although they're all very closely matched, I would say that Robert Kubica is without a doubt the fastest driver in the 83 car, but he has been doing an awful lot of heavy lifting in the last sort of 4 or 5 hours. I assume that he won't be going to the end of this race.
Well, I assume that as well, but he can if he wants. The regulation drive time limits do give him enough leeway to go to the end.
That would be a tall ask.
Whether he's physically able to do it.
His eyes looked more tired when I popped in now than they did 4 hours ago. Whenever you catch an onboard of him, he did look slightly more tired. His eyes look a little bit more drawn.
He also jumped the driver sequence. So Phil Hansen was due to take over from Yiffier. Robert Kubica took over in front of him. Now, whether that was because Robert was just wanting to go, whether he's like you and he's crying off early, don't be silly, sorry, whether you know, what's...
So it's just like cheap shots.
I've started
cheap shots
this.
left, right and centre,
I'm
isn't
sorry.
it? Both of you,
I
honestly.
take responsibility.
I'll leave early if you're not careful.
But he's easily led, what can I say?
We do get on all right the rest of the year.
He's digging a deeper hole, isn't he? Carry on,
but
Paul.
The point that you're making, I'm trying to say that Phil Hansen is available to get in. He's had a long rest. Kubica, if he wants to do the Ironman stint, then that option is available to the 83 crew. For the 50 and the 51, they will both have to make driver changes in their stops.
And I think Fuoco, I mean, I'm not in any way casting any shadows on any of the Ferrari drivers. I think they're all excellent. But Fuoco in particular can sometimes, he does actually create the odd mistake potentially, but he's really, really quick. So he'll probably be getting into the Nielsen car. I would assume Giovinazzi will be getting back into the James Collado car, the number 51. And if you were going to put them up against those left in the 83, you say they might have a slight advantage there. But having said that, Phil Hansen has really proved his mettle over the last few years, really upped his game and doing a fantastic job. So probably I'm talking rubbish.
Well, we're soon to find out, because 2 of the 3 Ferraris are heading in. The hint from Ryan Marine is that Antonio Fuoco is getting prepared to take over in a moment or two. Ryan's very close to the Ferrari, so tell us what you're seeing.
Right now, I see the 83 of Robert Kubica pitting from the lead of the race, and as I look down the end of the pit lane coming towards me, I see the car that Antonio Fuoco is about to take over in just a few moments. He'll have to come around the sister, or at least the cousin, number 83. That's the customer A of Corsa car. It makes for an awkward entry, but they're able to do it. They don't need the dollies to move the number 50 and put it in a different position. And the 50 car is in. So actually, this is not the Fuoco car, if I'm not mistaken. Nevertheless, we're watching the energy replenishment going on for both of these cars here at the moment. There is a set of sticker tires on hand for both cars. The question is, will they use them? And it will not be a tire stop this time for Kubica. He stays aboard, no changes there. Interesting that Fuoco was all dressed up. He had his helmet on and everything, but it does not look like it will be a tire change or a driver change here for the 50. They're just waiting on the energy, no tires here either. So pretty quick pit work all in all by A of Corsa.
That's CrowdStrike pit report from Ryan Marine. So Fuoco was suited and booted, but did not get in the car. Nicholas Nielsen, the Danish driver, staying on board 5-0 as we head to the other end of pit road now. And Joe Bradley.
Another contender, this time the Porsche number 6. I'm saying the other contender because this was my choice, wasn't it? Still in there, full service, tyres, fuel, driver change. Not sure who got in. You guys will know by the time it crosses the beam at the end of pit lane. Should be about now.
Matt Campbell in the number 6 Porsche. So we've got the next stint. Robert Kubica stayed on board the 83 Ferrari. Nicholas Nielsen, the 50 Ferrari. Matt Campbell in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, now running 4th. And Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota is in 6th place. Meanwhile, Norman Nato in the number 12 Cadillac of Hertz Team Jota. That car is in the pits and being serviced as we speak. So we've hit a point where 5 of the top 6 cars are all stopping at the same time. That's feels like it's been quite a rare thing because they all got out of sync and took them many hours to do so. But at some point, you're going to be back timing it to those final stints in the checkered flag.
Yes, I was just trying to work it out and I gave up doing it in my head as to if James Collado is going 1 lap longer than the 83 and 50 who now seem to be pitting on the same lap with 12 laps per stint. If he's going to have any kind of advantage towards the end, I think there's going to have to be something major like a full course yellow at the very least, or a very long slow zone that takes up a large part of the circuit to allow him, if the timing is right, to get it just right to come in and come out and gain the advantage to put him in the hunt for the lead, for the win. Interesting as well, isn't it, that number 38, that they were sharing the fastest lap around, but it always seems to be the Cadillac that ends up getting it, and this time it was Sébastien Bourdais in the number 38 car who on lap 310 set a 3-minute 26.063. Pretty impressive lap time that. So the one-off lap pace, that Hertz Team Jota car, the 38 in particular, seems to be incredibly good. If it's not Earl Bamber in the race, at least it's Sébastien Bourdais in the 38. Fantastic job.
Well, they proved that in the hyperpole sessions, and in fact more so on the standard qualifying session when all the hypercars went out on Wednesday afternoon.
They've got the 1 lap pace, haven't they?
Yeah.
It's the race pace that seems to let them down.
The time that was done in the first qualifying session in order to progress to hyperpole was better than the eventual pole. They were in the 3:22s on Wednesday, whereas it's a 3:23 on Thursday evening. And there was suggestion from quite a lot of drivers that actually the track was less quick on Thursday compared to Wednesday, just condition-wise. But yes, single lap speed, no question. Cadillac, right up there, the best, but it's not all about single lap speed around here.
It isn't.
By definition, as the lights flash on the number 51 Ferrari of James Collado to skip in front of one of the 2 Alpines that, helpfully for us, are identically liveried, just like the Peugeots. Can't tell. Me and Peter Mackay were trying to work out maybe a windscreen strip or a door mirror that's different. No, they are totally the same, which is even more tricky at night. These display panels are looking somewhat second-hand in places. You could just about still read the text, but they were glimmering at the start of the race and now showing signs, just like the whole of the rest of the race car, of being through the wars.
It's interesting, isn't it? Whenever you watch any of the cars going through the chicanes, you can see the amount of forces, especially on the slow-mo shots, being fed through the chassis as they use the rumble curbs, let alone if they accidentally hit a sausage curb, which I actually haven't seen. The drivers have been really precise in this race, but even just those rumble strips as you go through them at the Dunlop chicane or any of the other corners, Arnage, you don't use the curbs so much at the Porsche curbs, but those rumble strips really throwing the car sideways. You can see the vibration going through the car. One thing I noticed the other day, that it looked to me like the Porsches in particular looked to be running slightly stiffer, certainly sort of less forgiving on the damping, I would say, than the Ferraris. The Ferraris seem to ride the curves ever so slightly. I wouldn't say they were softer, but the ride certainly seemed to be slightly better damped in that instance than the Porsches, which looked to be more traditional skateboard-like going through the faster corners.
One car that I do think was whacking the curbs a bit too excessively, and it's only a guess, was the 78 Lexus, which eventually retired because it came into the pit lane with pretty substantial suspension failure on the rear left corner. The wheel was still intact and the tyre still inflated, I reckon, but it was at a most peculiar angle. I know that had been in the wall at Porsche curbs, beg your pardon. I suspected it might have been curb, and then we discovered, no, it had brushed the wall, which will certainly bend a bit of suspension out of shape. Now, 51 Ferrari with a bit of traffic up ahead, including an LMP2 car and a GT Ferrari. And through it will go. That may well have been Simon Mann, who is in the final sector, running second in the LMGT3 category behind Richard Leitz. Feels like he's been at the wheel of the Manthey First Form Porsche for an age. Richard Leitz, the most experienced racer in this year's version of the 24 Hours. And what's the difference in time? 67, 68 seconds separate the Austrian from the American racer Simon Mann.
James Collado really having to work the traffic here. He's been here, done this before. He's very experienced at this race now. He's very experienced in general in sports cars. Done a lot of GTE racing before he moved into the Ferrari hypercar program, and so he knows. And that gives you an advantage actually when you're coming through GT traffic, because he fully understands their limitations and the limitations of the car he's overtaking, and where they can tighten up, where they're going to drift out wide and not be able to hold it tight to let him go around the outside.
Maximum pace. There's a big group now, and then it's fine.
Big group now and then it's fine is the message to James Collado, up ahead of him, so quite a gaggle of traffic and then clear road.
And I think he's pretty much cleared it, Johnny. As you know, these messages, the radio messages, and well done to Charlie Butler Henderson for working on the team that feeds these radio messages to us, because they really do add a proper colour to the race. In particular, the sort of Ferrari shenanigans that were going on. Well, not shenanigans, that's unfair, but the sort of inter-team rivalry that was developing, and we wouldn't have been aware of that at all if it wasn't for the radio messages. But I think they're always slightly delayed and also filtered for various things. But James Collado now, a bit of free air ahead of him, and he'll be working the traffic again when he reaches it, but he's doing an incredibly good job.
Fred Makavici's just done a great first sector time for the Alpine, which is the French car's a bit disappointing for me. I thought they might have done a little better in this year's race. Currently 13th and 14th position. Now the number 5 Porsche coming out of Indianapolis ran a tad wide there. Did he drop a couple of tyres in the gravel trap? This is yes he did. This is the 5 Porsche driven by Julian Andlauer. Sparks then flying as the plank scrapes the yellow and blue curbing on the exit of Indianapolis. A really rewarding corner when you get it right. And it's only a short, sharp shoot to Arnage, but it's important nevertheless, isn't it? That little burst of speed and then back on the anchors.
I think because it is such a short distance, the exit there isn't quite so critical, but what is critical is lining up from having gathered as much speed as you possibly can through the fast right of Indianapolis before the left, and still get it slowed and get it into the apex. It's slightly cambered positively at the apex of that left, and if you turn in a little bit late because you've not been able to slow it down enough because you're slightly out of position through the right, then it actually can really compromise that corner and means that you're very late getting to throttle, and then you can run off into the gravel on the exit. So the angle of that left-hander is critical, not so much to a loss of lap time on the exit, but certainly to a loss of lap time through the corner itself.
So we box at the end of this lap. There will be fuel and oil refill. Fuel and oil refill. So please don't anticipate the restart. You follow instruction from Oscar.
Okay.
Follow the instructions from Oscar, who will be on the lollipop, I'm going to guess, because there's oil that needs to go in this car as well. Engine has to be turned off for the refueling and oil replenishment.
Yeah.
And that's the other amazing thing about these engines, that in an LMH car and an LMDH car are sometimes road equivalents. Like, for instance, the Ferrari, you can get in a, is it 296 GTB or something similar? Anyway, it's the same engine that appears in the Ferrari Challenge cars as well.
It's good advice, that, because he could have... To tell him not to anticipate, not that James would, he's very experienced, but to know that that's happening. He'll sense when the nozzle is pulled off, and to tell him that he has to still wait for the oil, that's really good advice to make sure no mistakes are made.
Yeah, just always constant reminders. I need some of those through the course of the race as well. To get to Ryan Marine with a CrowdStrike update.
James Calado stopped exactly on his marks. Oscar, in his yellow fire suit with the lollipop, gave a nod of approval when that took place. Fuel replenishment is going on, and waiting to see when the oil replenishment will take place. I think that has to wait until the fuel is done. Right now, the focus is on the energy replenishment. The cleaning process is complete here for James Calado, and now they do plug in that extra canister to put the required lubricants back in, the number 51499P. This is the part that James was told he needed to wait for, and it does seem to take quite a little while. We're still waiting on it at this point. The crew member is adjusting his stance, trying to get the flow to go appropriately. Now he backs away, and Oscar releases James Calado back into the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, that is painfully slow, and I wasn't sure whether the flow was quite right. I think it was okay.
It almost looked like it airlocked.
Yeah, okay.
And you could see him tapping it to make sure. I'm surprised that it's not some system on there that gives him a real indication as to when it's in, or maybe there is, but he certainly didn't seem to be sure if it was going in as quickly as it should there. Sometimes in those situations, it's actually quicker to pull it off and reinsert it.
Reapply, yeah. I mean, some older historic cars, let's say, they're refueled with a venting system on the other side, aren't they? So as the fuel goes in, the air comes out. But I suppose with oil, you can't easily do that. So if there is a bubble or...
oh, no, they do have a little... They have, I think...
There's an outlet, is there?
There's normally two where they're going in that allows it to flow in, so you've normally got two prong.
Okay, clever. Right, so that's all as the same unit.
I don't know that for fact on these cars, but certainly that's something I've seen on cars that I've raced.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so, but still, there was a little issue. Maybe he was just making sure that every little trace of oil that was going to drop out had gone and into the car. So the pit stop, roughly speaking, I'm not sure I've got a time on that for, we'll ask Paul when he comes back. Felt like actually I will have a time, because the final column, it's 1 minute and 39 for the 51 Ferrari. When they just do fuel, minute and 15, minute and 17, something like that. So extra time, but they're ensuring that the car gets to the finish as well. And clearly it burns through oil, this 3-litre V6 twin turbocharged engine in the Ferrari that can be found in lots of other, as I say, customer products that Ferrari produce. Robert Kubica on the radio again to his engineer.
Okay, Robert, I confirm car 51 is also on triple. Car 50 and 51 are on triple stint.
That's just information to the poll, and he did not feel the need to reply, but good info and intel nevertheless. So it's a triple stint for Nicholas Nielsen, triple now for James Calado. Kubica, did we decide on whether... Because obviously we've been away for a little while. I'm not sure.
I don't know if this is his second stint or this is his third stint.
Yeah, okay.
We can probably have a quick look and find out. But he's certainly his second stint because he stayed in the last stop. But I don't know if that was he'd already been on board for two. But he'll be enjoying this now. When he was interviewed immediately after the his stint when this was all going on, and he was
with Nick.
Sort of bemoaning the fact that they had tried to help by pitting early and help the 50 and 51 car, and it wasn't being reciprocated, and he was asked whether he was enjoying himself. He said no. I suspect that he will be enjoying this slightly more as he's running around with an 18.3 second lead, leading the race, the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
We had a triple from Ye Yifei, then the stint that Kubica completed 4 laps ago, and this is now his second, so we're not quite into a triple stint for the
So
Polish
he's
driver.
probably tripling as well, I should imagine, so they're all tripling.
Yeah. Well, that is useful information, as I say, and probably as an insinuation, an indication that Kubica will be doing the same. Why change the strategy that's working so well? First, second and third for the Ferrari 499Ps. Matt Campbell is the closest of their rivals. He's in the Porsche, car number 6 for the Australian. 9 seconds adrift then of the third Ferrari, which is now James Collado after that pit stop, as we can head to Aston Martin land now with a CrowdStrike pit report from Joe.
Yeah, 009 and the 007. Martin Valkyrie's just been in for a pit stop. Roman, I spoke to you earlier in the week, and you explained the car very much in development, and the objective was to finish. Well, not quite there, but how surprised is everyone in the team about what it looks like a trouble-free run?
Yeah, I need to find some wood to knock on here. We still have 2.5 hours.
I'm going to do that for you.
Yeah, we still have 2.5 hours left to go here. But everything's gone to plan. Everyone's driven very well. The team's executed all the stops. We haven't had any issues. Once again, knock on wood with the car. And it's been a clean, trouble-free race. Obviously, it's our first Le Mans. We're racing against very good factories with a lot of very smart people that have done it 3 or 4 times now in this regulation of cars. So I think all in all, we've done a great job.
How physical is the car? I mean, the category is well named hypercar, because those cars look pretty hyper.
Yeah, it's pretty physical. I love driving here, and I've had such a great time, but I'm happy to be done now. So I'm gonna go eat some food and try to get caught up. But yeah, it's another level. I think people don't understand how physical it really is, and that's we're all athletes, and we all train to do the best here and not make mistakes. But it's really, really difficult. So happy to have been done a clean job, and handed it over to the big dog Marco. So let's see what he can do.
I just want to ask you, you're familiar here at Le Mans in a GT3 and I think GTE as well. How different? I mean, you said it's different, but how different? Tell the listeners.
Yeah, it's quick. Obviously now we're the car passing. I've only done Le Mans once, and it was in an LMP2, so I found that was a lot more difficult because you were being passed and passing. We didn't have rear view cameras in the P2 as well. It's not homologated, so that was a very long race, very difficult. I actually found this a bit easier regarding that. I think the high-speed areas, the car handles quite the same as the LMP2. They're not much quicker, and we're not much quicker than them in the high speed. But obviously, we have the straight line speed. We have the power, so we can get by them quickly and dispose of them, which is good. So yeah, love passing people.
Thanks for talking to us, Roman. Well done, mate. Enjoy your time off.
Roman De Angelis then from the Aston Martin crew. They are on course at this stage with the 009 in 15th, the 007 in 17th to get to the finish. Harry Tinkler's just taken over the 007 Aston Martin Thor team Valkyrie. Did I just spot a radio message for Robert Kubica saying he's struggling with a bad downshift? And I don't know whether that's a one-off or whether it's a consistent thing. But we may find out a little bit more about that in the number 83 Ferrari. These cars are getting pretty tired now after 21 hours and 30 minutes of running.
I missed that. I didn't actually see that, Johnny, but I was just watching the ribbon of track that is narrowing as we speak. You can't really see the shots when they're panned back, but when they zoom in on the cars, you can really see the little river of tarmac that's running through the sea of little balls and marbles of rubber, and it's making it harder and harder when you're coming through traffic, because if you go offline and even a meter onto those marbles, Johnny, you get the pickup on your tyres, which are hot, so they pick them up like hoovers, and then the vibration you can get sometimes is so bad it almost feels like you're driving around on 50p pieces rather than a circular tyre, and then it takes quite a while to get that pickup off of the tyre, and it can really impact your performance in terms of, especially on the brakes in the initial turn-in of the car.
1:30 in the afternoon at Circuit de la Sarthe, the 2025 and 93rd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. You're tuned to 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans and around the world on RS1. Time for another hourly update. Two and a half hours to go, and it's a Ferrari 1, 2, 3, but not necessarily in the order we might have expected at the start of the race yesterday afternoon, because the unfancied, shall we say, the distant cousin of the factory cars is leading the way. The 83 bright yellow and red AF Corsa car of Robert Kubica that he shares with Ye Yifei, the Chinese, and with Phil Hansen. Second and third, and ready to lap up anything that might be heading their way, Nick Nielsen and James Collado. Remember, if it finishes like this, from a points perspective in the World Endurance Championship, Ferrari would still finish with maximum points. You kind of ignore the 83 when it comes to awarding WEC points, but they would get a first and a second for the cars that are second and third on the road. Matt Campbell is their nearest rival in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport offering. That's a 963, of course, 7.8 seconds away from James Collado's Ferrari. Then the number 12 Cadillac of Norman Nato, the Frenchman, driving their V-Series R. And then a Toyota, number 7, for Nick De Vries, running in 6th place. 7th and 8th, another Porsche from Julien Anlau, that's car number 5, and in 8th place, the first of 2 BMWs that are together on the timing screen now. Sheldon van der Linde in his M-Team WRT machine. We've got a gap of 36.5 seconds back to Kevin Magnussen's number 15 BMW. And then in 10th place, it's the number 4 Porsche of Nick Tandy. LMP2, headed by the number 43 car for Inter-Europol competition and Tom Dillman, leading by a minute and a half over Ollie Gray in the VDS Panis Racing number 48. They're both LMP2 entries, as opposed to the LMP2 Pro-Am driver lineup for Dane Cameron, who now is continuing to pilot the AO by TF car, but up into the top 3 overall, the number 199, overall in LMP2, if you know what I mean, 199. The 4th position car is the 9 of Iron Link's Proton for Richard de Giras. Then it is Jean-Baptiste Simonauer in the 2nd of the Inter-Europol competition cars, number 34, which is 2nd in Pro-Am. And 6th in the lineup in LMP2s, 3rd in Pro-Am, is the TDS racing car of Matthias Besch, car number 29, which took pole position in Hyperpole on Thursday. LMGT3 sees still the Manthey first form Porsche. Richard Lietz at the wheel of the number 92 car, leading by a minute and 12 seconds over Simon Mann's Ferrari number 21, Vista AF Corsa. Then in 3rd, the 81 TF Sport Corvette for Rui Andrade. Zachary Robichon for Aston Martin and Heart of Racing team number 27 is 4th. Ahead of in 5th, the 87, the sole surviving Lexus from Mercedes for Clemens Schmidt. And Klaus Bachler, another Manthey Porsche, simply named and entered as Manthey. It's the number 90 Porsche that is ahead of Casper Stevenson's Kessel Racing Ferrari number 57, down in 7th place. Warming up around Circuit de la Sarthe, and the track temperature is increasing steadily as well. The current Mobil 1 track temp is 25 degrees Celsius. Let's get straight to the pit lane on 91.2 FM. A CrowdStrike pit report with Ryan Marine.
Rui Andrade has just arrived. Number 81 TF Sport Chevy Corvette Z06 GT3R to give it its full nomenclature. And I think Rui Andrade is done for the day. That is because Charlie Eastwood is climbing aboard. And you would think he might be in a position to take this car to the finish. Right now, the driver change just wrapping up. Rui got Charlie all buckled in and now retreats back to the relative safety of the garage where he'll start to take off the helmet and Hans de Bryce and start to debrief as well. Interesting, not a tire change this time. Charlie goes out on the same tires that Rui brought the car in. This car was running third, about 30 seconds behind second place, looking to make up some ground here in the late going.
Yeah, and that's possibly a lot more than TF Sport might have hoped for. Here's Kubica again. No way, we cannot win, is the quote from Robert Kubica. Is that a bit facetious, if you like, a bit sort of sarcastic? There's no way you're going to allow us to win.
Yes.
Basically.
I think that's my take on that. I think that is exactly what that is. It's not a case of we cannot win, because he's 18 seconds in the lead and covering Nicholas Nielsen nicely, lapping quicker than him the last few laps. I think it's a case of he feels they will not be allowed to win.
Get Paul's thoughts in a moment, but first of all, a CrowdStrike pit report from Joe Bradley.
Yeah, 93 seconds is the lead the number 43 Inter Europol car has in the lead of the LMP2 class when it has come into the pits for what looks like a very, very routine stop. Fuel only, the usual windscreen. The flies are as ever present as they have been all week, and with a little bit of clean of the ducting while the fuel still goes in, that car will get out of the pits, and I'm not sure it's even going to lose the lead, is it? 90 seconds maybe? Yes, of course it will, only slightly though, and it'll flip-flop back into their position. It's a pretty strong lead, that 90 seconds at this stage.
Also some oil for the 43 car, so they did fuel and a bit of maintenance work as well after Tom Dillman brought the 43 car in then from the lead in LMP2. So let me take you back to that radio message, Paul, of Robert Kubica. No way, we cannot win. Well, they're 21 seconds in the lead, but he's feeling like eventually there's going to be some sort of orders here from the Italian brand to switch it around, maybe put both red cars in front of them.
There was another message that came up about 5 or 10 minutes ago whilst I was having my lunch, which I was too far away from the screen to read.
Yeah, that was a reference to a problem with the downshift, and with thanks to Kerry looking after production in London. He said he had no control, and there was a mention of a bad downshift. Now, what wasn't clear on just the text was whether that was just a one-off bad downshift or he's battling with the box with every lap of the race.
And the message, no way we cannot win, is obviously the answer to some question, but we didn't hear the question to that.
No.
Right, so I'm just trying to back up and put these messages in context. I don't know what it means, I'm afraid. I don't know enough about the relationship within Ferrari to know how those teams work. But I would have thought that they would have been told before the race what such situations would be, because it's not an impossible situation that you have 3 Ferraris at the front at the end of the race. I think that, I mean, you've raced long enough, Johnny, you have to say these things in advance of the race.
And I've raced with AF Corsa and I've raced with Ferrari, and so I kind of have a little bit of insight into that. I know that in a normal situation, if something had befallen...
to secure P2. We must keep those gaps to secure P2.
Yeah, great.
I think a little bit of a team radio there from Nicholas Nielsen during the full course yellow that we've now gone into, obviously keeping the gaps. But going back to what we were talking about with Ferrari, I think in a situation where something befalls the 50 or the 51 car, and this is, they'll probably never admit to this openly, but if the 83 were there to pick up the pieces and they would win with them rather than the 50 or 51, they would be absolutely delighted.
Let's just head away to the pit lane again for a CrowdStrike pit report. Hopefully Rui Andrade's still there. We've been keeping him waiting. Is he still with you, Ryan?
Sure is, yes.
Good
He's
stuff.
been very gracious to do so. Just climbed out from the number 81 TF Sport Corvette. It was third when you brought it in, and Rui, it looked like there was a little emotion in your eyes. Take us through the last, well, let's see, 21 hours and change at this point.
Yeah, it's been a hectic race for all of us. The team's been working so hard all week, you know. And yeah, just my last stint, I really enjoyed it. You never know when you get to come back to Le Mans. So just really get in, enjoying the car, felt amazing, especially the new tires, which the boys were graceful enough to give me for the last stint. But yeah, just enjoying every moment. The car feels really good. Team's been amazing all race, and I know the boys are tired, but they're giving it everything, and so are we. So just hopefully it continues to go the way it is now, because we're looking good, but we want to finish it off in the podium.
Last I checked in with the team, it was a couple of hours ago, but Tom was telling me you guys were a little bit off sequence with the cars that you're battling with. How do you expect this to break down if we go green for the final 2 hours and 19 minutes?
It should be all right so far. I mean, there is a small gap in, let's say, fuel to the Aston, which is ahead now, but should be okay. I don't know, it's hard to say, you know, with still a lot of track action to come, yellows, maybe a safety car FC-wise can change everything, but at the moment it's looking good.
Thank you, Rui.
Thank you.
So, going back to what I was saying, I think the 83 to win, they wouldn't necessarily be happy with this order, put it that way. They'd prefer it to be the 50 or 51. I don't know if they would go so far as to actually create a team orders towards the end of the race, even if the drivers in the 83 responded to that, because I think politically there would be a Ferrari over that, and I think Ferrari are nothing if not very sporting in that sense, and they don't like to create negative publicity around themselves. So I really do think if it stays like this, and by my very in my head calculations, I'm thinking there's probably another 41 to 42 laps left of this race, give or take. Paul will correct me if I'm wrong, but given the gaps that we're seeing that Kubica has at the moment, it really is beginning to look like it's 83s to lose, unless we see something radical happen or we see a mistake that leads to a penalty.
Yes, but there are a number of ways of manipulating the order internally without making it look like team orders.
Well, I think now that we've been listening to all the radio, we would see right through that, wouldn't we, Paul?
Well, we would.
Yes, in which case everyone watching would. And Ferrari have some very clever PR people who listen. No, I'm not saying they listen to us, but they certainly listen to what's going on. So they're not. They know what's happening. I personally don't think they're going to call team orders. I think Robert Kubica is almost trying to preempt that by saying they won't let us win, and hopefully then putting pressure on them to let him win.
Yeah, and is it not? I mean, I'm going back into the old Ferrari, Enzo Ferrari. He would always rather have the publicity of it's the car that wins, it's not the drivers. So if you can do 3 Le Mans victories with 9 different drivers, then is that not better publicity for Ferrari, the brand?
Yeah, you make a good point. And I think it's more the teams themselves fighting, but ultimately it's the guys behind the scenes, the Ferrari people, that will decide, and I cannot see them interfering in this, and I hope I'm right.
And I can see no way that, to be fair, they would interfere at this stage, because they've clearly been battling up until this point. And then to say, do you know what, that was all a fake, we're going to manipulate it now.
I've got an idea.
Go on, Johnny.
What if they are all... So let's say it's finishing like this. Unfortunately, Matt Campbell will be the fly in the ointment to my plan in the number 6 car, because he's only 3 seconds behind James Collado in number 3. But let's assume that they had the opportunity to do a photo finish.
Oh, right.
All 3 cars, and actually they're all on the same lap. That could get interesting.
That never works, because drivers' egos get in the way.
Drivers and egos? Are you sure?
Yes.
Johnny,
change the subject.
Almost overlapping in the pit lane there, as the second-placed LMGT3 car of Simon Mann was battling with a Mercedes, which is laps down, and has come into pit lane. But it was a 63 that was having a nibble of Brenton Grove. I think he just got his braking point slightly out of alignment, and then drew the front wheels level with the rears of the Ferrari. So that might be looked at. The first issue was the 63 actually speeding into pit lane, and then might be pinged for overtaking.
I think it was before the pit lane speed started that they were doing that, because we have the 2 flip-flops chicanes as you come into pit lane. You can gain an awful lot of time there.
Yeah, true.
Good to see the Grove car is still running, though.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Somebody that I went out for dinner with suggested that would be the first retirement.
Dangerous driving in the pit entry road is the message about Brenton Grove. So my fears there have
pretty
been
much was
realised
very neatly.
Yeah. But one of the biggest issues was, I mean, it matters, of course, for any car, but the problem was that was Simon Mann second in LMGT3. So if the Mercedes had cleaned it out completely, that would have been a horrendous story for
and there was contact. There was contact. It wasn't heavy, but there was contact, and you can cut a tyre, you can do all sorts of things.
Yeah, so it was front right of the Mercedes on rear left of the Ferrari, but Alessio Rivera's just taken over that Ferrari and rejoined in LMGT3 in third position as we head back to the pits for a CrowdStrike pit report from Joe.
The 92 Manthey Porsche leads GT3. Ricard leads just out of the car. Ricard, the car is going strong into the final 2 hours. This is crucial that remains.
Well, it's still a very long race. So far, it's not too bad for us. It looks like that we don't have, let's say, the pace on a single lap, but a very good pace over the stint. So we hope for a green race because if it would be a safety car or something similar, I think it would be difficult. So we need to fight like hell and go flat out and try to, make a gap over the stint. Doing double stint with the tires, it looks like we are a bit more, have less drop than the others, and therefore we are at this position where we are at the moment.
Is this the stage of the race where drivers imagine strange noises and start imagining things going wrong?
We have already since long time strange noises. So the car will last or the car will not last. We have to go flat out.
Thank you, Ricard. Now the thing is, boys, Ricard invited me to join him on a deck chair, and unfortunately, I doubt I'm going to be able to get out of this thing with this flippin' suit and this belt and everything attached to it. So I'll just sort of sign off now, shall I?
Maybe that's the best option, Joe. Thank you for that. CrowdStrike pit report with Joe and with Ryan in the pit lane. Again, thank you to Kerry looking after things in London. She's buzzed me some quotes. Well, not quotes, but just reading between the lines of Robert Kubica's recent radio messages. So, the Polish driver reporting that he can't fix the gearbox problems on Ferrari number 83. Nielsen is still there, as in second place, chipping away all the time. Kubica has to push with everything. Fine, we knew that. But in the leading Ferrari, he's indicated that he's had no control, or has no control, over the downshifts in the 83 Ferrari. So this is a persistent problem at the moment, and maybe his phrase, "we cannot win," means there's just always something in the way here to stop us winning, whether it's team orders or whether it's what's happening with the car. There's something in the racing gods that he thinks is just not going to work this year. That's me. Hang on. Try again.
It must be intermittent, Johnny, because he's popping in sort of 27s and his last lap's a 28.5. Nielsen obviously had traffic 31.9. Collado obviously had traffic 31.7. And then behind that, Matt Campbell is now close to within 0.4 tenths with a 28.4. 4 tenths in the Porsche Penske behind James Collado. So it's not a podium 1, 2, 3 of Ferrari, in whatever order it may end up being, is not a given here, because that number 6 Porsche Penske has still got skin in the game without a doubt, and they've been on and off a little bit, but they've been kind of in the hunt, that car, pretty much from the get-go, certainly after the first hour as they climb through from 21st in class on the grid.
Well, Matt Campbell might have a good shot, although he was closer through Terre Rouge and then coming out onto the Mulsanne straight on lap 351. The 51 Ferrari's been able to open its legs a little bit and extend the gap to another 3 or 4 car lengths.
But the Porsche does seem to be able to get a slipstream. He can slipstream him. They can't get right up alongside. Team radio for Collado.
Mate, focus, we are playing for P2. Focus, we are playing for P2. I know it's difficult, we go.
We are playing for position 2 in this race, and Collado's currently third, but he's only 6 seconds adrift of his teammate Niklas Nielsen. He's got Matt Campbell
James is going to have to defend here.
Yeah.
He didn't defend.
So he doesn't defend, he doesn't move the car over to the left-hand side. He just says, well, the 5 is faster at the moment down the Mulsanne straight. He's almost happy to concede. Maybe he had little choice in conceding third position. Can he stick with the Porsche is the next question. Now, Joe's indicating that the guys looking after the 4. No, okay. I was just wondering, are we close to getting a pit stop for the 6 Porsche, or is it going to stay out for a little while longer?
Well, they're all on exactly the same strategy. So we're going to get Kubica, Nielsen and Campbell in together. Collado can go a little bit further.
I think that's why his engineer was alluding to that we're fighting for P2 here. I think they've worked out that this is going to work to their advantage later on. We have those 41 laps. Obviously, you've got 12, 12 and 12. That's 36. So you're going to have the last stint's going to be 4 or 5 laps. Can they save enough fuel in the next 2 hours to miss one stop?
If we get a few more of these full course yellows, then obviously yes. I think the thing that I didn't quite understand there was the engineer saying to James, I know it's difficult. Now, remember Alessandro Pierguidi was complaining about something at some point when he was talking about being able to see fire in the night. And so they may be carrying a problem with that Ferrari, and they have been carrying it for a long time.
I think that's a really good point, because you don't often see a driver of the caliber of Alessandro Pierguidi dropping it in pit lane or whatever Johnny was telling me. So I think that it can. I think that's almost, Paul, you picked up on a really good point there. It's almost confirmation that car is not 100% handling the way they would like. And that's certainly reflected in James's times. He's still doing a good job, but he's certainly not at the pace that he was earlier in this race.
It was, if you weren't around when the incident for the 51 Ferrari happened, Alessandro Pierguidi bringing it into pit lane. Pit lane entry's got its own little chicane. He went left, no problem. Then he caught the curb on the right-hander, if I remember correctly, and spun the car on the exit. So he was nowhere near the speed limited bit of the pit lane. But there is a gravel trap to driver's right, and after a full rotation, ended up backwards in that gravel. Could have been stranded there, could have been beached. He did very well actually to pull it out of there. Then it looked like the car stalled, and eventually the 51 got into the pit lane, but it wasted a minute and a half or so. Most uncharacteristic from the Italian, but it sounds like that car is just not behaving itself, and who can blame it this far into a 24-hour race?
It's such a shame, because think where they would be if they hadn't lost that minute and a half right now. They'd be controlling this race.
Yeah. True, because we're looking at a gap of 48 seconds across the top 4 places now. So that would have been huge and could have put the 51 Ferrari well ahead of Robert Kubica.
Another 3-minute 28.5 from Kubica, and the gap from first to second has now gone out to 43.6 seconds. So I go back to my original comment as we see an LMP2 on watching going down towards the Indianapolis corner.
Michael Christensen in the 5 Porsche trying to go to the high side of an LMP2
and the LMP2 just did not see him and ran him right out onto all the dirt and stones and everything, not even onto the marbles, like completely off the track.
So that was just before Indianapolis, but Michael Christensen did manage to get back onto the straight and narrow just before that all-important right-hand approach to Indianapolis. 1 and 2 sometimes the drivers call it, 2 separate corners in one. Lap 2:52, it's 7 minutes to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All the 2s actually, because 2 hours to go very nearly as well for Robert Kubica, who at times appears to be fighting this gearbox. But is it intermittent? We're not quite sure. 43 seconds is the gap, though, now for Kubica over Nicholas Nielsen.
He's turning in the lap times, isn't he? He's coming down into the Porsche curves at the moment, and when he comes through at the end of the lap, I suspect he's going to be bound for the pits. So he'll be then completing his second stint behind the wheel, and then we'll have exactly 2 hours to go. And it'll be his choice whether he stays in to do a triple, stays in to do a quadruple, or gets out and swaps with Phil Hampson. I suspect he's going to stay in, but they may give him a new set of tyres if they've got another set available. And as I say, I don't know how many tyres the yellow team, we'll call them, have available, although the red team seem to have enough tyres to get them to the end.
The other cars are tripling, Paul, so it'd be interesting to see if they quadruple Kubica, because I'm pretty sure all the others, and he's actually in the pits as we speak.
Let's deal with the pit stop then for Ferrari number 83, a CrowdStrike report from Ryan.
There's quite a lot to sift through here in Ferrari land. We'll start with
in.
Robert Kubica, who's into the pits right now, and it looks like he's going to stay aboard. There was no one even suited up. Ye Yifei was standing by with his suit on, but never put his helmet in hand. So right now it's about putting the energy into that car. Now, a couple of moments ago, Antonio Fuoco, helmet and all, sprinted across the pit lane and went up to the engineering box that's on the island here in the pit lane. His co-driver, Miguel Molina, joined him shortly thereafter, and they were talking with some consternation, I think it's safe to say. I asked Miguel, hey, everything okay? And he drew a couple of pinched fingers across his lips, like in that zipper kind of fashion. So read into that what you will, but they were hemorrhaging time to the Porsche before coming into the pits, and they're now in their stall as well. Tires going on for Robert Kubica. Nicholas Nielsen is out of the 50. Into the car goes Antonio Fuoco. Kubica is down and away. Pit stop continuing for the 50, but they might be dealing with some kind of a problem. I'll try and get to the bottom of it.
The charge is still going into the number 6 Porsche then of the car that the Porsche that Matt Campbell brought down pit road. Former race leader is now away and gone. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre on 91.2 FM, and one of our current members, I think, has reached the end of his drive time.
I have. I'm also gone-ish, going.
Also, yeah.
So I'd just like to say thank you, everyone.
It's been a pleasure to have you again.
Absolutely brilliant working with Radio Mon, and thank you to everyone who listened and was very, very kind, kinder than Paul Trustwell was to me in this last stint. But thank you, Paul. It's always a pleasure, and thank you to everyone for listening.
Good man. Johnny Molam here on 91.2 FM around the circuit and RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels via radiolemon.com. Have a safe journey, JMO, and we'll catch up soon, I hope, with a Ferrari back to the, well, a different Ferrari back to the front of the field. This is the James Collado car on lap number 353, leading by now 42 seconds because Kubica came in from about the same sort of advantage. So it's been a swing of 40 seconds in front to now 40 seconds behind. The 51 car still owes us its latest stop, and just talking through off-air there, the fact that Kubica stayed on board, Paul, but that this is not a fourth stint for the pole. It is to marry up with the other Ferraris, so in for a third stint, precisely what the other 499Ps have been doing.
Yeah, as I say, there's nothing in the regulations that stops Kubica from staying in until the end of the race on this one, whereas the other Ferrari drivers, not all of them actually, Kubica and Matt Campbell can stay until the end of the race, but Collado is going to have to get out before the end, and so is Antonio Fuoco is going to have to get out before the end of the race. But it is unlikely. I don't know. I'm going to stop saying it's unlikely when I'm at Le Mans. Anything is possible.
Kubica's doing a bit of weaving here. This is the outlap, isn't it? That's all right. So he's still trying to build tyre temperature. It's not as if he's trying to enliven the gearbox or something.
No, but it's an indication that they gave him a new set of tyres for this pit stop, for this stint. His last pit stop time was 1 minute 30.3, which is long enough for them to have given him new tyres, and that tends to suggest that they might be going to leave him in for a double stint, because they've double stinted this set of tyres, double stint the next set of tyres, getting to the finish on that. I think Kubica is going to be a bit of an Iron Man here.
Confirmation from Ryan Marine in pit lane that it was a full set of new tyres for Kubica. The same for Antonio Fuoco. We're thinking mediums at this time of day because the softs won't work. Yeah, so a new set of mediums for Ferrari number 83 and a new set of mediums for Ferrari number 50. It's 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2025, and time at 1:02 to check the latest weather forecast. Currently, it is 23 degrees Celsius here at Circuit de la Sarthe, with no chance of rain over the next few hours, pretty much all the way to the checkered flag at 4 o'clock. A high later on today of 24 degrees Celsius. The low overnight, Sunday into Monday, will be 11, with a very pleasant day predicted for Monday. Maybe you drive home, temperatures back up as a high to 27. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. It's exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon here at Circuit de la Sarthe. Sunday, 2 hours to go, Paul Truswell, till the crucial checkered flag. And, well, it's still up in the offing here. Maybe between just the 3 Ferraris, but that Porsche now up into third in the hands of Matt Campbell is the menace for the Italian brand.
Menace, Matt. Yeah, they didn't change the tyres on the Porsche. Both of the Ferraris took tyres. But the Porsche didn't get a new set of tyres. Plus point for them, it means they've closed the gap. Down point is that it means that Matt's going to have his work cut out. But we'll see how that continues through this stint. James Collado he's coming down towards Indianapolis at the moment in the lead of the race in the number 51. He'll complete this lap and then have one more to do. So during this time, of course, he's on a relatively light fuel load and he'll be pushing on as hard as he possibly can, but in a car which we've kind of suggested might be carrying some kind of problem.
That's Paul Truswell. I'm Johnny Palmer, and joined again by Bruce Jones in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. At times, this appeared, Bruce, to be settling down and to be a Ferrari 499P benefit, but they're being made to work for it now, I'd argue.
Yeah, I mean, just before I left for a quick 1 hour lunch pit stop, fabulous lunch, by the way, they couldn't relax, the Ferraris, instead the two Works Ferraris, because they were just 2 seconds up the track, even slightly less ahead of the number 6 Porsche, and it's still there, still as a fly in the ointment. But I think you're quite right, because Collado, once Nielsen had been waved past, or he admitted him past, the idea was to sit in his toe, but he couldn't do that, and it was clearly apparent not all is right. Now, have you talked about potential gearbox problems? There's been messages coming through on the 83 AF course of Ferrari.
Yeah,
for
we
Kubica.
got one about downshifts mainly. So the gearbox on the 83, I think it's sometimes okay, other times very, very temperamental, but it's going down the box into the slow speed corners where he's struggling, yeah.
Well, there are a few of those, and we've seen there are also corners that people tend to scatter, run wide and drop bits of gravel. That won't be too good if there's gravel on the entry to say, I don't know, Indianapolis. But Robert Kubica, I mean, I couldn't think of anyone else I'd really want in that car other than him right now. He might be feeling tired, but he's such a passionate driver that he will dig deep somewhere and find something within himself. But if you've just got that constant bugbear, it's bad enough being in the 22nd hour of a race, and just listening to things that don't feel quite as good as they started the race. You're nursing your car, come what may. We talk about these cars not being indestructible, but really, really mechanically sound. But if you also just get that idea in your mind that something could catch you out on a downshift, that would be a concern. Good to see how many fans are just lining the new spectator areas around the circuit. The one out at karting, did you get to see? No, you didn't go down that way, but apparently that's been very popular. I've bumped into a few friends who are just by chance. How do you bump into friends when you're wandering just a short distance behind the paddock? But they've gone out to investigate. And as you know, and Paul knows this full well, that so many people have been coming here for a very long time. So if something's new, they go and seek it out. And if it's a new viewpoint, it just adds to what they had before. But huge crowds.
Just before the safety car came out in the middle of the night, it came out, just about half distance, just before 4 o'clock in the morning. The Porsche number 6 held a lead of a minute and more than a minute and a half. I'll say a minute and 40 seconds. After the safety car withdrew, the Porsche's lead had gone down to a little over 20 seconds. That gap, if that hadn't have been squashed down, I know we talk about ifs and buts and maybes, but Porsche will be ruining the fact that safety car came out when it did. and cause the gaps to all close up. Now, you have to be in the right place at the right time when a safety car comes out.
2 moments.
Can you tell until which temperature I can go with the front caliper?
So far it's under control. Up until 200 degrees, we're okay on the caliper. That's fine.
So that's a concern about brake temperature by the sounds of things, and the engineer says no, it's okay. So if everything will be pinging the minds of the current drivers of, you know, like it's like driving a, I was going to say a TVR, Bruce, but that's perhaps unfair considering you've got one in your stable. But
I have long memories.
You've got ping, ping, ping lights potentially going off, and am I going to get home tonight?
Yeah, but we just referred to previous comment about 2 minutes ago, saying the drivers are heightened tension at the moment, listening to every sound and message they can get. Reassurance. We talk about the positive vibes you can get from the pit wall. I think the drivers need reassurance.
But, I mean, think back to a couple of years ago when the Ferrari was leading the race and then had those problems every time it stopped at the pits and they turned the engine off. This one's too close to mess around with any shenanigans like that. And, you know, we've talked about the last 2 years of hypercar races, the last 2 years of Le Mans, the 100-year anniversary and then last year's race. In many ways, I think this... They said it would be closer. It is even closer than it was last year.
Let's get straight to Nick then for this 51 Ferrari pit stop.
And this is going to be a full service. There's a driver change. James Calder gets out. Antonio Giovinazzi gets in. 25 million bugs are removed from various parts of the windscreen, the car, the splitter. Effectively, it has been a very, very bad day for small flies, that's for sure. It's not what you want to be, a small fly at this time. So the car doesn't. I know we're all thinking the car might have a problem. It doesn't look particularly problematic, to be honest. It's got a little bit of scuffage on the outside left. It's got one of the dive frames a little bit cracked. The body shell not 100%, but this is not the sort of stuff that's going to make a major issue. Fuel's gone in. Just oh no, front right was a bit sticky. So they're going to lose a couple of seconds there. The front right was a tiny bit sticky. In they go again. Let it fire up and go. Down and away. So that was pretty good. I think a second of a delay there.
Just a couple of hours from the finish, and some misfortune has struck the number 59 United Autosports McLaren 720S of Sebastian Bode, Gregoire Saucy, and James Cottingham. That car spent, I'd suggest, less than 5 minutes, but several minutes back in the garage. It was pushed back there. And the crew members were working first up in the front area of the car and then inside the cockpit. Not entirely sure what the problem was. I think I'm going to get an answer to that in just a second, but the good news is the car has returned to the race, but certainly frustrating this close to the finish line.
Yeah, they've had a nightmare situation with the sister car at United Autosports, the 95 McLaren, that is. Remember, there are 4 United Autosports run cars in the race. As far as the 2 LMP2s are concerned, 22 still going, 23 still going, yes, and just on an outlap with Ollie Jarvis now at the wheel. 1 McLaren down, sadly. Darren Young got stranded on the circuit and could not get the car back to pit lane because of an issue there. Can't remember specifically what it was. Now there's a BMW, though. The number 20 BMW has been pushed into the garage. This car's just come in.
Been there 15 minutes.
Oh, blimey.
About just come in. And the 15 is also in the pit lane. And that's been there 5 minutes, Johnny. So BMW are suddenly finding that both of their M hybrid V8s are in trouble.
Oh dear. Right, so they're next door neighbours where WRT are based. This is at the very end of pit lane, and both being put into the garage there for attention on the rear. The garages at the far end of pit lane are very, very narrow. You can really only fit 1 mechanic, 1 engineer down the side, or 1 driver, of course. Are they doing? They won't be doing brakes this late on. They would have done those at half distance. Meanwhile, I know that Nick is working hard to organise an interview with James Collado. We can do that right now, Nick.
James, give us out the state of mind of yourself and the team at the moment.
It's not the best, actually, but obviously we put all this behind us and we've got to keep pushing. There's still 2 hours to go, and we've just got to give it all, you know, and try and get on the podium at least. that would be nice. But yeah, it's unfortunate, Ali spin. You know, those things happen, and that changed the whole strategy and put us off a bit. So we'll try and come back.
How's the car? Because the speculation is not 100% there anymore.
Seems all right to me.
Well, you'd know.
So far, it's okay. It's so far.
And would you prefer to see the other red car or the yellow car winning?
I don't care. I mean, we wanted to win, but it's not over yet. Let's see.
Thanks, James.
James Collado. We're going to stay in the pits, actually, for another CrowdStrike pit report with Ryan. More on the McLaren.
Yeah, just to put a bow on that story, it was an electrical gremlin that just cropped up. They were able to at least circumvent it to the point where they could get back out on track, and they're just going to try and nurse the car home from here.
Thank you for that. Here's Team Radio.
P2 must change tire again before the end, and the car 50 will have to do more fuel at the end. So let's optimize everything till the checkered flag.
So that's Antonio Giovinazzi's Team Radio. They're in 4th position at the moment, but keeping them up to date with what the other cars have to do and try and keep the focus for Giovi. Same goes for Antonio Fuoco. Considering these are the 2 qualifying drivers in the 50 and the 51, I'm expecting these in now to the finish with 1 more stop, Paul? No. 2 more stops, says Paul.
2 more stops, sorry, yeah.
Yeah. And from a time perspective, which is always how I like to judge a stint from, for instance, a Ferrari, are they making 45 minutes?
You got the next stops will be in half an hour from now, so 20 to 3 for the 83, the 6 and the 50. Then 5-minute wait until the 51 comes in, and then the final stops will be at 3:30 for the 83, the 6 and the 50, and then depending if we get any full course yellows, the problem for the 51 car is to make their final stop sometime in the last 15 minutes, or let's say be a bit on the safe side, in the last 20 minutes, but trying to make it as short as possible because they will need the least energy top-up from all of them. So the idea is that the number 51 car will have a shorter pit stop at the end of the race.
Thank you for explaining it in terms that I am more happy to understand, if you like. So we can keep an eye, therefore, on the clock, as can people listening to 91.2 FM around Circuit de la Sarthe. There was a somewhat unconventional route into pit lane for Ollie Gray a moment or two ago. That was the 48 VDS Panis racing car through the gravel, was it not, Bruce?
Yeah, it was. I mean, he'd been very level pegging with Tom Dillman, but unfortunately, if he gained a 10th here and a 10th there, he lost a lot more than that by getting it wrong. The 20-year-old British driver still second in the P2 class, but the clock counts on down, and we've got under 2 hours remaining to see if they can do anything about that number 43 into Europol competition Orica driven by Tom Dillman. I'd say it's a hard nut to crack, but they gave it a good shot. And VDS Panis Racing have taken Oliver Gray out and put in Esteban Masson, another 20-year-old who's also been flying. Just want to point out that in that flurry of not 1 but 2 Works BMWs being put back into their garages, car 20, I'm sure I saw a message flash on the screen saying under investigation for some technical infringement. So we might, and Paul has his thumb up to that. So don't know what it is as yet, but bear in mind that a couple of hours ago you had one of them just outside around 6th in the overall order, so their form has really fallen away because the BMWs both still in the pits. And let's find out what's happening down there. Just before we go with you, Paul, we'll go down to Nick.
Yeah, it's a long walk to right to the pit out, and the BMWs, we're going round lap off lap quite well. They're both now sitting in the pits with quite limited amounts of work going on. The 20 has the engine cover up and a bit of peerage going on towards the what looks like the main block. The 15, on the other hand, is what they're looking at there. No, same again. So it looks like they've got some problems. I'd say inside, as we said, this is a very, very narrow pit, but it looks like they've got some issues rear, sort of engine-wise, turbo-wise, but it's it does appear to be the same thing I'm looking at for both cars. An engineer at the same point, shoving his hands in the same area to try and fix the same problem. Both drivers staying on board, cars sitting there not turning laps.
CrowdStrike Garage report there from Nick Damon at the very far end of pit lane. Unusual, I suppose, for two sister cars to encounter the same problem within virtually the same 5 or 10 minute segment, although I'm taken back to last year when the Alpines retired within an hour of one another with engine problems. That sounded more like a turbo issue or components around that sort of area.
I think that might be preparation for the kind of last hour, just to around so that we make it to the finish.
Maybe.
They haven't performed to the level they wanted to be at, but they do want to finish, so I think they're probably just sitting there preparing for that. The thing I wanted to talk about, because of all that that's been going on, has now escaped me, I'm afraid. Talk about something else.
Yeah. Don't think about it, and it will come pinging back straight away.
There you go.
Told you.
Because Bruce was talking about the technical infringement that the BMW was being accused of. They've been let off with a reprimand. The technical infringement, it would seem, happened, but they've really been given a reprimand. The same problem that was reported and the same penalty was awarded to the number 38 Cadillac Team Jota car as well, and that was about half an hour ago. So I'm guessing these are overstepping their power allocation or their stint allocation of power or something like that. There are various constraints on the amount of energy that you're allowed to use on these cars, and I suspect they've just gone over that. And as I say, they've been given a reprimand, but no more than that.
Okay, yeah, there's always energy to be concerned about, whether it be across a stint or a single lap as well. So that will have to be looked upon and potentially adjusted. The question is, how quickly can you do that just on a pit lane apron? So better perhaps in the garage, get their cars legal again and send them out for the final hour and a bit.
Right, at the outset of this race, I think we were universal in agreement that if Aston Martin could get one of their hypercars to finish, that would be an achievement. At the moment, they're heading that way with both of them, but more than that, the better placed one, car 009, with Marco Sorensen at the wheel, he may be 3 laps down on the overall lead. It just needs a few more mishaps. They could even pick up points for getting into the top 10 at this rate. I think it's a bit of a steep climb, but what a position to be in. It's exceeded the expectation of the fans, who really have appreciated the amazing sound their normally aspirated V12s make around the circuit. But I honestly don't think many people would have reckoned that they'd both be there, still at the finish, not at the finish yet, but getting towards the finish, still turning decent laps.
Well, remember that there are cars ahead of the Aston Martin who are not going to get manufacturer points or drivers' points. Well, yeah, manufacturers' points. Like the 83, for instance. That's a privately entered car. The 4's not eligible. The 4 Porsche's not eligible for WEC points because it's not a World Endurance Championship car. I'm just trying to work out if there are any others. But that automatically puts the Aston in 11th.
Yeah, but I can see them 200 meters later without distracting me in the corner. You don't think so?
I'm not running the car, but if you see them, fine for me.
I update you on the gaps, yeah, but I can see them 200 meters. Okay, so if you can see them, he's talking about traffic there, is he?
I think he was talking about traffic because obviously he's at the front of the pack, so he can't see the others in front of him. They're not almost a lap down. He's 19 second clears. When I say he, I mean Robert Kubica and the 83, the yellow Ferrari entered by AF Corsa, as opposed to the red ones entered by Ferrari AF Corsa. But he's ahead of both of those, and for the crew in the 83 camp, this is going to be a very, very nervous hour and 40 minutes through to the flag.
Another warning flag for one of the GT cars about track limits. That goes to the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Ferrari of Chris Froggatt. So 193, that is 14th in class. And the number 92 car, which is the Porsche from Manthey First Form, Ricardo Pera now, having taken over from Richard Lietz. That car continues to lead in the LMGT3 class. Going to be 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for the number 63 Mercedes from Iron Lynx. That's after driving standards for Brenton Grove heading into pit lane entry when he nearly caught the back of, well, Johnny Molim actually thought there was contact with the then Simon Mann-driven Ferrari number 21. Could have been a big old thump had Brenton not steered quite radically to the left to avoid the Italian car.
Well, talking about changing your lines, and I was talking a short while ago about moments that you hadn't considered could change the race. Suddenly Robert Kubica, as he just approached the right-hand kink on the run from Mulsanne towards Indianapolis, suddenly a P2 car changed its position in front of him. There was enough space, but that would have been a heart-in-mouth moment there for the race leader, Robert Kubica. 19, well, best part of 20 seconds clear. He is trying to eke every single tenth of a second he can into this mix. Just remember, he's nursing what we think is an intermittent problem on the down change. Not what you want when you're coming into some of the tighter corners, like, let's say, I don't know, Ford chicane? Where's he now? Into the Ford chicane.
He is, but again, it's a very stable entry. Outside looking in, this car still appears to be on rails, and the lap times are great. 3:28.0 last time around. This time across the control line, 3:29.7. There was a bit of traffic that he had to get through, certainly on the Mulsanne. And just before that, he was chatting to his engineer on the radio as well about the traffic that, yeah, I can see it. Don't keep telling me about it. I see it with my own eyes.
Yeah, and another thing, have just been reports of gravel or debris on pit entry road. We've had a few cars making a bit of a mistaken route in there. Just imagine you're Alessandro Pierguidi. I just pluck a name out of the sky. As you're coming in, you're trying to save another tenth of a second off before you get to that speed limit line. As you come into the pit lane, hit some gravel, round you go. So I think all the engineers and strategic planners on the team will have to go, just bear that in mind. You can see what you see on the track, but I think sometimes when you're coming into the pits, it's very easy to focus on just making sure you're going to line your car up right, but it's such a tricky entry to the pit lane here, the way that it keeps changing direction on the way, and of course that's to slow them down, but it is a potential banana skin for them all.
I nearly went for the word I thought you were going for, which isn't even a word, I don't think. A statistician.
No, I know.
Can we call Truswell a statistician?
No, he is the arch statistician.
Yeah.
At this stage in the race, we will combine as many words as we can.
I can't believe we've never reached that before. He's often called a stat man or a statistician, but it's all about strategy in this race.
Just call me Paul, it's easier.
Fine, all right.
Hybrid class, hybrid word.
I like Trussers. Yeah. An hour and 38 minutes to go, and the message on the screen now is about number 29. The TDS Racing entered LMP2 Pro-Am car. 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for a pit stop infringement. That tends not to be about speeding, but more about something that was done and wasn't allowed to be done as per the regulations. So it's a minimal penalty because you just do a standard pit stop but don't touch the car for the first 5 seconds of it.
And they have a huge lead over the next car in LMP2 Pro-Am. They're currently running second in LMP2 Pro-Am. And the next car up is the number 11 Proton Competition. The next car up in Pro-Am is the number 11 car. And that is over a lap behind.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the Bent Viscal Proton Competition car, which has just done a pit stop as well. Let's go for a CrowdStrike pit report. And Ryan?
Manthey first form Porsche 911 in the pits from the lead in LMGT3. It's been a really solid day for the driver lineup of Ricardo Perro's in the car right now. Rickard Leeds, the Austrian who's anchored this crew, and Ryan Hardwick, the ex-jet ski racer turned sports car driver. What a Le Mans this could be. Of course, this team needs no introduction here at Le Mans. Right now, the fueling is done. What they are doing, though, is topping off the lubricants. We saw this for Ferrari in their prototype a little while ago. The same story here in the GT Porsche. It didn't take very long, only about 3 seconds, and it's still Ricardo Perro behind the wheel.
Double yellows at the Ford chicane, which were out for a little while. I couldn't see a car stopped on the tracker, and the green flags are flying again now. So whether it was a car that just had a quick spin and was able then to recover on towards its next lap. Just going to check the 93 Peugeot. That's just come out of the pit, so it certainly wasn't that car that has suffered a difficulty at the Ford chicane. 93, remember, very early on in the race, had the contact with the Porsche Curves tyre wall after Paul Di Resta went wide to avoid a back marker and went a little too wide through the gravel trap, tore the back of that 9X8 off. and it had to come back into pit lane to fix it up. It's never really recovered from that repair work. As we go for another CrowdStrike pit report, and Nick Damon.
Yeah, I'm kind of relaxing in this. I was going to say the sun, but it's in the mugginess basically. Watching the 21, that's the Vista AF Corsa car, the car that's still running. Currently second place in the GT3. It's behind that Manthey Porsche we were just talking about. So you can get as it just leaves. That's how big the gap is between the two of them. It's about a minute and a bit. I think driver stayed on. I think it was Alessio Rivera, but they've done a good job. They've got Hero and Simon Mann, but it looks like the might of Manthey, barring disaster, is going to take GT3.
Thank you for that. Earl Bamber and the number 38 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car. This is in 8th position. The best of the Cadillacs currently 5th in car 12 for Norman Nato. Remember that the other two from the US have now retired, with one of the early ones to bite the dust, the Cadillac WTR Albuquerque, Viva Albuquerque driven 101, and also the 311 of Fred Vesti, which ended up stopping on the curb at Dunlop Curve after an issue actually back at the Ford chicane, and it continued on for a little while, but eventually was stopped. They had to put a slow zone out, and they lifted the 311 car the safe side of the concrete wall, and sadly for Fred Vesti and others associated with that car, that was it for 2025, and I'm sure Action Express will be thinking about returning to Circuit de la Sarthe in 12 months' time.
One thing I find really, really encouraging is looking at GT3, the junior class here. 5 different makes of car in the top 5 positions. It was moments ago Porsche, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Corvette and Lexus, but Aston Martin, by dint of not just making a pit stop, have moved into second place. That's the Heart of Racing team with the really feisty, racy Matteo Drudi on board, but really Manthey first form. They've done the hard work over a huge number of hours, and they've just eked their way clear, and certainly with Ricardo Pera running now, and probably Richard Lietz to take it through to the end of the race. They're sitting pretty, and Ryan Hardwick, well, hopefully he can sit back and enjoy it. But of course, how much do you enjoy it until the car is around that final lap?
That's a little way off yet. Just over 90 minutes to go of the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Lap 361. And the 43 into Europol competition LMP2 of Nick Yellerly, leading by just under 5 seconds over Esteban Masson's number 48 VDS Panis racing car. So that's getting nice and tight again now. With Louis Delatraz quite a bit further back, but remember that is a Pro-Am car, so they are comfortably leading Pro-Am, the number 199 crew of Dane Cameron, Louis Delatraz and PJ Hyatt. Often seen as the number 99 car in things like the European Le Mans Series, but we already had a 99 in the form of the Proton competition Porsche in hypercar, so a 1 tacked onto the front of that number. Several 3-digit race numbers this weekend, and it seems like they can be stylized as well. There's no set font for a race number, so the 12 and the 38, for instance, are more like American football style shirt numbers, after Tom Brady's favoured number 12, adopted by the crew.
The same is true, Johnny, of the Alpine numbers, and to an extent, I mean, the Ferrari numbers are an unusual styling. The 0 is very square, and the 5 is very digital as well. It's just made up of straight lines. I mean, there's a piece of me that likes to have nice big numbers on the side, because that's what you want to look for when you're standing by the side of the track. The beauty of the modern hypercar age is they all look so different anyway. Yeah. They are pretty easy to pick out.
I suppose I'm just accustomed to the LMP2 numbering system, which is the same font, blue background, white number on the top, and you just know roughly where to look for it on the car, whereas the rules are a little bit more open in the hypercar division, and possibly more so for some of the invitational entries as well. Auto invites for doing well in previous seasons in IMSA, in the Asian Le Mans Series, also perhaps having performed well in the 24 Hours previously, so you get one-off event invitations as well. But lots of chances to get into the 2026 edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans through the European Le Mans Series and through the forthcoming Asian Le Mans Series calendar, which, remember, staggers 2 calendar years, so 2025 into 2026, with the season in Asian Le Mans kicking off in December. So nearly 2:30, it's 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans around the circuit, on RS1 at radiolemans.com, and on Sirius XM stations, XM202, Sirius 137. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, and it is time again for an hourly update. Still the 83 Ferrari of AF Corsa, the satellite team effort, leading the way by 22 seconds and an hour and a half still to go. So Robert Kubica, along with his teammates from China, Ye Yifei, and from the UK, Phil Hansen, should they take victory, we have never had an overall win for anyone from Poland, and perhaps more crucially, anyone from China. You think how big certain sports are in that massive country. Well, if they get word that there's a Chinese winner here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, Ye Yifei will become an instant star overnight if he's not already. Matt Campbell running in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car, 22 seconds adrift and looking to disrupt this Ferrari party. Antonio Fuoco and Antonio Giovinazzi running in their scarlet red Ferraris, 50 and 51. Both have had difficulties, although James Collado was trying to sweeten the situation with the 51 car. No, not to my knowledge. The car's running fine, but it has had its difficulties, of course, coming into pit lane not too long ago in the hands of Alessandro Pierguidi, and cost them a good minute and a half, if not more. So they are in 3rd and 4th positions. Then in 5th, it's the 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R of Frenchman Norman Nato. He trails the Giovinazzi Ferrari by a minute and 20 seconds. Kamui Kobayashi's Toyota, the number 7, is the best placed of the Japanese cars in 6th. And then in 7th place, it's the number 5 Porsche for Michael Christensen. Earl Bamber in the 2nd of the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars is in 8th place in car number 38, ahead of the number 4 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 of Pascal Wehrlein in his number 4 car in 9th, ahead of in 10th the 35 Alpine of Ferdinand Habsburg. Aston Martins, 009 in 13th, 007 in 15th position. And the BMWs, after their stops, remember being both pushed into the garage at the same time. The 15 BMW is in 16th position with Kevin Magnussen driving. Robin Freins in the number 20 is currently 19th. LMP2, led by the 43 Inter Europol competition car of Nick Yellerly, 5.6 seconds up the road from Esteban Masson's VDS Panis Racing number 48 car, both of which are non-Pro-Am cars. The first Pro-Am, therefore leading its subcategory, is in 3rd in the LMP2s, the 199 AO by TF car of Louis Delatraz. Then it's Matteo Capietto for Iron Lynx Proton in number 9, 4th. 5th place is another Pro-Am car, so 2nd in the Pro-Ams, the TDS Racing of Clement Novalak, number 29, 3rd in Pro-Am, and 6th in the P2s is the Proton competition Bent Viscal driven number 11. LMGT3, still the way of the number 92 Manthey First Form Porsche. Remember that Porsche had a cracking result here last year, but with the 91 car, the 92 went on to win the World Endurance Championship, but that was a pure racing car in those days. It's now Manthey First Form, and Ricardo Pera drives it a minute ahead of Alessio Rivera's Vista AF Corsa Ferrari number 21. Charlie Eastwood, now you think back to the end of qualifying and actually the early part of the race, and some of the Corvette drivers at TF Sport were saying, we are nowhere on straight line speed. Well, now 22 and a half hours into the race, they're on for a podium in car number 81. So doesn't this race just suddenly give you the luck out of nowhere? But that is good strategy and excellent driving from the three involved for sure. Fourth position, the 27 Heart of Racing team, Aston Martin of Mattia Drudi. He's 52 seconds away from the big vet. Then it is Clemens Schmidt in the 87 Lexus from a Codis ASP team, running 10 seconds adrift of Mattia Drudi in fifth. Sixth place, another Porsche, also from Manthey. This is Luke Hartog, set for 3 24-hour races in as many weekends, and he is running in sixth place in number 90. Warming up and becoming pretty comfortable out there. The humidity's not too high at 45 degrees. The Mobil 1 track temperature currently, with an hour and a half to go, is 27 degrees Celsius. (91.2 FM) Radio Le Mans for 2025. Let's begin this next half-hour segment by heading down to the pit lane for a CrowdStrike pit report with Nick.
It's René Rast out of the BMW 15. René, it was going okay, and then it stopped going okay for both cars. What were the problems?
I don't know yet. I'm trying to find out. Both cars were in the garage for repairs, but as far as I know, I haven't figured out yet what the problem was.
It's quite interesting because we've seen a couple of the teams we thought would be quicker. For example, yourselves and Alpine seem to have struggled a bit more than that you have been, for example, in the World Endurance Championship. Have you got a reason for that?
Good question. I mean, in qualify we look competitive on the one lap. We were not too far away of the pole setters, but then in race trim, as soon as we go for longer runs, we are not that competitive anymore. We need to analyze why that is. We saw it also at other WC races that we have the similar trend. But it's just unfortunate for us to finish the race like that with issues which shouldn't happen.
So just to clarify, is it a lack of pace, or are you just burning through your tyres too quickly?
I think pace is there. I mean, in qualify we're there for the one lap, but it looks like we are burning our tyres more than the others.
Right, thanks, talking to us, mate, and enjoy the celebrations at the end.
Thank you.
René Rast with Nick Damon and that CrowdStrike pit report. The 6 Porsche, I think Ryan just said, heading for pit road, and Paul Troswell's just said to me that it's likely that Robert Kubica is going to be on an in-lap as well. Kamui Kobayashi's already there in the number 7 Toyota. And we'll go back to Nick Damon quickly, yes?
This is the first time I've had a chance to be up with the Renaults, the Toyotas when they actually turn up. And the scrapage down the side, it's quite, as a friend of mine described it, he'd seen the picture, it looks like the hull of the Titanic, and it does. It's been ripped open. Luckily, it's not shipping water. In fact, luckily it's not leaking water. The way it's been ripped open is right in one of the radiators. But that's obviously been running with a significant aerodynamic disadvantage from the start, basically, about an hour in. But also repairing it would take too long on that particular piece of bodywork, not being one the quick change piece of bodywork. But they have obviously managed to work their way up into a reasonable position, 6th place when they at this point counted the pit stop. So yeah, it's worked out not brilliantly, but they will be scoring a reasonable, again that word, amount of WEC points if they finish there.
And let's stay in the pits with another CrowdStrike pit report. This is from Ryan.
Yeah, I would agree with Paul. It looks like the 83 is laid out. I'm standing across the way from the number 6 car, and I see that Robert Kubica is headed this way, so I'll get out of the way for Nick here in just a second. But I will say Kevin Estre is getting ready to climb aboard the 6. Matt Campbell got that car within about 20 seconds of the race lead, and they're on similar energy strategy at this stage.
83 has hit its marks. Bang, absolutely no sign of a driver who isn't called Robert Kubica going anywhere near that steering wheel for a while. I think Paul said that he can run to the end, so he won't go past the 4-hour limit. But it's a tear off. By the way, the black fly have really increased again. I was sitting on the pit wall, and they're flying all over them, wiping them off. I've eaten 3. They're not very tasty, they need salt. But yeah, it's flies everywhere, and that is causing problems left, right and centre. You see the onboards after a couple of laps, just waiting to see. There's no fuel, but actually what we are having now is the 50. I will just see whether this is going to be anything other than, he's overhit his mark slightly. I think the fuel can still reach. It's a kind of a lost a second getting the fuel in. Ryan, with you with the Porsches.
Yeah, I don't think that Kubica took tires. There are tires laid out here for Kevin Estre on this run. to the checkered flag, and it does look like Porsche Penske is going to change the tires. They're waiting on the energy right now, already 42 seconds stationary. Now those tire changers go to work, and they do so in rapid fashion. 2 are already seated and on. Now the second 2 are on, just waiting on the right front. It is a relatively quick stop, Kevin Estre to take it to the finish, and he's got a fresh set of Michelins to do it on.
So frantic activity down in pit lane, frantic activity in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, in fact. Let's just go once more for a CrowdStrike pit report with Nick.
Now the 50, of course, didn't take tyres. The 6 did take tyres, but the 6 still got out a few seconds ahead of the 50. So it's now ahead and on bare tyres. Now don't forget, the first lap you do lose time. So I think it's at the 5 second lap, 5 second loss with the tyres in the first lap. So there's a possibility he might get jumped by the 50. That's Kevin Estre, but after that he should be golden because he'll have the fresh tyres.
Excellent work, both. Thank you for those CrowdStrike pit reports and turning cars around in the hypercar class very quickly indeed. There really isn't a moment to lose with an hour and 20 minutes to go in the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Another Porsche is in, and this is the one, the lowest placed of the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963's car number 4. All seem to go pretty well to plan there, Bruce. 2 seconds. Let's just get this team radio first.
2 stints.
So 2 stints is the message for Antonio Fuoco. That will be to the end of the race. Yes, Bruce?
Yeah, no, I mean, all messages at this point have to be absolutely crystal clear. Drivers really need to understand exactly what's being required of them. One thing that unfortunately will be required is the drive-through penalty for the car that's 4th in LMP2, the Iron Lynx Proton number 9, Massimo Capietto, not for speeding in the pit lane. The infringement is excessive track limits, though that will not probably lose it a pace. I think it's got enough clearance over the TDS Racing number 29 of Clement Novalak, but a setback all the same.
I can actually I can talk about track limits because of the marvellous data that I'm getting this year, and thanks to all involved with providing me with that. As you say, Capietto has had this track limits warning. It is done, we've established, by driver and car. I'm pleased to say that none of the Ferrari or Porsche drivers are really that close to the limit. So the driver that has to be most careful in the prototype class is just a moment ago. Now it's gone again.
So are you talking about drivers that are closest to the next...
To a warning,
exactly. Okay.
And so...
And it's done per driver, isn't it, rather than
exactly right.
Car as a whole?
Exactly right. So Marcelo Capietto has a drive-through penalty for 12 offences. So over the course of 24 hours, he's offended 12 times, and that gives you a drive-through penalty. But as I say, none of the drivers of the leading Ferraris are above 8, I don't think.
And the limit, or the point where the penalties kick in, you get far more opportunities, more chances than you would compared to a 6-hour race, for instance, in the World Endurance Championship. Longer race, but remember that each driver gets those chances as well. So, but it's kept tally of. It's not as if when you get out of the car you reset to 0. They keep a tally of it for the next time you're in the car.
Yes, exactly so. And unlike in other series, you don't have a general reset after every 2 or 3 hours, for example. Nick Tandy was the worst offender, would you believe? You'll probably be proud of that, so that shows I was trying. He's actually had 10 warnings, but he's not likely to be... you may get in the car before the end. But as I say, as far as the Ferraris and the number 6 Porsche is concerned, Matt Campbell is the worst offender, and he's had 8. So hopefully we'll get to the end without having to worry about any track limits for these leading runners.
Tell you what, though, is it going to be Ferrari 1, 2 and 3, or is a Porsche going to be in the mix? At the moment, we have got that number 6 Porsche in 3rd place, but his lead over the 4th place Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco. Kevin Estre is just 1.8 seconds in front. So that last pit stop, Johnny Palmer, was absolutely crucial to get back out in front. But has he got the right tyres to do the job? Actually, don't tell Kevin. Just send him on his way. Normally works.
Exactly. Don't give him too much information. I mean, he probably can take it on board as well, but he knows the business here. He knows precisely the task in hand, as he really did monster the Dunlop chicane at the top of the hill, which is strewn with bits of gravel and bits of tyre pickup. There's no hint really of a racing line through there. Well, not from the angle that I've got. And it does look like the Porsche flicked up a few things then in its way, almost in the face of the chasing Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco.
But again, at this stage in the race, if you're going to be running wide as they were, shortening the circuit to its absolute minimum, you're going to be picking up an awful lot of tyre deg and other nonsense that's off the racing line. It's a risk.
And they will double, but they will face some deg. We might be better than them on their third stint than their double. Let's see.
So that is a reference to the Porsche that the number 50 and Antonio Fuoco driven Ferrari is chasing. So they may not be in as good a situation, might suffer some degradation.
Or was it a reference to Kubica, who didn't get new tyres at that last stop, and therefore is currently on a double stint on these tyres, and they're then faced with their final stop, whether to put new tyres on or face even more degradation.
Yeah, okay. So all of a sudden, Fuoco and his engineer and crew looking to try and reel in that bright yellow Ferrari. The difference between the current race leader, Antonio Giovinazzi, and the 51 Ferrari and the AF Corsa 83, 33 and a bit seconds. Kevin Estre's 38 seconds further back down the road.
But as we've been saying, Giovinazzi in the number 50 needs to make 2 more pit stops. So he'll come in fuel only, and then he won't have enough fuel to get him to the end of the race. Whereas the other 3 cars, the other 2 Ferraris and the Porsche, only need 1 more stop to fuel to get them to the end.
Quick laps coming in right towards the end of the race. We're getting towards the end of the penultimate hour, and the car in 6th place, the Toyota number 7 of Toyota Gazoo Racing's Kamui Kobayashi, is chipping away at Will Stevens. We tend to talk about the 3 Ferraris and the Porsche, trying to see which of those are going to take victory, but particularly the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing entry that was way down the order in the early stage of the races. That has chipped away. Remember the sister car, number 8, for Ryo Hirakawa, out of the pits and into the gravel with that wheel nut coming off the front left corner, but they're sort of there or thereabouts. They're still on the lead lap, but good quick lap there. 1 minute 27.0 seconds for Kamui Kobayashi. But that Toyota, Paul, has always had pace. It's just sort of been situational as well. But then again, pace over 1 lap is very different from pace across the stint.
The biggest problem that number 7 car had was a 50-second stop-and-go penalty for a rather ambitious Nick de Vries, who, leaving the pit lane, must have forgotten to set the pit speed limiter or something. But that cost him 50 seconds in the pits. The car has lacked something, it has to be said, compared to the number 8, even on top of that. And we found at half distance it was just about to be lapped. Then the safety car saved its goose. And now here we are again, almost 12 hours later, with it about to be lapped again. I mean, I don't know whether they'll get lapped before the end of the race. They may do, in fact, unless it gets an advantage. Kobayashi doing his very best to get it to the end without being lapped, but currently it's only the top 6 that are on the lead lap.
Yeah, another car going very well at this late stage in the race is the Alpine number 35 in the hands of Charles Milesi, running in 10th place overall, just did a 1 minute 37.3 second lap. So I had relatively high hopes for Alpine when we approached this race, but you explained beautifully about the sort of 2-tier up to 250 kph and then sort of reset for what your car can achieve beyond that. But the lack of top-line speed just has really hampered them.
Yeah, Mick Schumacher in the other Alpine, number 36, has just put in his personal best, echoing what you're saying about nothing really wrong with the track conditions, as in comes the leader, Antonio Giovinazzi, and that should be a stop for fuel only.
And how many laps has he just done? 11?
12.
12.
He's done 11 now, he's done 12.
Yeah, as he goes over the control line. And heading very much in the direction of our CrowdStrike pit reporter, Nick Damon.
Well, wouldn't you head towards me if you were going to make your penultimate stop
all the time
of the 2025? Well, penultimate planned stop. Jinx that one. The 2025 Le Mans. Unsurprisingly, this is fuel only. He'll triple these tyres to the end. They can't afford to take the extra 20 seconds or so that he puts to put the tyres on. So they are interesting where they fuel it fully up. They've also got 3 or 4 laps of fuel in hand over the 83 and the 50s. They could like short fill it twice, so it's just running lighter for longer. But let's see what's happening now. They can give themselves more flexibility. Looks like they're going to give it a full fill this time. The bars on the indicator at the front left of the car are filling up. It's a full battery bar. Away she goes. And Giovinazzi goes off in an attempt to put the car on the podium.
So it has dropped back to second position because through has gone Robert Kubica in the number 83 Ferrari. He's done a couple of laps on this stint, 3 maybe just completed, and in fact Giovinazzi tumbles back down to third behind Kevin Estre as expected. Not going to be much time between the Porsche and the rejoining Ferrari though, and the Ferrari that was already on track in behind it. So actually Giovinazzi's found his way between Kevin Estre's Porsche and Antonio Fuoco. Order is restored in this fabulous fight for second, third and fourth places, Bruce Jones.
There's a twist, there's a turn, but what's happening all around is, in fact, the clock is counting down. We've got more than an hour to go, but not much more. An hour and 9 minutes remain. But to have 3 Ferraris in the top 4, but the thorn in their side, Kevin Estre trying his utmost. He's only about just under 2 seconds clear of them. In fact, all in the same shot as they dive down into the first of the chicanes on the Mulsanne straight, the Daytona chicane. Estre will do his absolute everything to stay there, but out of the chicane it even seems under initial acceleration the Ferraris have a little bit more pace, but then his power kicks in and the Porsche pulls away a little bit. Not quite close enough. We reckon if you get within a second you're going to really start picking up a toe. At the moment they're nearly 2.
Okay, so Jovi, the next pit stop we do 10 seconds less fuel than the Porsche 6. Okay? So stay there behind him, do not take any risk. We do 10 seconds less fuel than him at the next stop.
Track position. 2 words, very, very important for Ferrari right now. They just need to remove this thorn in their side.
And 10 seconds less than the Porsche, because the Porsche pits before in the pit lane. Porsche's garage is before that of Ferrari, so they can just indicate. Well, how do you do that, Paul? 10 seconds less than the previous stop, or the
10 seconds.
10
seconds less than maximum. So he'll be used to a certain amount of energy going into the car, which takes a certain length of time. But they're going to do 10 seconds less than that. And of course, Porsche will be perfectly aware of that. But there's not much they can do about it because they have to put enough energy into their car to get them to the end. And because the 51 car...
Target is to get the Porsche because sister car has less energy anyway, but the Porsche is aligned to us. So if we pass the Porsche, that's podium.
So that's the message to Antonio Fuoco. 3 laps into the stint. So the Giovinazzi car's obviously just begun a new stint, and therefore they can work out precisely how long the Porsche stops for in, what are we talking, 9 laps or so time. And when that car comes in, they'll work out how much fuel was put in, and then it's 10 seconds less, because there's less distance to go till the checkered flag.
Yes, although what's actually happening is that you, on your last pit stop, you put in enough, let me call it fuel because it's easier to think about. You put in enough fuel at the last pit stop to get you to the end. You don't fill it to the top, you put in enough to get you to the end. Now, Estre will not need a full tank of fuel to get to the end. But more importantly, Giovinazzi will not need a full tank of fuel either, but he'll need even less. Indeed. And what Ferrari has worked out is that at the rate that the fuel goes in, that there'll be 10 seconds to the good on the Porsche by the time they get to their final pit stop. it's Fuoco who has the problem in that he's behind the Porsche and he's going to have to stop at the same time, therefore put the same amount of fuel in, and therefore somehow he has to overtake the Porsche purely on the track, on speed, on lap times.
Yeah. Out of Tête Rouge and onto the Mulsanne straight. The lights are frantically being flashed then by the Antonio Fuoco driven Ferrari, looking to try and get ahead of Giovinazzi before the Daytona chicane. He pulls out of line. That instantly will stop the tow that he was being able to utilise on the 51 car. So threading their way then through that first chicane on the Mulsanne. That was just perhaps a way of cooling the car down. No, he wants to get by. The lights are flashing again.
Why does
he want to
get? He wants to get by principally because Kevin Estre is now starting to pull clear. He was 1.8 seconds clear last time around. He's now added a second and a bit more, and I think the move is about to happen now. Yes, it is. Fuoco.
Okay, we swap in second chicane. We swap in second chicane.
So it's 50 now ahead of 51. It's Fuoco going to chase off after he's put Giovinazzi behind him, but again, different tactics. I had a very quick look. It's a nervous little twitch here. Just check, is there any variable coming in the form of weather? But no, it's a lovely day here now. No likely rain between now and the end of the race. 1 hour to go and a few minutes.
Giovinazzi very close indeed to the rear of Fuoco's car down at Mulsanne corner, but they were never going to switch them back again. He's just trying to get as close as he can to get a good tow coming out of Mulsanne. So now Fuoco has clear line of sight of Kevin Estre. It's 3.3 seconds though, and surely for the remainder of the stint for Tony Fire, he's got to try and close that gap on the Frenchman up ahead. But the Porsche looking good in the closing stages of the race. It seems weird to call an hour and 4 minutes the closing stages of the race, but you get it within the context. 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2025 and the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. More Fuoco Team Radio.
Allez, you need to run as rearward as you can, back bias, and we need to try go get the Porsche. Let's try and go get the Porsche.
High-fiving down in the garage for Antonio Felix da Costa. Now there's a slow McLaren number 59, which is coming out of Arnage. The white flags are being waved on this segment between Arnage and Porsche curves. It's well onto the hard shoulder, so there are no yellow flags because the car's still moving at this stage. It's 59 being driven by Gregoire Sausset. It has now stopped, though, in not so much an awkward position, but the white flags turn to yellow at Marshall Post 29, where they are double wave yellow, and single yellow at Marshall 28 to give everybody ample warning. Electrical problems then earlier on for the car. 43's first of all in the pit lane. So Ryan Marine, are you near to the Inter-Europol competition car?
Yes, I'm looking at it right now, and it looks like it's going to stay particularly behind the wheel. That was fuel only. No tires. Quick and easy stop for Inter-Europol. And as you said, that 59, I reported on that last hour or so, that they were dealing with some electrical gremlins. They felt like they were never going to totally fix them. They just hoped that they would be able to circumvent them enough to get to the finish. So hopefully they can limp back around.
Yeah, this is an awkward situation for the McLaren, the United team, but an even more awkward situation for race control. And they're going to implement a full course yellow in about 30 seconds time, and that, well, it'll be the same for everybody, but it's going to make life for Antonio Fuoco difficult because he can't catch up with the Porsche, Kevin Estre, if he's being limited to going at 80 kilometers an hour. So bad news for him. Good news for those who are trying to save fuel. Pay attention, please, Tony, if you could. What do they call him? Giovinazzi. And good news for him because he's going to be able to do a bit more fuel saving and thus possibly eliminate completely the need for that final splash and dash. I don't think the full course yellow is going to last long enough to enable him to eliminate it completely, but it will mean that final splash will be shorter. Bad news, Kevin Estre's final stop will be just the same amount shorter as well. Are you keeping up?
The high fives down at AF Corsa, the 183 crew, for Antonio Felix da Costa were entirely for a positive reason. I was slightly concerned that they might be on the verge of retirement there, the way he had a sort of resigned look. But I think he just knows his work is done in that car. He's handed it over to Mathieu Vaxivière. They've done not the final stop in that car. It'll have to come in one more time, an hour out. We are at a minute to 3 o'clock in the afternoon at Circuit de la Sarthe. You're tuned to 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans and around the world on RS1. And it is time then, with just marginally over an hour to go, to check the weather. Very pleasant conditions currently at Circuit de la Sarthe and in the nearby city of Le Mans. 23 degrees Celsius currently, with no chance of rain for the coming hours. A high today of 24 degrees Celsius. We'll reach that by the time the race ends and for all the podium celebrations. Low tonight of 11 degrees Celsius and a nice sunny day if you're returning home wherever you are based for maybe a working week upcoming. A high on Monday of 27 degrees Celsius. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Johnny Palmer, Bruce Jones, Paul Truswell and Ryan Marine, Nick Damon looking after the CrowdStrike pit reports for the previous hour. We're under a fairly late full course yellow because of a stranded McLaren between Arnage and Porsche Curves at Marshall Post 28. Gregoire Saucet driving the sole surviving United Autosports GT3 McLaren. And the door is open there for Saucet. He's staying in the car, and they've given him the option of returning to the racetrack. Here's the race director.
We are at 20 seconds to remove full course yellow.
So another 20 seconds and we'll be back to green. Said thank you, Eduardo Freitas. There is still the option, as I say, for the 59 car to get back into the race if it can be restarted, but they put it into the overlap of the Armco barriers, so it is safe to continue racing, Bruce.
And breathe in and breathe out. Let's refocus. We go green again. It was coming up in 10 seconds. Just waiting for that as Antonio Fuoco works his way into Indianapolis. He should be about 3 or 4 seconds down, maybe marginally more, in fact, on Kevin Estre, who's holding down second place. Going through Arnage now, second and third, accelerating away. Kevin Estre, he's fully best part of 1.5 minutes down on the race leading Robert Kubica. So we're talking mainly about this battle for second, third and fourth. But with every moment, Robin Kubica must be starting to believe. But then we've got that final round of pit stops coming up, and I'm sure Paul Truswell has lined up the bits on the desk, on his desk, his pile of notes, all his computer programs, trying to work out what's where. But one thing that's really good that's still going is both of those two Aston Martin Valkyries. First year in the hypercar class. They're racing to the finish, taking their brilliant sound with them. But they're still there. But Robert Kubica, likewise, is still there in the lead of the race in that 83 Ferrari.
Yes, pretty much all of them need one more pit stop. I think the 94 Peugeot might need a second stop because that's going to be one of the leading runners to come in next. Currently Stoffel van Dorn in the driving seat there, but I think he's going to come in within the next lap or so to hand over to Loic Duval. But apart from, and that way he won't then be able to get enough fuel to get him to the finish. Apart from him, everybody else will be able to get to the finish with just one more stop.
The number 5 Porsche has come into pit lane, and Nick Damon's watching their stop.
Yeah, they've done a full service. They've done a driver change. I think it was Michael Christian who got out. He's certainly very tall, that's for sure. Might be Matthew Chamonix. Anyway, so they're now doing a full service. They're doing 4 tyres as well. So this one's getting a complete set of fresh boots just for the last 57 minutes. They will have to come in one more time for a splash. So Christensen was out, and not sure who got in, but yeah, it's a bit of a surprise in this goes for him, but I was looking to make up a couple of positions if they can.
Michael Christensen 4, well, it's back on the move, so as soon as it gets to the timing loop at the end, we make reckoning Mathieu Jaminet purely on the pattern of the driver rotation, and indeed it is. Mathieu Jaminet rejoining in car number 5. Kamui Kobayashi further up the road, but by a good 3 minutes or so. We're into the final hour then on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans, live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. 3 Ferraris, 1 Porsche remaining in the shake-up, and a question of how high can the Kevin Estre-driven 963 get. 36 seconds is the distance between the 83 Ferrari of Robert Kubica and the Frenchman.
He's trying hard because he's broken track limits twice on successive laps. That brings him up to a tally of 9. Now, Kevin's clever enough, they'll have the same screen as I've got. Well, they've got a better screen than I've got, but it'll have the same numbers on it. That brings him up to 9, so he's clever enough to know that he's got another 2 that he can do without getting any penalty. But as I say, he's just broken track limits on his last 2 laps. Tell me which corner. Yes, it is. It's at the exit of Tertre Rouge, where he's going wide, or possibly cutting the corner on the apex. I think it may be cutting the corner on the apex of Tertre Rouge, but that's the problem corner, where I'm pretty sure they have an automatic system here at Le Mans now, which saves the marshals having to look out and check all the time.
4 cars and names have suddenly appeared on the screen as being under investigation for full course yellow procedures. It's the 7 Toyota, the 009 Aston Martin, the 87 Lexus, which is currently running in the top 5 in LMGT3, and the number 13 Corvette. 13 is 9th in class for Matt Bell currently. Giovinazzi's radio. Very quick blast of it there, but I think not too much exchanged, more just a bit of intel regarding the gaps. Say 8 seconds it is from Antonio Fuoco back to Giovinazzi. Let's go to Nick Damon for a CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, it's our leader in GT3 in the Mulsanne 92 car. They're also doing a full service. Ricardo Perez got out. I think it's almost certainly it's Richard Leitz who's got in, and they are putting on a fresh set of boots as well for its 50-minute run to the flag.
The follow-up from Giovinazzi's engineer was nothing we can do, concentrate on driving and focus on the finish of this race. So are there more difficulties creeping in for the 4th place Ferrari, Paul?
Yeah, a quick transcription came up of the first message with Giovinazzi saying, I have an issue. And remember, this is the car that James Collado was driving, and the engineer encouraging him along, saying, I know it's difficult.
Yes.
So this is not a trouble-free Ferrari, the number 51. Fortunately for them, it's the one that has the advantage in that it's on the slightly later refueling schedule, so he's more likely to be able to catch and pass the Porsche than the number 50 car. Well, I know the number 50 car is the one that's currently in 3rd, but the refueling schedule means that of the 2 Ferraris, 50 and 51, the 51 is the one that is more likely to finish on the podium.
And that is the one that was released, essentially, to get ahead of Giovinazzi's car in an effort to reel in Kevin Estre. Well, he's within 1.5 seconds of the Porsche now. We will only probably find out from Ferrari and from their drivers in the number 50 car precisely what they were having to do as an extra on what is a pretty long jobs list as it is. These hybrid LMH cars are incredibly complex with their harvesting and redeploying of energy through the braking systems, and then that power comes back in above a certain speed into the front axle on the Ferrari. Fuoco's team radio again.
For info, there is no threat to lose P4. If you kill your tires and hit big degradation, the worst will be P4 because P5 is very far. P5 is very far.
So essentially, Giovinazzi's car locked into that spot. No, that was Fuoco's team radio, wasn't it? So they're saying even if you fall back to P4 or, yeah, P3 at the moment, and as Paul said, it's the Do you say the Fuoco car more likely to finish on the podium, or the Giovinazzi car to finish more likely on the podium? I'm confused now.
Right, okay, the Giovinazzi car is more likely to finish on
Right.
the podium of the two 50 and 51.
So when it all shakes out, Fuoco we're expecting to finish in fourth, and there's a big gap then back to the 12 Cadillac of Will Stevens. So if you hit big degradation, it's not really a big issue.
Exactly so, and it is more likely, as I say, although the 51 is currently behind the 50, before the end of the race, it's much more likely they're going to change places.
Yeah.
Okay, just looking at the intervals between first and second, that's Kubica and the best of the Porsches, Kevin Estre, 37 seconds. Behind, though, it's under a second, 0.9 of a second from Estre back to Antonio Fuoco, and then nearly a further 9 seconds, 9 seconds further back to the fourth place car of Giovinazzi. However, of course, it's the length of their final pit stops that could have the real shuffle around it. I just want to move the eye down to into Europol, leading LMP2, but it's Esteban Masson has been chipping away, but Nick Yellerly has really risen to the task, and it's under 10 seconds, under 9 seconds between them. So one little slip up could sort that one. For Inter Europol, they've just been on supreme form, and their sister car is heading for fourth place in the Pro-Am class of P2. So if they could get that one up a position or so, 2 podiums would be a phenomenal return for them. But Masson has been one of the stars of the race for me, the young French racer, and it's such a young crew in the form of Ollie Gray and Esteban, both 20 years old, and then the wise old head Franck Pereira, who obviously would just get in there and do a rock-solid job as well. That's why they're second, but Inter Europol just going so well.
Yeah, they stood out for me when the entry list came out, because Kubica Michowski is very handy indeed as a silver-rated driver, and then you look at the form of Tom Dillman and Nick Yellerly, who's still pretty new to LMP2 machinery. He's run really well. Well, he's a former BMW GT racer over some really long-distance stuff. Remember the days of Rover Racing BMWs at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. He's also now part of the Acura program in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. And great to hear the news that the regulations are going to stay in position for they're extended for another 3 years, taking the convergence rule set between the ACO and IMSA through to 2032 now. So any other car manufacturers looking to get involved beyond Genesis and Ford and McLaren, that should encourage more cars to be built, whether to the LMDH rules or maybe some more LMH cars.
Giovinazzi, at the moment, if they give him 10 seconds less fuel, isn't close enough to Kevin Estre to catch him up on that refueling stop. The gap's 11.7 seconds. Tiny bit more than that, isn't it? It's 12.1 seconds between Kevin Estre and Giovinazzi. And that's, remember, we heard the engineer telling Giovinazzi they were going to give him 10 seconds less fuel than Estre. Well, they're either going to have to give him 12 seconds less fuel, or run the risk, I should say, and then run the risk of running out of fuel before the end of the race, or be content with finishing third and fourth in this race. Never mind about finishing on the podium, Porsche Penske Motorsport have a serious chance of finishing second in this race.
Yeah, and ahead of the factory Ferraris as well, so taking very useful points as far as the championship is concerned, bearing in mind the 83 won't actually score manufacturer points, so could Porsche bag all 50, I wonder, in this double points scoring round? They won't grab the major headlines for winning Le Mans, but it does rather open up the World Endurance Championship manufacturers title race with, after this, 4 more races to go.
And don't forget, we talked about this a lot in the opening hours of the race, that number 6 Porsche started at the back of the pack in the hypercar class, down in effective 21st position. Has worked his way forward. That opening stint from Kevin Estre was just
this
quite
guy has
mesmerizing.
9 track limits. He has 9 track limits. You have only 2. You have only 3 at the moment. He has 9. We have 50 minutes to pass him.
He being Kevin Estre, the driver in second place for Porsche. But yet, all this information pouring in. Now. I was just about to be started talking about extolling the virtues of Nick Yellerly, who's won the Nürburgring 24 Hours, the Spa 24s. I was about to come in and say a class win here as well. That would really be an accolade. But he's under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. He's the class leader for inter-Europol competition, so suddenly maybe VDS Panis Racing had just that little chink of light coming their way.
Well, if it actually leads to a penalty, that's going to be a stop-go, isn't it, for a pit lane speed infringement, Paul?
Drive-through at the very least, yes.
Drive-through, and down a 533.5 metre pit lane, you're going to lose more than 10 seconds.
You're going to lose around 25 seconds.
Esteban Masson is 10 seconds away from Nick Yellerly's 43 car. It could be about to massively change at the head of LMP2. It's only under investigation at this stage, but the stewards can't hang around with 45 minutes to go. They'll be checking the data. And to be honest, a pit lane speed infringement is one of the easier ones to check. What happened a moment or two ago at Tertre Rouge, that was side-to-side contact between Iron Link's cars, for goodness sake. Iron Link's Proton, that's the number 9 LMP2 car, and was it the 63?
61. Well, Maxime Martin, unusual to see him make a mistake like that, but it was side-on-side contact.
So let's, whilst we get over that little hiccup for Iron Links at Tertre Rouge, go down to Nick Damer for a CrowdStrike pit report.
Mikkel Jensen, I think that was the last for sorry, it was the last stop for both of the Peugeots. I mean, what's your assessment of how Le Mans gone for the team?
Not really great, to be honest. Both cars are not really in the mix. Our one is even worse than the 94, but we simply didn't have performance all weekend. Was involved in an early incident last night, or early afternoon actually, just losing a lap very early in the race. Had a power steering issue at night where we lost like 6-7 laps, and that's what we tried to recover ever since. So yeah, not a great Le Mans for Peugeot and for our car, so very disappointing.
How does the team recover from this? I mean, is it just you park Le Mans as a one-off and then just go right back to WEC, or do you have to try and take serious learnings from it?
We have to take serious learning, and we have been here 3 times now. The first one was kind of learning. The last 2 ones we aimed for something, but we never got it. When you have 2 cars in this, you should do better, and it's a disappointment. So hopefully we can learn a lot from this and use the WEC to learn a lot the next 4 races and be back stronger next year.
Mikkel, thanks, Dr.
Thank you.
Mikkel Jensen of Peugeot Total Energies with their 2 9X8s. The 94 is currently running in 12th position in the hands of Loic Duval. 93 after that early incident at Porsche Curves is running in 17th position. We have got drive-through penalties now being informed to teams regarding the full course yellow procedures, and all 4 in the list I gave to you earlier on. So 7 Toyota, 009 Aston, the 13 Corvette and the 87 Lexus, they're all going to have to take a trip to the pit lane, but they won't have to stop. It is a straight drive-through from point to point, losing, as Paul said, about 22-ish seconds. Now Kamui Kobayashi will be getting the word from his team, and it might be that he comes in at the end of this particular lap, because that Toyota is just heading through Indianapolis, Bruce.
Another car coming in at the end of this lap is our race leader, Robert Kubica. They're getting ready to welcome that 83, the bright yellow Ferrari. He's working his way round, and what a stint he's done, but it will be a case of getting a Jemmy to remove his hands from the steering wheel. Robert's going to clearly want to take this one to the finish, leading this race at the moment by 33 seconds. It could be a Ferrari 1-2-3, more likely it seems now, Paul, to be a Ferrari Porsche Ferrari sort of finish.
Yeah, exactly, 1-3-4 for Ferrari, but that's assuming Kevin Estre can keep up this pace, and assuming also that Antonio Giovinazzi continues to struggle with the Ferrari number 51, which, with the best will in the world, I think is carrying some kind of problem, which is making it a very difficult car to drive. Remember, a couple of years ago, one of the Toyotas was in that position of being very difficult to drive. That was when Ferrari won the race for the first time, and it looked like Toyota could have won it, but again, due to something happening with the hybrid system, they found the car almost impossible to drive. Anyway, we'll see how it finishes. There's still excitement in prospect, and the fascinating situation in the last 40 minutes of the race where we're still racing. That doesn't happen very often at Le Mans, but seems that these days it's par for the course.
Let's grab another CrowdStrike pit report with Peter Snowden, who's into the finish now. You're with Ferrari.
So I've managed to weed my way into the labyrinth at the back of the, as Joe described it, at the back of the AF Corsa. Eating. Obviously, Robert Kubica is just about to come and do his pit stop. I've just, so Yiffy and Phil Hansen are busy watching data, and I've just very politely asked Phil if he'd have a word or some thoughts before that, and he's just ever so politely just said, do you mind if I don't, because I don't want to jinx it? So I think that probably gives you a feeling of the situation here with 45 minutes to go in the 83 garage.
Nerves are definitely going to be high because Phil Hansen been, well, seeking this opportunity to win Le Mans outright ever since he came into this style of racing, which is a good few years ago now, and it would be a first for two huge nations in Poland. Robert Kubica never had a Polish winner of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and perhaps even more massively than that, China, because the Chinese have had class victories in the past. Ho Pin Tung actually nearly won the race overall when that LMP2 car was so far ahead of the LMP1s of the day, and it was eventually reeled in and finished just a lap down. Bruce might be able to remember and remind me which year that was.
17.
I'm just double checking. I can't remember at this stage in the race. It was 2017.
2017. Tom Alleron and Ollie Jarvis in that car. Let's go to Nick Damon again.
Whilst we're talking about stats and history, Robert Kubica's only ever won one Grand Prix, and that was in Montreal. And what weekend is this?
It's
Montreal
the
Grand Prix weekend.
Canadian Grand Prix, indeed.
There we go. And of course, it's also where he had his massive accident, F1 accident, where he hurt himself, but not his massive accident, which he had in February in a rally car.
Yeah, but I still remember that BMW roll heading into the hairpin at Montreal, which was a huge one as well. So some very good memories, some very bad memories of the Montreal Grand Prix circuit for Robert Kubica, but he's never won Le Mans, and the 83 car, if anything, for Ferrari was a bit like 10 years ago with the Porsche 919 hybrids. That year, the unfancied car with the debutants managed to win this great race, and Ferrari, would they have to scripted it, would have wanted surely one of their manufacturer entered Ferrari 499Ps from the World Endurance Championship. The 83 is part of that championship, but it's labelled as a privateer, so actually won't score points, but the two cars in behind will. The question is, are they going to be behind or in front of a number 6 Porsche by the end?
Answer this question, Johnny. Did it ever hurt Porsche when privateer Porsches beat the works cars at Le Mans? Paul might have an opinion on that, but bearing in mind that the Asian Le Mans Series will be having hypercars coming their way soon, of course those will be largely, no doubt, being running by privateer teams, so I'm not sure it's going to be entirely the worst thing in the world if it's the privateer Ferrari. How privateer it is, of course, is a question you need to digest.
I mean, I made the point to Johnny Molam, and the thing about it is that if Ferrari does manage to win with the number 83 car, not only have they won 3 Le Mans on the trot, but they've done so with 9 different drivers, none of whom had won Le Mans before. So, it's buy a Ferrari, win Le Mans. Never mind about win on Sunday, sell on Monday. So, there is a kind of way that you could sell it as a good thing. And I love the idea that, you get 3 drivers who have, none of them have actually won this race before. They're not debutants, but representing their country's hopes for a win in this race. But it's not happened yet, so let's keep our emotions under control. In comes the Kevin Estre Porsche, and also in comes the Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco. Antonio Giovinazzi will stay out. for at least 2 laps.
And here's a CrowdStrike pit report for the number 6 Porsche.
Well, the number 6 Porsche comes around my feet, and literally 10 metres behind it, admittedly the pit lane speed limit, was the 50 Ferrari. So this is a fuel only, unsurprisingly. Getting a wipe down, they're cleaning off the gurney flaps of the wing. Obviously, they're trying to get rid of the 1.7 billion bugs that are hanging around. Yep, the tyres are just going to fuel it up. I imagine the same is happening at the other end with Snowy.
Go ahead, Snowy.
Yeah, absolutely. The 50 Ferrari just having a routine service, which is what we need to do at this stage of the race, but keep it calm, keep it simple, and get it on its way.
So we'll find out in which order they re-emerge. We can kind of guess. The 83 Ferrari is about to come through. Here comes the Porsche then, Nick. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Porsche's ahead as it leaves. I would say it gained about 1.5 seconds, perhaps 2 seconds during that procedure. So good work by the Porsche number 6 crew, or perhaps just the energy went in a bit quicker. But yeah, so the lead that was not much is now not much plus 2 seconds.
Excellent. Thank you for the real-time update as they leave pit road, as Antonio Giovinazzi then gets a good run on one of the rejoining BMWs. The 20 is back in the race. The 15 is also back in the race. It sat in the garage for 20 minutes. Is Kevin Magnussen now just pitting for the final time, as a lot of the other hypercars are doing, or is this signs of another lengthy stop for car 15 and the other BMW? Anybody know the answer to that? No, fair enough. I mean, it's not really the priority, in fairness. But the 20 looking like it might get to the finish. Robin Freins. It is on the Mulsanne straight now. Car 43. Bruce.
In the pits now, but that's not the issue. They're going to drive through penalty. This is the Inter-Europol competition. Number 43 Orica that has led the class forever and a day. And now, here we are, just over 35 minutes ago, it's been issued a drive-through penalty for pit lane speeding. That is going to hurt.
So this is the 43 Inter-Europol competition car, Nick Yellerly, which has come in for fuel. It was always going to lose the lead, therefore, to the 48 briefly for the VDS Panis crew of Esteban Masson. But as that maroon with the Mark VDS branding down the side of the car for car number 48 goes into the race lead, the 43 car is going to have to come back in to serve its drive-through penalty. So the 48 is going to be into a massive lead until it pits. And then the question is, can Nick Yellerly close up what we think might be a 10 or 15 second deficit when it all shakes out? Was the pit stop clean, though, Nick Damon, for the Inter-Europol competition car?
Yeah, it was a good stop. I mean, as Bruce says, though, it's for now when you've got to come down the pit lane again. But they have done their job the whole way through. But someone's finger trouble on the pit limiter. It looks like it may cost them a class win.
Yeah, massively damaging potentially to Inter-Europol competition. So we hear from Nick Damon for that CrowdStrike pit report. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Paul.
Nick Damon's estimates were pretty spot on. Kevin Estrin's pit stop 111.7. The pit stop for Antonio Fuoco 114.1. So lost a bit more than 2 seconds on the pit stop. Fuoco may be quick on the track, but he's going to have to make up 2 seconds purely on the pit stop. Unless Porsche have miscalculated the fuel. That's the other possibility, is that somebody starts running out of fuel because they'd have put in the absolute minimum to ensure they get to the flag. And now somebody who's good with numbers will be doing the same thing in the number 51 garage to find out how much fuel they're going to put into Giovinazzi's car.
It's not been the ideal race for one of the home car companies, they being Alpine. Let's get to Nick to hear from one of their drivers.
With Paul and Michelle. Paul, 10th and 11th, I assume that's not anywhere close to what you were hoping when you arrived here this week.
Yeah, for sure. We were looking for a better result. The first goal was to finish. Well, it's still 30 minutes to go, so I don't want to touch too early, but it looks like both cars should be capable to finish the race, which is already a good result, because we know that Le Mans is always a big challenge. So if both cars are capable to cross the finish line, it will be good. But yeah, we were looking to fight a bit more ahead, but we just have to analyze why we were missing a bit of pace compared to what we expected. But you know, it's Le Mans. It's never simple. But I'm proud of the team. They have done a really great job all the entire race. The mechanics have done an incredible job. 0 mistakes. And yeah, we on our car, if we finish P10, it's still in the point. It's not what we are looking for, but sometimes you have to take it and to analyze and to work harder to come back stronger next year.
Can you put your finger on what the problem is, or is it just the car feels great, it's just not fast enough?
I think we have a small issue on our car in aero. We have to analyze, but we have less downforce compared to sister car, and we are slower in straight line. So I think maybe we damaged the floor at the beginning of the race, but we don't know when. So I think there is a part of that in terms of pure pace, and after I think the others are really strong, and we need to work a bit on traction to have a better acceleration of the corner. It looks like the others are really strong there, and we need to improve a bit our global setup for that.
Paul, thank you for talking to us. Thank you
very much.
For the final time in the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, an hourly update then with 30 minutes to go. It's 3:30 in the afternoon at Circuit de la Sarthe. The 51 Ferrari in the scarlet red of Antonio Giovinazzi, owing us a pit stop, does lead the race on lap 378. And has a lead of nearly 42 seconds. But we are expecting the 51 car in the next handful of laps. Robert Kubica in the 83 Ferrari, therefore the net race leader, with Kevin Estre trying to hunt him down 10 seconds further back in the number 6 Porsche. So it's 51 and soon to be 83 leading the race from the 6 Porsche and the number 50 Antonio Fuoco Ferrari, which has just been off the road while we were hearing from that in the interview with Paul-Luc Chatin. Misjudging the grip levels, it seemed, Porsche curves out and had to take to a deliberate escape road, which they're told about in the driver's briefing, but that inevitably costs you time following the blue chevrons, and the 50 car staying in 4th, but no doubt lost an incredible amount of time towards the end of the previous lap. Will Stevens in the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R is running in 5th position ahead of Kamui Kobayashi's Toyota number 7. Then the outgoing number 5 Porsche of Mathieu Jaminet, 7th. Another Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R for Sebastien Bourdais is 8th, number 38, ahead of Pascal Wehrlein's number 4 Porsche and the 35 Alpine for Charles Milesi. Aston Martin's 009 and 007 are 13th and 15th, with the Peugeots 11th in the hands of Loic Duval and the number 93 car for Paul Di Resta down in 17th spot. And the BMWs, the 20 car is still running. The 15 appears to be parked. And whether that will rejoin again in the next half an hour remains to be seen. Robin Freins, though, piloting the number 20 in 18th position. Set to be all change in LMP2 because the 43 car has been given a drive-through penalty. Nick Yellerly in the number 43 car for pit lane speeding, and the Inter-Europol competition car, although it leads by 13.5 seconds, it's got Esteban Masson hunting it down. In the 48 car, Masson has now served or done his final pit stop of the race, fingers crossed, rejoining in second, but could that be first imminently? Louis Delatraz leads the Pro-Am part of LMP2 in the 199 car, AO by TF. They've just done a final pit stop as well, ahead of Iron Link's Proton Massimo Cappietto, which is in the pit lane, car number 9. It is now out of the pit lane, in fact, in the yellow and black colours. TDS Racing's Clement Novalak, 5th in LMP2, 2nd in Pro-Am, and on for a Pro-Am podium currently, Bent Viscal in the Proton competition, number 11. LMGT3 still being led by the Manthey first form Porsche Richard Lietz in the number 92 car, 42 seconds ahead of Alessio Rivera in the Vista AF Corsa number 21 Ferrari. Then it's Charlie Eastwood's TF Sport Corvette number 81 running in third, ahead of Mattia Drudi in an Aston Martin, Heart of Racing Team 27. So Porsche, Ferrari, Corvette, Aston, and a fifth manufacturer is the Lexus of Jose Maria Lopez for a Codis ASP team. He's in fifth in car 87. And to complete the top six, Antares O in the Manthey Porsche number 90, just rejoining the race. That car is in sixth place. So the temperature steadily building to the high air temperature, 24 degrees, but the Mobil 1 track temperature is 31 degrees Celsius. Let's waste no time in this final half-hour segment. Antonio Giovinazzi, who is the sort of gross race leader, if you like, before it all untangles itself, and it's in for its final stop. Peter Snowden watching.
Yeah, part of the problem I had actually for this pit stop was trying to get out of the 83 garage because it's filling up, as you can imagine. I'm trying to get there. So if the result stays the same, obviously want to go and talk to Yiffier and Phil Hanson if we can. But I've now got to get back in again. So there's the 51 Ferrari, nice and clear. So give me about, take me about, I don't know, 30 minutes to get back in the garage. Is that going to be enough?
30 minutes? Well, yeah, if you get there, then you might well find the race winner, in fact. We'll find out. Yes, the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari of Robert Kubica then flicks back to the race lead. 11.3 seconds the distance between the chasing Kevin Estre and Antonio Giovinazzi in the rejoining 51. Antonio Fuoco in the 50 car. This is so tense with, well, as they go through the latest split, showing 21 seconds covering the top four, Bruce.
It really has. The previous lap, they all lapped within a tenth of a second, so actually that should mean status quo, and that would be very much advantage to the AF Corsa entry, number 83 of Robert Kubica. But Paul, you're bidding there. You got a point.
No, just wanting to give you the pit stop times. 64 seconds, a minute and 4 seconds in the pits for Giovinazzi, so it was indeed a shorter pit stop, but it was only 7 seconds shorter than the Kevin Estre Porsche, which was 12 seconds ahead. It'll be now obviously less than that, but unless Giovinazzi can turn in some quicker lap times than Estre, which he wasn't able to do before, now they're on the same fuel load. Well, we'll have to see. As you say, with these cars so close, it's a proper Formula Ford style sprint, isn't it?
You know, say it's a Silverstone type finish.
I'm not allowed to say that.
Oh, okay.
No.
I did.
That's so last year. But you know what? I keep thinking back to the fact that number 6 Porsche started from the very, very back of the pack. And also the other element you mentioned, the safety car really hurt them in the night.
It took a minute. It took a minute of an advantage out of their lead then.
And they're 11 seconds down on the race lead.
Well,
ifs and buts and maybes and wibbles and wobbles.
So. But yeah, safety cars. With safety car, we only had the one period.
Waiting for Giovinazzi team radio. Still waiting. No, we're not going to get that. Sorry, Paul.
They obviously had to bleep it all out.
Maybe so.
But yeah, so but wonderful to be able to witness this, because it really is nail-biting stuff. And that the other problem that Bruce was telling us about, the Nick Yellerly penalty, the drive-through pit stop that the number 47 car, the number 43 car has had to make, has now been done, and so the change has happened at the top of LMP2 now.
50 car of Fuoco did get ahead, has got ahead of Giovinazzi. So this was heading, down towards Indianapolis, right-hand kink. Yeah, they've already exited Arnage. So 51 Ferrari then running ahead of the 50. We're also just checking on the order in LMP2. 43 into Europol competition car of Nick Yellerly, marginally ahead, 1.8 seconds ahead of Esteban Masson. Does that suggest a problem, therefore, for the 48 car?
Yeah, the last few splits have been 4 or 5 seconds down per split for Esteban Masson.
Issues, we finish like that.
Both cars are having issues, is the radio message to Antonio Fuoco. We finish like that.
Third and fourth, 51 ahead of 50. Frustration. This is the thing. You can't tell who's nursing a penalty. Occasionally there's a comment, and I can't remember who from the CrowdStrike pit crew spoke to James Collado, and he didn't want to admit to a problem, but we've heard that from a lot of drivers before. Close the shutters, don't let the outside world know. But right now, well, it could have been a 1-2-3 for Ferrari, but I think really hats off for Porsche Penske Motorsport. That number 6 crew, Kevin Estre, is going to take it through to the finish. He's 12 seconds down on the race leader, but now it seems he's got that cushion behind him of best part of 8 seconds, and that will be a massive relief for him, because who knows what problems he's nursing in the number 6 963. Maybe none, but after 24 hours of racing, probably some.
Yeah, so back onto the Mulsanne straight. They're going to lap the 23 United Autosports car now, being driven by Daniel Schneider to the finish. Nice that the bronze can get back on board and take that car to the line. 20 minutes to go. Just
going back to that P2 situation, it's a Europole competition. Nick Yelloly now 6.5 seconds clear. The first of the 3 timing sectors on this lap, he's gained another 2 seconds. So it's clearly some problem for Esteban Masson. That car from VDS Panis Racing had been going like a train. And what a hero in the final half hour, almost into the final 20 minutes, and suddenly it appears to be coming unravelled for the 48 crew.
Let's try to stay out of his toe. Stay out of the toe. It might lose some pieces.
So the 34 car being passed by the teammate, which no longer has a yellow nose on the 43. It was replaced a good few hours ago now. But Nick Yelloly, 12 seconds in front of Esteban Masson, who is clearly nursing huge problems.
Yeah, Esteban Masson's lap times over 10 seconds, 15 seconds slower than they ought to be. So yeah, there's more than a problem going on there.
So disaster for VDS, but it does seem they should be able to nurse it, hopefully, through the final few moments. They're 55 seconds clear of... no, they're not. I'm just waiting for the timing interval. They're clear of the LMP2 Pro-Am class leader, the AO by TF, the purple car, Louis Delatraz, who will be doing his utmost, but he's gaining 12 seconds a lap. He's 35 seconds down, but hold on. We've got enough time for that to be changed if the order, where we thought VDS Panis was taking the lead, they're not.
7 laps, Joey, 7 laps, take care of your engine, take care of your engine.
So it's clearly engine related. Antonio Giovinazzi saying, well, being told, take care of your engine for the remaining 7 laps of the race. And
keep out of the toe. Get all the air you possibly can. So it's clearly overheating, and that is just extraordinary. They did seem to run so smoothly, those 2 works Ferraris in the hypercar class, but now they're struggling to get to the finish. Admittedly, Will Stevens is another best over 1.5 minutes bound.
Take care of your engine again is the message from the engineering crew at Ferrari AF Corsa, heading through Dunlop Curve. Robert Kubica leading the motor race inside the final 18 minutes. 12 seconds is the advantage. Incredibly close between the 2 Ferraris, but they've pretty much been told to stay in this formation. I wonder whether the 34 34 Inter Europol competition car had a slight rotation then. It was the green-fronted car. By the way, the overtake after the drive-through penalty, remember, for Nick Yelloly, the overtake that saw the yellow-fronted Inter Europol car getting ahead of Esteban Masson was actually done at the karting corner, that left-hander onto the short, sharp straight into the Ford chicane.
And you don't pass there unless a rival in an identical car has got some serious problem. That's where you can just dominate the track and just not leave any gap in your armour. Now, the big question is, our race leader, Robert Kubica, sitting there pretty on 12 seconds clear, but last time around he lost a second to Kevin Estre. Could he? Could the Frenchman win at home? Counting down, final 7.
12 seconds is the deficit, but it is, well, it's all down to Kubica and whether he's still suffering from those gearbox changes from earlier on. Remember, those things only tend to get worse unless he's worked out a way of managing it. Was the Inter-Europol competition car within the track limits? Yes, I would say so. I was just wondering whether we were being treated to witnessing that again. Maybe the car had gone over the white line. He didn't have two wheels or all four wheels the right side of the white line, but that's okay in this particular race. Final few pit stops being done in the LMGT3 category, and Nick Damon was watching those.
Yeah, it was a very brief stop for the 92, the Manthey car. Obviously, Leakstead on board didn't quite have enough fuel to get to the end, so he had a few seconds of connection to the fuel pump and a lovely clean-up of all the flies off various surfaces.
That's Nick Damon with a CrowdStrike pit lane report then, and 92 away and gone. The 21 Ferrari likewise. They will have enough energy to get to the finish, and in the remaining 15 and a bit minutes, therefore, Ye Yifei, together with his co-driver, Phil Hansen, trying to just temper their enthusiasm, still not wanting to speak too soon, I'm sure. It's lap 382. I know we're under different rules, but the record from 2010 at 397, we're not hugely away from that. I mean, we'll be within 15 laps of an LMP1 record.
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to be close. And I realised that it wasn't going to happen to the absolute record, but it does become the second furthest we've travelled in the 24 hours. And it's the furthest we've ever gone on hypercar regulations. And actually, what would be interesting, in last year's race, we completed 311 laps. If we get to 387, we'll get to 385, I think. So that will be 70 laps more than we did last year, would you believe?
7-0, did you say?
7-0 laps.
Wow, okay, yeah. Well, that was record-breaking for all the wrong reasons, with 4 hours plus of safety car, because rain after rain showers sweeping through this area. We had the threat of them very early on. Well, the biggest threat came from me, I think, for suggesting them. But I swear that there were a couple of weather apps saying that there was a 75% chance of rain between the hours of midnight and 1, and that moved back to about 2 o'clock this morning, but it just never appeared. So many will have been pleased for those that like the figures of going as far as we possibly can. But that, as a direct result, really does punish the cars even more. And we know that these Ferraris are struggling, that run in 3rd and 4th positions. 1.2 seconds is the gap. It's still 12 seconds between the 1st and 2nd place cars. Ferrari from number 6 Porsche, but 83 leads it.
That's looking absolutely stable. We're just wondering if the number 15 BMW from the hypercar class will go back out. It's been in the pits for a very long time. I don't know if the pit crew can let us know if the garage door is up or down, or are they going to be cleaning it, polishing it and sending it out for the final few laps, so at least they get both of their cars to finish. Any good result is gone. It's down in 30th position overall, but big frustration for the BMW crews there towards the end of the race, and it'd be nice to get it back out.
Nicholas Nielsen ready to not exactly celebrate, but congratulate Antonio Fuoco for a clean drive to the finish. Remember that the two Antonios switched positions just a handful of laps ago to put Giovinazzi ahead and on course for a podium. Down through the gears, gearbox sounded reasonably healthy there, as did the energy regen for Robert Kubica, who leads on lap 283 for the 83 car. And as you say, Bruce, 12 seconds, sometimes 12 and a half, not really changing a great deal, because Kubica can manage this race now, and his engineer, I don't know whether he's actually want too much information, actually. They'll be just saying, listen, you're doing fine, the pace is good, keep within the track limits, which notably Kubica did not do the last time around, but he's got far more track limit chances compared to Kevin Estre, who would like to push, I'm sure, and stretch those limits, but he's had far too many at this point and runs the risk of a penalty, which will be the last thing Porsche wants, being in a good position.
Yeah, he's had 10 so far. He's allowed 11, and then he gets the penalty.
So yeah. You'd ideally want to stay at 10. You don't want to be in the territory of final chance.
Yeah, but sitting on an 11-second buffer, he can measure that. You know, he resisted them when they were a second off his tail, the pair of them. Yes, it added another track limits thing, but yeah, particularly all the work, particularly coming from the back of the hypercar class in the opening hour of the race. But I must say right now, I'm just so delighted, you know, not just for Ye Yifei and Phil Hansen, but for Robert Kubica. Well, I was asking about the BMW number 15. Let's go down to the CrowdStrike pit lane with our reporter down there, Peter Snowden, at number 15.
Yeah, I've just given up my place in the 83 Ferrari garage a minute. I have to go back with the elbows out to get that one back. But just come up to the WRT number 15 BMW team. I think we had this repeated last year, is it not? That this car, one of these cars, had an issue and then they parked it for a long, long time, but did send it out at the end of the day. Well, exactly the same is going to happen here. Sitting here with driver aboard, doors open, and a set of tyres on it ready to go out. And literally the dolly man's there all ready to go, and I think it's I think almost as I speak it's about to go out, so it does look like that car is going to be rejoining. I'll just try and find out who the driver is and I'll come back to you in a minute, Bruce.
Thank you, Snowy. It's Bruce Jones, Johnny Palmer and Paul Trustwell in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre in the closing stages then of the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We're on course for a couple of firsts regarding nations tasting victory, overall victory for the first time in this particular race. Meanwhile, the 15 BMW update we can now get via this CrowdStrike pit report. Here's Snowy again.
Yes, I can confirm that it's Dries van Toor that's taking the car out, and it's just been lowered off its jacks as I speak. I'm saying what should happen now is they should fire it up and take it out, but they haven't. That's not to say it won't fire up, they just haven't done it yet. So I'm not going to create drama that isn't there, but it does need to get itself out onto the apron. It's like a sea of, it's like a library in here at the moment. I'm the only one speaking in the garage. I better come out. I'm going to get fined.
Well, much concentration is always required, and so many other garages up and down the order daren't speak, frankly. It's not the case, sadly, at WRT, when they've been in great positions earlier on in the race. WRT former driver in Robert Kubica. He raced LMP2 cars for the Vincent Voss run team in the past to much success. He's been a European Le Mans Series champion. Ye Yifei, having come through the program at Jota, so ran in their Hertz Team Jota, the former manufacturer that they used to have of Germany, now with Cadillac, of course. Remember Ye Yifei, as he was earning his stripes, had quite a big incident. That was 1 or 2 years, maybe 3 years ago now, coming out of the Porsche curves in that Jota car, tore the whole rear end off it. Very similar to Paul Di Resta's incident at the start of this year's race, but Ye Yifei's just tidied everything up. He's kept the speed, and the mistakes have been ruled out on the whole as well, and it's testament to today's drive.
Yeah, I'm just trying to quantify how large, if over the final 8 minutes or so, this leads to victory, the first victory for a Chinese driver. It is going to be massive. You have to go to China to understand how the racing scene is absolutely burgeoning. They're building circuits you don't even know of. There's going to be a new street circuit later this year, used for the first time in Beijing. It's a huge scene, and talk about finding a standard bearer. Ho Pin-tung and his fabulous moments here. But let's go down to a CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, it's just literally to say that the number 15 WRT BMW has been dollied out onto the apron and it is ready to go. They're just waiting for the call, basically, so I guess they know exactly at what point they want it to join the remainder of this race. What did we say, 8 minutes to go, Johnny?
7.5 now.
7.5, okay, you said that 30 seconds ago then. So I'm not quite sure when they're waiting to, what the reason is for holding it this far now, but it will be joining hopefully very soon.
Yep, to get a race finished, they'll not want to interrupt where the front runners are, although the gap first to second is continuing to grow. I suppose Ferrari, having realised that they just want to keep their cars in the same order, the Scarlet cars that is, 51 and 50, they want them in a nice shot as one scores a podium finish and one just in behind. Remember, they won't take maximum manufacturer points today. That, as the way things are going, will be the Porsche, car number 6, to bag 50 points. and really bring them back into... I mean, it's still going to be tough because Porsche's terrible start this year in the FIA World Endurance Championship. I'm not sure they will have banked on 50 points with one of their cars. Their second car will be scored actually as the 6th placed championship finisher, again because the 83 will not be counted. 15's back on the move now, Snowy says, so Dries van Toor rejoining the race in order for them to get a finish. And thank you for keeping tabs on that. Team Radio.
Okay, Joey, so you're allowed to slow down a bit, protect your engine. The race is frozen anyway, so take care of your engine. The 5th car, so the one behind car 50, is at 2 minutes, so you have margin.
Did he say the race is over anyway, or the race is basically decided anyway?
Yeah, I got it that it's decided we'll take a Ferrari victory, but it's not your turn this time, Jovi, and we cannot. But I just really wonder how far back in this race these overheating problems, or whichever problems are affecting the Ferrari engines for 50 and 51, started to become apparent. Often it's a slow burn, but bear in mind they were scrapping hard. Yeah. Have you got an idea, Paul?
Is it related to the oil going in?
Possibly. The one thing I think that's a good point, Johnny. I'd forgotten about the oil going in. But I think from the outset, the 50 and the 51 were being driven conservatively. After the first couple of 3 stints, they started to realise that they were going to have to push a bit harder. Firstly, because the 83 car was making them look a bit silly, but more importantly was because the Porsche, and indeed at that point it was 2 Porsches, were going with them. And in order to cover the Porsches off, Ferrari had to increase their pace. So I think they maybe knew that it was always going to be a bit of a close run thing, and some of their fears have kind of transpired. And as the race has gone on, whatever problems they've been dealing with, they've got to the point where they said we can't ignore this anymore. It's becoming too much of a problem.
Yeah, I mean they basically said about 3 hours ago we'll go to Plan B
to score the point or save your engine.
Looking to score the points again, save your engine, make sure you get to the finish is the advice to Antonio Giovinazzi. He's still ahead of Antonio Fuoco.
But at this stage, all they have to do is to complete the lap they're on, and they will be on the last lap of the race. Robert Kubica has already gone on to his 386th lap, and he crossed the line with 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go, so he could slow the pace right down in order to cross the line next time around and take the checkered flag, but I think he'll push on, so we'll get 387 laps in total.
Right, I'm just keeping an eye, Paul, on the pace or the lack thereof for the driver second in LMP2. It's Esteban Masson. He's lapping 16, 17, 18 seconds slower than Nick Galoli. So Nick, for inter-Europol competition, surely with 3 minutes left on the clock, will take that victory. But he's not that far ahead of Bassio Capietto. But I think another 2 laps and he would have been under pressure. But I think VDS Panis Racing will just limp home, as providing it doesn't go pop. But that's been a horrible end to the race because they got it down under 10 seconds, stayed there, and great job coming on from Masson. But right now it's really all eyes on a car that's yellow, red flashes on it, but the 83 number on the body and the flanks, and it's Robert Kubica bringing it home.
He's in the middle sector. I can't think for a moment he's going to back the pace off because the Porsche, it's not exactly right there, but it is half of the first sector behind. So on the longer stretches of the Mulsanne, if he peers into his mirrors hard enough, he could probably be able to see the Porsche as a speck on the horizon behind. So Kubica from Estra, more or less stabilised. It's a very narrow gap, remember, between Giovinazzi and Fuoco, but that's unlikely to change as well. Big gap between inter-Europol competitions, Nick Yellerly and the 48 of Esteban Masson, but thankfully for Masson, the gap back to the LMP2 Pro-Am leader, Louis Delatraz, in the 199 AO by TF car is sufficient, as through the second chicane now, will go. Nick Yellerly, the car he shares with Kuba Śmiechowski and Tom Dillman.
Does this become a Polish double?
Yes, yes, I suppose it does. And the other fascinating thing for me is that, remember back to that unforgettable race in 2021 when WRT were running a couple of LMP2s. They were first and second, and as the LMP2 field began the final lap, one of them stopped. Two of the drivers in that stopped car, Robert Kubica and Ye Fei. And they're in this car 5 years later, about to win the thing overall. So this is a bit of revenge, is it not? And the other driver, I think, had some interest in as well. He's not in this car. Let's have a look. It is Louis Delatraz, who is about to potentially win LMP2 Pro-Am in Spike the Dragon, AO by TF. We got 40 seconds left on the clock. The last lap is called for the bright yellow. Ferrari then from the Écurie Francorchamps team, or the kind of tribute livery to that. And at the French race, this Ferrari, which has been the best behaved of the three, you might argue, although at times Robert Kubica has been rocking the boat to Ferrari, saying, we can't win this, we're never going to win this, you're not going to allow us to, or the car's going to break before we get there. They've only got now less than 8.5 miles to go and almost a clear road in front.
24 hours complete, just this final lap to be finished off. But for Robert Kubica, that desire is just so strong. It burns within him. He's always been one of the ultimate drivers. He had the injury setbacks, his Formula One career behind him. No one really understood what he was doing when he came back, but his love of competition has put him here. I look at his eyes on this final lap, and you can almost sense the tiredness, but, you know, the dam is going to break. This is going to be victory for such a popular driver, but also for Poland. They've got a car about to win the P2 class as well. Just outstanding.
Yeah, the flags will be flying in all the major cities around Poland, but the same can be said for the country of China, because they have never taken victory in the 24 hours of Le Mans, where certain areas of the world really now get motor racing, and China is right up there, and Ye Fei is going to become a national hero this weekend. He's going to have the freedom of so many different places of China. Just imagine the celebrations there.
I also sort of wonder how many started watching the race and already it's night is beginning to fall in China, who've just sort of extended their day to continue to watch this one to the flag.
And why not? With just a handful of corners to go now, and the yellow suits at AF Corsa together with many of the red engineering and race suits, because there's a bit of data shared between these two factory cars and the satellite team. Might not be the perfect result for the factory cars, running third and fourth on the road, and they've been put in the shade actually as this thing has worn on by Porsche and by the number 6 car, driven at the moment by Kevin Estre. But credit as well to his co-drivers Laurens Vanthoor and Matty Campbell of Belgium and Australia respectively. Another lap down for the BMW as the 83 Ferrari hauls its way out of Arnage for the final time and on towards Porsche curves. But it's a day all about Ferrari and all about the 83 car, heading for the really fast part of the circuit now. Laurens Vanthoor is going to be on the podium, but it's not the win that Porsche were looking for.
Well, for the final few hours, we thought it could still be a Ferrari 1-2-3, but full marks for Porsche Penske Motorsport, because they stuck in there. And in the end, it was the 51 and 50 that had dropped away from its tail, overheating or some engine problems late in the race. They're 15 seconds further back, but right now, the end is almost nigh for the 83 crew. And here comes Robert Kubica.
It's going to be a win at the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans for AF Corsa and for Ferrari with their 499P, but the customer programme, and a win for Poland and China and the UK after a superb drive for Robert Kubica. So many hours it feels like he was at the wheel for, but also Ye Fei, who has really come of age today. Phil Hansen, likewise, labelled the Brit under the same banner, because it's taken him some time after being moved from silver to gold to mix it with the fellow gold and platinum rated drivers. Second place will go to Porsche with their number 6 car for Kevin Estre, Lawrence Vantor and Matt Campbell. And a good, I would say, decent points haul for the factory Ferraris. One on the podium, that's the 51 car, and the 50 machine finishing in 4th position. Let's get straight down to our CrowdStrike pit reporters for any reaction. Nick Damon, you'll be in the thick of it, I'm sure, lining people up. So we'll jump in. I'll keep the mics open. I'll keep the microphones open, in readiness for anybody you grab really quickly. Manthey first form in the LMGT3 category. Our home for Richard Lietz in the number 92 Porsche. And here's Phil Hansen with Nick.
It's been an incredibly stressful couple of hours, and it's relief. It's been we've been out the front, we've been pushing to get back out in the lead, and I'm just happy we hung on to it. And the team did an amazing job today. My teammates couldn't be happier, honestly.
Yeah, that's lovely. But how does it feel? You've just won Le Mans.
It's just relief. Just relief.
Phil Hansen, thank you very much. I will try and catch if you're obviously up onto the pit wall now, but it's now going to be chaos in the pit lane. But we did at least get Phil Hansen.
Kuba's been won Le Mans.
Yes.
You seem very cool about it.
Well, I've done it already 2 years ago, so I know how it feels like. I'm super happy for Tom and Nick. It was a very challenging one, to be honest, with a lot of ups and downs. At the end, we got to drive through, but the VDS was, I guess, pushing a bit too hard, and they broke something on the car. And we managed to stay out of trouble, and we finished ahead, so it's amazing.
You are the coolest winner ever.
Yeah.
That was Kuba Szymowski from the winning P2 with Europol.
Congrats.
Radio messages from Robert Kubica. He sounds very chilled as well as he came across the line. Kubica wins with Phil Hansen, who was arguably the most chilled, although we haven't caught up with Ye Yifei yet. Possibly traditionally quite reserved, although he's become more westernised in recent years. I'm sure he'll let the emotion fly and let go now. But sometimes you're just in a state of shock, and it takes a bit more time really for it all to sink in. Some drivers have told me several days before you realise you've won Le Mans. The 43 car is home. We've just hearing from Kuba Szymowski, who shares that car with Nick Yellerly and Tom Dillman. They are home and hosed. We are still waiting for the 48 car, though, to complete its race, nursing those difficulties. Oliver Gray, Esteban Massa and Franck Pereira. Here's Nick Damon.
Just lots of cuddling going on here.
But yeah, you all deserve it.
Ricardo Pello, congratulations, you're a Le Mans winner.
Oh yeah, finally. I mean, I'm speechless right now. I want to thank these two boys and Richie and Ryan and this mega team that made a really good job. We are leading since 2 a.m. It's unbelievable what happened today.
Is it more difficult to be leading for that long?
Oh yeah, it's difficult. You know, we're leading. You want to push, you want to pull away, but at the same moment you don't have to take any risks. While the other one, obviously, they are pushing a bit more. So wow, it's tough, very tough.
Congratulations.
Ye Yifei was with Snowy briefly. Go on, go for your life, Snowy. Ye Yifei is celebrating with the team on the pit wall, and I know Peter Snowden's virtually on his shoulder. Grab him if you can.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Describe
it's a dream come true, really. 4 years ago, I was on the last lap leading the 24 hours of Le Mans in LMP2, and the car stopped. Finally, we finished the last lap with Robert, so it's a happy ending to our story.
And who was your teammate then?
Was Robert Kubica and Louis Tedeschois. So.
Yeah, exactly. So it's revenge. You owed it.
Thank you.
Ye Yifei to Pro-Am, and also sharing that car with Robert Kubica after such disappointment 4 years ago in the LMP2 category. The LMGT3 top three. Manthey, first form Porsche. Richard Lietz bringing the 92 car home 33 seconds ahead of Alessio Rivera's Ferrari number 21, the Vista AF Corsa car, and Charlie Eastwood's number 81 TF Sport Corvette. a further 38 seconds adrift. But of 24 starters, to say that it's just over a minute to separate the podium finishers in LMGT3 is great going, and 3 different manufacturers in that top 3. You can extend that down to 5th position, actually, where there's also an Aston in 4th and a Lexus in 5th place. Always going to be a bun fight in LMGT3. I suppose the same could be said in the hypercar division as well, although it did settle down to be a fight between the old foes, Ferrari versus Porsche. All smiles from the Yeh family down close to AF Corsa, and Porsche, mainly Kevin Estre from the back of the grid, have actually come out with an amazing result. I'm not sure they necessarily expected that coming to Le Mans this year, Bruce.
It's going to be a while to settle in, because that was a slugfest for them from the very outset to be starting down at the back, but they got through, and ironically the sister cars 4 and 5 did not come out smelling of roses so much, with Jaminet ending up in the number 5 in 5th, 7th place overall.
Here's Nick with another CrowdStrike pit reaction.
Lawrence Vantour, second. Is that a great result or first loser?
It sucks. No, I mean, the dream is to win. It would have completed my career completely. Yeah, for sure, second is not bad, but in a couple of months, nobody remembers who was second. So, I mean, we put a hell of a fight. We didn't make any mistakes. We had no penalties. We drove our ass off. The car was good. We got good strategy, but yeah, the others were quicker, let's say like that, and they could have avoided some mishappenings. And yeah, I mean, we gave it the best we had, but that was all we could achieve.
I don't want to rub salt in the wounds, but it's kind of possible without that full course yellow, you might have safety car, you might have won.
Well, I don't know. I haven't looked into it, but we didn't, so it doesn't matter, right?
No, but well done, great drive.
Thank you.
Yeah, Lawrence Vantour. Timing is everything, Nick, and that was possibly not the best of it, but we know we had made those comments ourselves in the Full Performance Global Broadcast Centre, but at the same time, had the Ferrari number 51 not spun on the way into pit lane, then it would probably have won the race. So it's all if, buts and maybes at this stage. Nick makes the point that it was an error from one of the drivers, the Alessandro Pierguidi from 51, whereas the safety car had nothing to do with what Porsche were doing. It's a fair point. And although it was a Porsche that was off the road, wasn't it? That's what. Hang on. I've turned you all off because I wanted to make sure that we could get all of the finishers, all of the winners on. Right, go ahead.
Fine. I turned myself off as well. No, the point being that it was an LMP2 car that caused the safety car. But, I mean, I absolutely identify with what Lawrence Vantour is saying. But a bit like the win doesn't sink in for a few days, actually the whole of the event doesn't sink in for a few days. And Lawrence will... I'm sure take some credit in the days to come, if not the months to come, that he nearly won, and there were certainly opportunities. The car, as he gave credit for, it was a good car. The team didn't make any mistakes. That was a very valid point, and there was kind of a rueful smile on his face, and I thought hats off to him for that, for making the effort, as it were, to kind of try and analyse how he felt, because, you come second at Le Mans. Nobody wants to come second at Le Mans, but it's at least you finish.
Yeah, I mean, some drivers are fortunate enough to sort of hit the big one at the first attempt. Others take quite a while, and Phil Hansen's a case of example. He's only 25. This is his 9th Le Mans, and he's landed the big one. But he's done so well to get this drive. And, a privateer-ish team, but, a lot of the credit is going to be going to, the first Polish winner and, of course, the first Chinese winner. But Phil Hansen has built and built and built. And, now he's got the award.
I was not expecting to do 5 stints in the end of 24 hours.
He's always moaning, isn't he, Robert Kubica? Wasn't expected to do 5 stints. As I joked previously, they'd have to sort of wrench his fingers off the steering wheel to get him from that car, but he did look tired in those fights. When all you can see in the helmet is just the eyes, but sometimes you also imagine how he might be feeling. But I dare say he'll be feeling quite cramped when he finally climbs out.
Yes, I mean, he's been...
Just before you start with that, Paul, let's go back for a CrowdStrike pit analysis. PJ Hyatt.
PJ, congratulations, Pro-Am winner.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
You certainly, you did your part. You must be very proud of your fuel 6 hours.
Well, you know, everybody sets the car up for me. I just get in it and drive. So, I mean, it's a team effort.
And possibly the greatest thing you do is you've got a very good hiring policy with your other drivers.
Well, it's an embarrassment of riches with Dane and Louis. I mean, it's just ridiculous, the co-drivers that I have to be able to bring home a victory like this. It's a testament to the entire team. I love those guys.
Did you enjoy the celebrations?
PJ Hyatt from Spike, the Dragon, getting an overall podium in the LMP2s, first of all, and they are also a big trophy heading their way for the Pro-Am victory, which is considered a subcategory, but will have its own podium. So the finishing cars on the secondary LMP2 podium, if you like, the 199 will be top, 29 TDS racing car second, and the 11 Proton competition car third on the podium. So 29 Matthias Besch, joined by Clement Novalak and Rodrigo Sales, and in the 11, it's his team radio first of all.
They were supposed to be here. I want them here.
They should be there normally. Batti is bringing them to you.
So Kubica now on the main straight, wanting to celebrate in almost an Alex Palou style, and you can see sort of Spanish connotations with that, the colour scheme of the Ferrari. I'm thinking about Alex Palou's Indy 500 win last month, where he parked the car right in the middle of the track. Back to Nick Damon.
Jensen, happy, sad, disappointed, pleased?
I'm really happy for the team. You know, I think Thursday was an exceptional day for everyone, and getting the pole and the front row for the race. But 24 hours is tough. You need a package that works in every condition. For us, our strengths were high speed, a lot of downforce in this car, but you know, you suffer on the straights and you need straight line speed at Le Mans to race. So yeah, tricky race, and we had a lot of issues in our car, but to come home with a 5th and an 8th isn't bad. You know, it's not bad at all. So, you know, the team will regroup and come back with a better package next year.
And is the racing bug still biting as hard for you?
I love racing, yeah. Life's busy at the moment, though, so yeah, this will definitely be my last Le Mans, I think. So yeah, so it was fun. I wish it was more fun, but it was okay.
Thanks, Jensen.
Cheers.
Jensen Button possibly on the end of his career here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, but you think back to the NASCAR-style special entry, Garage 56 as it was called, which won so many fans a couple of years ago that he drove. So the winning car heading now in the wrong direction down pit lane, having picked up the teammates Ye Yifei, Phil Hansen, sitting either side of the cockpit of Robert Kubica and making their way to the Le Mans podium, which is in position, of course, above those fans, so that when they are unleashed towards or at least view the podium from the grandstands, it kind of extends not quite to the extent of the Monza podium, but goes out a fair distance over the pit lane to give everybody a great view. And I'm sure the reaction is going to be very, very loud indeed, because the tribunes are fit to bursting to receive these winners.
The pit lane is fit to bursting, but somehow they've cleared the spectators and the team members, and it's a sea of Polish flags as much as Ferrari flags, as Robert Kubica only now will finally be able to get out of the car and get the helmet off. A quintuple stint at the end, but the outcome, it may be cramp, it may be undoubtedly tiredness, but glory. Robert Kubica.
He was in the car for more than 3.5 hours. And bear in mind that the last lap started with only about a minute to go until he had to do another lap. And the fact that he's just been sitting in the car now for another quarter of an hour, you can practically say that was a 4-hour stint for Robert. Yeah. So truly magnificent effort. And he drove altogether for 9 hours in the race, so a great performance from him, and a truly astonishing. I mean, it's supposed to be about endurance, and I think Robert did exactly that.
It was a really nice touch as well, that standing right up against the Pratt perch area on the pit wall, there was Antonello Coletta, who is the global head of Ferrari Endurance and Corsa Clienti. He was the one giving the biggest round of applause because he wanted Ferrari to win, and I'm not sure he really cared which of the 3 cars it was going to be. It's a Ferrari win at the end of the day, and they got another one on the podium too.
So the record for 2025 is 1-1-1 and then won the big one. That's not bad, is it?
Yeah. And it's 3 in a row at the 24 Hours of Le Mans with different cars, and in each time different driver lineups as well, which is very impressive. Let's go to the World of Cadillac Hertz Team Jota with Peter Snowden.
Sam, thanks very much for a bit of time at the end here. An emotional Le Mans, always is, but your thoughts and your take on it for us?
Well, first of all, I think Ferrari owe us, having educated 2 of their drivers that just won that race, giving them their first go in a hypercar. But, you know, honestly,
I'm sure Clark has got commission on that somewhere.
I'm sure he has. That's super cool to see that, you know. Phil Hansen, Yiffy, they're part of our family, and to see them win it, and we can put a bid on their watch shortly, that's really exciting. But no, for what we've achieved...
You're not joking either.
No, absolutely not. I've texted a pair of them already. No, but in all seriousness, for what we've achieved here, to put a new car into the mix just 90-odd days ago, to then come here, get both of them over the finish line in a very respectable 5th and 8th position.
And dare I add, not just put them into the mix, but put them on the front row.
Put them on the front row, fastest race lap, and good finishing position. You know, obviously we want to be on the podium, we want to win the thing, but this is a really solid start to a long-term project.
Looking good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's exciting.
Thank you very much, Sam.
No
and
worries,
get a hard-earned rest. I'm going to try and catch Mr. Clark if I can. He's just over the other side of the garage. That's okay with you. Up there in the pit wall. David, I've not been able to see you all weekend. Oh, there was a big sigh. That was almost like you had enough now. But I've just interviewed Sam. What a fantastic result for the team. I know it's not what you wanted overall, but you've only just started this program this year, as Sam said. You've got to be proud of these boys.
Well, I'm so proud of the boys and girls and the team, but I mean, I'm just proud of our new partnership with General Motors Cadillac. I think they're completely ecstatic about the whole thing. You know, I don't think they were expecting for us to be first and second on the grid. Maybe we weren't either, but I think great race. Everybody's happy. I'm just so proud of everybody, to be honest with you, and what an amazing event. It just seems to get better every year. I mean, it's incredible. Yeah, so.
And as Sam just alluded as well, you trained 2 of the drivers as well, didn't you? That just won it.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I mean, I can't...
That made you smile.
I can't tell you how happy I am for Phil Hansen.
Us too.
Yeah, I mean, a guy that's come from a good background, really, and started off as a rank amateur, and he's just won Le Mans. And we helped him a bit, I'm sure, but fantastic. I mean, I texted his father. I just think the whole... And Yefei and how brilliant. The only thing better would have been us winning, but...
maybe next year, 2026. Eh?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
David Clark, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks
I've got others to go to.
Down in Aston Land, there's a couple of drivers butt in here with an overall review of how do you feel the Valkyrie debut went, Tom?
Sorry, I didn't catch a word of that, mate.
It's noisy. How do you feel the debut went?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I think we can be pretty proud of that one. Both Valkyries to the finish with no issues is a tremendous result. It was fun out there. You know, the car was just, we were just saying, the car was just kind of getting better and better as the race went on, and I think that's a really solid sort of ground for us to work on ahead of next year. And like I say, a lot of positives to take, a lot of positives, and the car was feeling really nice. And like I say, it's an absolute pleasure to bring it home as well at the end.
I'm going with Harry Ticknell. Harry, would you echo Tom's words? Hopefully you can understand English. I've lost obviously my use of the language at the end of the day.
It's getting to that point in the weekend, isn't it? I didn't hear what Tom said, but I think as a new manufacturer, we've seen in the past, it's not gone well for some, and so to get 2 to the finish with basically no issues. Fantastic result. I think we've made progress every single race this year. That's the main thing. You know, when we go back to Imola, you know, the BOP is going to be quite a bit different to where we have now. You know, most of the cars are more or less running very similar weights and power here. So I think to be sort of within the 2.5, 2 seconds of the winning Ferrari, it's a pretty good effort first time here. Of course, we're all athletes, we're all sports people, we want to win, and it's difficult going into a race knowing it's a learning year, but we learned so much this week. I think if we started again, it would already be better, and we know coming back next year it's going to be a different story, so it's exciting.
I'm not sure many projects have got 2 cars to finish at Le Mans and a car to finish at Sebring, so it's obviously a tough old girl, isn't she?
Yeah, no, 100%. I think, you know, obviously the V12, it sounds amazing, and it's on tick over really, so we weren't too worried about any issues there, but you know, we really didn't have to manage much, a little bit with the gearbox at the end, but honestly, we knew there was always going to be things, little niggles, but considering how much electronics there are on the car these days, just super proud of everyone at Heart Race, Aston Martin, and it's just such a good team spirit. I've never been in a team that's had such good spirit, and it's amazing what Ian's done. He's built people around him that you know, work well together, and I'm kind of the interloper coming into it, and I'm really enjoying it, and I'm really excited for what we've got coming in the future.
How you enjoy the rest of the season?
Cheers, man. Thank you.
Nick Damon talking to Harry Tinknell there at Aston Martin with another CrowdStrike race reaction interview, and the Aston Martins in the end then finishing 13th in the 009, 15th for 007, and the closing drivers Alex Riberas and Tom Gamble, who was the first voice you heard chatting to Nick Damon there. 91.2 FM around the circuit. It's Radio Le Mans for 2025. We're on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And speaking of RSL, I'm delighted to say that now joining me in the studio is the responsible adult, Eve Hewitt, who has managed to keep us on the straight and narrow. We've got another one in the books, Eve.
Not sure about the straight and
No,
narrow.
okay, all right.
But yes, yes.
I was after a, you know, compliment, if anything, for the team, not just for me. There's always so many people that we have to pay credit to say thanks to, because this is a huge effort to put on year in, year out, and this is no exception.
No, absolutely. I mean, just starting with the ACO, who work with us to bring you, the listeners and viewers, this race. That's now a 20-year relationship. Yeah. And I can't tell you how much it's changed. It's extraordinary. And then in the run-up, all the pre-event planning, Nathalie Fargier and her team, Christelle and Lotte, Alexis and Manu and his team on the ground. The work that goes into building this TV compound is extraordinary. And then, of course, we wouldn't be here at all if we didn't have partners. So CrowdStrike Racing, Mobil One, Ford Performance, Race Car Engineering, Mazda, Mazda Europe, I should say, Audi UK, First Tickets, Brian Sheehan and his team, incredible. Sacred Coffee, Stick It Up for Le Mans, those guys are the thing that enables us to be here. And then our hosts every year, United Autosports. Army marches on its stomach, and all of the team this year have been eating with them.
That food was unbelievable all week.
I turn up in somewhere that's almost a field, just with a bit of tarmac, but there's nothing much there when they get here. You know, Ashley Dean, you're a legend, and your dad's pretty cool as well. But also our French family, Patrick and Mina Trottin, and Claudette Simon. Again, that's a really long relationship. We've been staying there since we started doing Radio Le Mans. John's stayed there for years before that. And then you, Johnny.
What, me?
And yes, you. And Nick and Joe and Truss is over there packing up, and Snowy and new boy Peter Mackay.
Yeah.
New boy Ryan Marine, and then Paul Marcotte doing the socials. Johnny Molam, who's
gone
home now. Oh, he's gone. Yes.
Yeah. Well, he reached the end of his stint, in fairness. So we're allowed to. Yeah.
Bruce
wants to get home very quickly.
Bruce, who's just left us.
Yeah.
Bob and James Dawson.
There he is.
There he is. The marvellous Samantha, the marvellous Samantha Bradley. And then back in London, Tim Gray, Rob Lemus and Kerry Cobb. And I think that's it, isn't it? Is that everybody?
Well, I really hope we haven't missed anybody.
Oh, Heinthoff!
Oh, well, he's not here. No, he is here.
He is. He's busy finishing off
He's in a green room.
Porsche Carrera Cup
doing
race.
another commentary, weirdly.
It's just happened in Montreal. And that list is proof that any Le Mans experience is only possible because of the, as you said, the myriad inputs and all of those people. And that includes everybody who's down there now, either just experiencing the race, listening to us, watching at home, watching Studiovision, who listened and watched and posted and texted. And I just want to say it's been our honour to serve you all.
It certainly
thank you,
has. No, not at all. I mean, I always feel our purpose is to help people enjoy this race more than they would do without. You know, we're not trying to create it. There are egos in this camp, and I include myself in there. But there's so much stuff that happens out of your viewpoint. If you choose a location to watch this race from around the circuit, you don't know what's going on in the pit lane necessarily. You don't know what's going on at the other end of the circuit. And if we can help paint the picture and, make it just a far better experience, then we've done our job,
Exactly.
I would suggest.
I think so. That's right. I think that's our mission.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Not at all. Well, thank you for all your hard work, because I know it's been months, probably basically the last year, to get to a point. And, well, we could do another 24-hour race next weekend, I suppose.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Do you think?
Come on.
Go on then.
Let's go to the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the 24-hour race there. Thank you, Eve Hewitt, very much.
Come on then, Johnny. Let's go.
Right, we're off now, are we?
All right, yeah.
I'm going to do a post-race tech show.
Yes, you do, yeah.
Oh, fine.
Not
Okay.
finished yet. Thank you.
Not at all. Thank you, Eve. Thanks for popping in and making sure that we said thank you to everybody involved. Still then, the debriefing is taking place with the teams that they maybe didn't do so well, but of course all of the podium finishers will be heading now to their crucial area to assemble and then to be presented to the crowd, to hear the cheers, to spray the champagne, to get some very smart trophies for the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And it's going to be a party into the night, I'll rather suggest, for Ferrari and, well, certainly for Inter-Europol competition in LMP2. Porsche, they get a second place in the main race with the hypercars, but they've won the LMGT3 category. And I'm not sure they necessarily showed the form to do that earlier on in the week. We were talking a lot about Ferrari and a lot about Lexus, not necessarily about the Porsches, but it's Manthey. And somebody said actually on the campsite tour, I think it was Heindorf actually, it's Manthey. You know, they're going to be there or thereabouts. They're more than that. They've won the thing by half a minute.
Yeah, they had the GT3 class under their control from a long way out. But one thing that absolutely always strikes me, this is an event like no other. Afterwards, the scenes when they're waiting for all the drivers and the team bosses to come out on the podium, very, very special place for all of them. But for the spectators who managed to come down to the start-finish straight, wander down, get beneath that iconic podium, it is a magical place. And the podium ceremony, we've often packed up the entire studio ready to leave the circuit, and it's still going on. But, you know, all the work put in, win or lose, it's emotional at the end of a 24-hour race because you're knackered. No one could be more knackered than even Robert Kubica, but Paul Truswell, I tip my hat to you, right through the day, through the night, through the day, on top of all those figures. But then, at what stage do you relax?
I'm relaxing now.
Well done, sir.
No, I mean, there's something about this place that is very special. I always say at the end of a 24-hour race, or people say to me, why do you stay up all night? The thing is, I feel the need to watch the race and to follow it. The fact that I then get to share it with everybody on Radio Le Mans and everybody who listens is kind of a bonus. But I'm only doing it just for the very same reason that I got involved in commentary in the first place. Was I used to stand on the spectator enclosure and I'd want to nudge the bloke next to me and said, have you seen the guy in fourth place? He's going to be in the lead by the end of the 10th lap. And it's just kind of sharing your enthusiasm. I think that's what a lot of us do. And that's how we get involved in this. And, I mean, Why did Robert Kubica stay in and do 5 stints at the end of the race? Because he wanted to. Nobody was forcing him to, I'm sure.
It was sheer determination.
Yeah.
I think he had that whiff, that possible scent of victory, and he's been hunting. He's been disappointed, as we said 5 years ago in the LMP2 class. But I cannot tell you how excited I am for Robert in particular, but also for Phil Hansen. You know, as they said, he started small, and for Yifei, I mean, the effect, how this is going to go down in China, I can't even start to imagine. So I think it's going to be a hugely popular victory. I mean, whatever manufacturer, whatever works team you liked, I mean, I think this is a rather special story that we've just witnessed.
So that, for our race coverage, is just about that. We have delved into quite a race over the last 24 hours, indeed over the last week, really, when we had all the free practice, the qualifying, the hyperpole sessions dealt with, and also a week ago, 2 separate test sessions that Paul Truswell and I called, and we were trying to guess precisely what sort of result we might expect on this Sunday. Well, it is a Ferrari victory, 3 on the bounce now for the Italian manufacturer, but with 3 different cars and 9 different drivers who have all won finally this race. They'd not, on their day of winning in 23, 24 and 25, won the race before. So that's again a feather in the cap surely for Ferrari to say how good this 499p is. Porsche should take maximum manufacturer points, well, certainly for their number 6 car. The 2 Ferraris in behind will score well, of course, as well, but the Magic 50, the double of the 25, will go the way of the Stuttgart brand, and LMP2, the 43 into Europol competition car of Nick Yellerly, together with his teammates Tom Dillman and Kuba Śmiechowski, victorious in LMP2. From the 48 VDS Panis Racing car and the 199 AO by TF Orica. Porsche win LMGT3 from Ferrari, Vista AF Corsa and TF Sport Corvette, finishing the podium. We've got post-race tech upcoming, though, here on RS1 and around the circuit on 91.2 FM, so stick around for that.
Quick blast of post-race tech after an extraordinary Le Mans 24 hours for 2024. My thanks to Johnny Palmer and to Peter Mackay for doing the heavy lifting, as well as Paul Truswell, Bruce Jones, and indeed all of our booth crew. Thomas Laudenbach, 2nd position for Porsche. And here is Robert Kubica, who's done so much to make this happen for the number 83 AF Corsa. Works well for Ferrari. They'll be selling cars into the Asian Le Mans Series, and this is the perfect advertisement for them. The only manufacturer making new cars available for private teams. The Asian Le Mans Series taking on the LMH category and allowing bronze drivers to take part, which isn't allowed here at Le Mans, of course. Here's the national anthem of the winning team for Le Mans 2025. not enjoying it at all. They are allowed, absolutely allowed. Phil Hansen, Fair, and Robert Kubica, the drivers, two of whom, of course, had their hopes dashed in a WRT LMP2 car a couple of years ago. More than that now. Their teammate then was Louis Delatraz, who's won an LMP2. And the trophies to be presented by Pierre Fillon, president of the ACO. Paul Truswell staying with us. Peter Mackay jumped into post-race tech. In some ways, the perfect result for Ferrari doesn't affect the... I mean, they would like to have had first, second and third, but the 83 car taking the third victory in a row for the manufacturer, and that means all three cars have now taken the win. It pretty much seals the World Cup in the WEC for AF Corsa in the number 83 car. They can go on holiday for the next two rounds and still win that because they've got double points victory. And for the 51 and the 50 car, they still pick up the points for their finishes. Porsche Penske Motorsport almost with 14 seconds between them and the lead car. Almost the fairy tale finish for the car that was put to the back of the grid after first qualifying, Paul.
Absolutely, and Nick posed the question to Lawrence Van Tour to ask him what he thought of it, and it was interesting listening to Lawrence's answer, because you could tell that it was an important position, but an unfortunate result. He really wanted to win. And Nick then asked him about the safety car, which in my view cost them the win. Lawrence hadn't thought that deeply about it, but in my view of things, if that safety car hadn't have shrunk the gap, which was over a minute at that point, it was over a minute and a half at that point, it shrunk the gap down to 20 seconds, then the Porsche would have won the race.
And the Porsche was going well at that time. It went better in the cooler temperatures of the overnight. I think they were trying to put a lap on the field. They didn't get the opportunity to do that. Ifs and ands, pots and pans, bicycles, uncles and aunts.
I know, and I mean, everybody knows, the what ifs of this sport, but I believe that Porsche Penske Motorsport should hold their head up high with that result, because quite frankly, Porsche hasn't been anywhere this year in the World Endurance Championship. They've never really, since they've brought along the 963, they've never really looked like winning Le Mans. This year, I mean, I think you and I talked about it in Dubai probably, and we said, well, yeah, Porsche's going to be a big threat. But then as the season unfolded, you sort of think, well, is it? Even come qualifying, people were saying, well, yeah, Ferrari's still a threat, even though they're only starting way back on the grid in 7th place. But the way Porsche then performed during the race, and both the other cars performed well as well. Yes, they fell back, but I think the Porsche team, Penske Motorsport, did a grand job.
It won't be enough for Roger Penske. It won't be enough for Thomas Laudenbach, for Urs Geratler. They've said that it doesn't seem from what's been said that they want to supply any more privateer cars. So they have basically hung the Porsche flag on those three cars, and particularly the additional entry, number 4 car from the States. They finish in 2nd, 7th and 9th position. Explain that to the board on Monday. Do you have to? Is that close good enough, or is second first of the losers? And I'm not being nasty there. I'm just putting that out there.
Well, no doubt when that was signed off, a 3-year programme, a Le Mans win would have been up the top, probably either above a World Championship win or certainly joint with a World Championship win. They ticked off the World Championship win. All I would say is the body language of the 3 drivers, Matt Campbell of Lawrence Vantor and of Kevin Estre, all standing on the overall podium for the very first time.
Yeah.
Their body language looks like utter anguish and disappointment, and how close are we, but so far, you know, that just gutted.
How good were those opening stints from Estre?
I've been really lucky to call a lot of Kevin Estre's races in the peak of his career, which I think he's still it's a long peak that he is still enjoying, and that first stint is one of the best I've ever seen from him. It was absolutely vintage Estre, from 21st on the grid right up to the field, and that's why he's been a Porsche driver for so long, and that's why he really is their superstar. But then Lawrence Vantor, you can put him in for, if you were allowed, you could put him in for 8 stints in a row, and he would just keep going as well. And Matt Campbell, he needs no introduction either. But those 3 very impressive drivers, they gave it everything they could.
How good was the closing stint from Robert Kubica, Paul? He was under pressure.
He was.
Couldn't afford a mistake, couldn't afford a run-on, couldn't afford a spin, couldn't afford to fumble through traffic.
But I'll be honest, he became a machine. He was no longer human. He was, you didn't have to worry about his injury. I mean, I said to Johnny Molan when Kubica got in the car, I said Kubica could stay until the end here, and Johnny poo-pooed it. I said, yeah, but he could do 4 hours, and no, he won't do 4 hours. But all of a sudden, you kind of thought, well, who else are they going to put in?
Yeah.
And that's taking nothing away from Phil Hansen, because I'm sure, in fact, Phil would have done a perfectly good job. But it was Robert Kubica, as I say, he turned into a machine somehow, where you just turned him on and he worked.
I interviewed all the drivers around about May last year, before last year's race for Ferrari, and I said to Dave, do you feel the race owes you something? And he said no, but not winning and getting the 1-2 for WRT and LMP2 still hurts, and I actually don't like to think about it, so can we not talk about it? And I said, yeah, okay, that's fine by me. He's forgotten that now, hasn't he?
Yeah.
This is great for him, for his country, and as I said, it's spread the love between the 3 Ferraris. Well, they can pack in now, can't they?
Well, looking at the provisional points for the World Endurance Championship, both for drivers and manufacturers, Ferrari are in another universe. They're gone. They'd already set themselves such a strong stall with the start of the season, as Paul rightly pointed out. But then, of course, with the double points you get for winning Le Mans, with it being a longer race, they're not home and dry, but near as you can be at this stage of the season.
AF Corsa have pretty much won the World Cup. Nice catch on the Magnum of Champagne from the top of the podium. The other classes then into Europol, VDS and AO on the overall podium for LMP2. AO taking the Pro-Am, and Louis Delatraz, the 3rd driver from that WRT disappointment. The other car won from WRT, but it should really have been a 1-2. Small part in the fuel lines, the fuel pump, that cost them the victory. Into Europol, they've worked hard for that. Nick Yellerly coming off a win last weekend at Detroit, and a pole position as well, and proving his versatility.
Not a bad Le Mans debut, eh?
Pack in now.
Yeah, well,
that's another guy.
I think he'll just got the taste for it now, I think.
Well,
Nick
Acura's
Yellerly.
not coming, and he's an Acura driver, and they are not coming to Le Mans. They've said it's not on their radar. So Nick Yellerly, if he wants to win overall here, will have to go to a different manufacturer.
And, you know, also for his teammates, for Tom Dillman, for a French driver to get their first win at Le Mans, that is what Tom Dillman has achieved today. Fantastic. He's had some starts at Le Mans in some questionable cars, should we say, that haven't had a chance of winning, and now he's getting his reward of that experience. And Jakub Swiatowski, that's 2 wins in 3 years for him in the LMP2 category. And into Europol, you know, Into Europol is a very successful bakery in Poland, and what they have done to come and fight at the very top level of sports car racing is quite a remarkable achievement. Really good.
It's not the same people who break the bread that actually run the race car. It is a sponsorship.
That would be even more impressive, but no, I think it's more of a sponsorship arrangement. But nevertheless, it's It's impressive.
Yeah. In GT3, we mentioned Neil by TF, but that's another win for Gunnar Jeanette and the guys there who put an impressive programme together on both sides of the Atlantic, and they take the Pro-Am category, Peter.
They do, and for PJ Hyatt, you know, he's still relatively early in his motor racing life. He had a very successful life in the tech industry, and is now enjoying a career in motorsport. So it's a first Le Mans class win for him. Likewise for Dane Cameron, who's had so much success in the United States. He finally got his Daytona victory last year.
He's the reigning IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship as a Porsche driver and didn't get picked up this year.
And a first one for Louis Delatraz as well, believe it or not. He's had the World Endurance Championship before and 3 ELMS titles, but yeah, very, very impressive for them. They were the defining car. I was actually wondering just how far up the overall order they get. They're actually on the overall podium classified, which is very impressive for the bronze driver who's got to do a quarter of the race. That is really, really impressive. But for me, the big history for a true legend of Le Mans, Richard Leitz, who's always racing the GT category. He's never done prototypes at Le Mans. His 6th Le Mans class win.
And that's significant.
No Porsche driver in history has ever won that many races for the mark, including Jackie X, Derek Bell. They've won, of course, Jackie X won 6 overall, but not all in a Porsche, of course.
No.
You know, one in the Mirage, etc. So, and one in the Ford GT. So that is Richard Leitz. You cannot say enough about how big an achievement that is for him.
Coming out, the winners for the LMP2 category, and well done to all of them. Actually, that's the guys from Manthey, isn't it? So what they've done is they've got the 3 winners in the other classes. So they've brought into Europol from the 43 car, EO by TF for the winners in Pro-Am in LMP2, and the GT3 winners, the Manthey first form. So we've got 3 sets of winners, I think, up there. Or have they actually just brought the GT3s? They brought the GT3s,
and then the P2s will come after.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. I mean, to see TF Corvette on the podium, they were all the Corvette drivers were down in their boots.
Here is the anthem of the winning manufacturer in LMGT3. Richard Leitz there, just taking it all in, with the air of a man who is absolutely aware of what he's achieved. He was not singing the national anthem, not because he didn't want to, but he was taking in every second of that, Peter. He's a student of the sport. He's been in it a long time. This would be a fantastic way to cap off his career if he did decide to call it a day now.
We said that when he won in GTE Pro, in the
That's
last
true.
year GTE Pro,
That's
and he
true.
just keeps going.
He
He's
does.
just evergreen, and in the way that the GT category works now at Le Mans, there is no all-pro category, and we talked about this in our race coverage, how good he is about bringing up the bronze-graded driver in the team. And indeed the often young up-and-coming silver driver in the team. He's so good at that. And, you know, when he won at Daytona with Ryan Hardwick a couple of years ago in Jan Halen, that is all talked about how much he really lifts a whole team. In the Michael Fassbender Road to Le Mans program, yes, they didn't get a result like this, but you know, if you ask Michael Fassbender, I guarantee you'll say that Richie was just fantastic driver in the car, but also encouraging all the time and dragging the whole team up.
And Porsche, Ferrari and Corvette, 3 different manufacturers on the podium, with Aston and Lexus making it 5 in the top 5 in Le Mans GT3, Paul. We talked about it in Hyperpole. We had 8 different manufacturers shooting for the pole position. Champagne about to be sprayed by the Le Mans GTs, 1 or 2 of them making a beeline. Only, let's remind ourselves, Paul Truswell, this is only the 2nd year of Le Mans GT3 at Le Mans, and it somehow feels like it's been here forever already.
Well, I mean, I know people make the difference, and it's an important difference between LMGT3 and GT3, but GT3 has been there forever.
But not at Le Mans.
Not at Le Mans, no. But when you've got a series like that, it doesn't take a lot of shoeing in. It just kind of naturally fits into something. They've maintained most of the reliability that you get with a GT3 car. They've made it a little bit faster, which is always a little bit more exciting. But the other thing is they've maintained the amateur mix that's such a part of the fabric of Le Mans.
Absolutely agree.
And, you know, I think it would be a sad day, and I think it will come, but it will be a sad day when the enthusiastic amateur could no longer get himself into the Le Mans 24 hours.
If I drop the Euro Millions and they kick out the amateurs, I'll be absolutely gutted, quite frankly. I don't care whether it's next weekend or 10 years' time. I hope there's still an opportunity. In terms of Manthey, I mean, what can you say about them? They've done so much, Paul, in motorsport. They're now 51% owned and have been for some time by Porsche. They paced this race perfectly. It was never a done deal. 33 seconds at the end in any other motor race would look like a big victory, but that's nothing here at Le Mans.
Not these days, no, exactly. And particularly when you look at the mix of manufacturers that are involved, you sort of think, well, you know, how come Grandad's still going so well? Because Porsche is the grandfather of GT racing. And nothing against the 911 GT, but it doesn't have the same modern lines, for example, that the McLaren does. And it still does the job, run by a good team. But isn't it nice that there is this mix of manufacturers? Because these are the cars that a lot of the spectators come along to. And the trouble is, if Porsche are winning everything, not everybody's going to go home buying a Porsche.
No.
You know, the Lexus fans are going to carry on buying Lexuses because they saw them at Le Mans. It's going to help the brand loyalty, and I think that's what the manufacturers are looking for.
Manthey leading the championship now in the FIA Endurance Trophy for LMP3 teams, ahead of Vista AF Corsa and TF Sport, courtesy of those victories. 81 points for Ricardo Pera, Richard Leitz and Ryan Hardwick, ahead of the trio of Ferrari drivers. When did Porsche first come to Le Mans?
1951, if my memory serves me
And they've
correctly.
been here ever since. They are the longest continuously competing manufacturer.
1950, excuse me.
Yeah.
1950,
Yeah.
when they were invited by the founder of the race to come here and take part. And yeah, it's been part of their history ever since. So this is the 75th anniversary of their debut at Le Mans, where they took 2 356 SLs with covered over wheels, etc. One of them was crashed in practice, and then they ended up winning their class there. And this is their 110th class win at Le Mans for Porsche.
It's incredible.
19 overall is impressive, and nobody's got to that point yet. Ferrari are starting to catch up, funny enough, but 110 class wins.
For the LMP2. This is the Pro-Am. Is it? No, it's the overalls here. So AR by TF, anchored home by Louis Delatraz, who's slayed the ghosts of a few years ago with that WRT car breaking down on him. VDS Panis race. Great to see the dark red of VDS and the Lion's Head back on the podium. And into Europol, the blue and the green and yellow of Europe's fastest bakers. And Nick Yellerly, what a career he has ahead of him. And swap manufacturers to go and race in the States, comes back because the manufacturer he's racing for, he's not racing in the in Le Mans, he's into LMP2. And now the national anthem of the winning team in LMP2. Polish national anthem ringing out at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Not sure a few years ago, Paul, we would have thought we would have been saying that, but Inter Europol have absolutely flown the flag for themselves and for their nation.
I think that's true of a lot of nations, actually.
Yeah.
Call it globalization, call it increased communication, but you know, time was when Le Mans attracted Germans, British, Italians, Americans, the occasional Spaniard or Portuguese.
And some French.
And maybe a Japanese or Prince Siam of Siam.
Yeah.
And that would be it. But as I say, the way the world is these days, there are all sorts of nationalities represented. I didn't look at the list of different nationalities represented, but it's large and getting larger.
LMP2 about to go through some changes. We found out more details this week. Peter Gibson with a new, smaller capacity, turbocharged engine. 2 different suppliers, potential suppliers at least, for the chassis. Who knows which one will be best, either Ligier or Orica. And that new category to start in a couple of years' time. So we probably should pay tribute to Orica and to Gibson for the racing that they have given us over the last few years. Turned down in both power and how much fuel they have. They're in every 35 minutes or so. It's a hellish 24 hours for the teams and for the mechanics. But my goodness, it gives us good racing. Not much to mess about with. You have to execute. It's pure racing.
It is about as pure as it gets, and I think the one name I would pick out of that is Gibson. Their reliability record is just off the scale in a racing program, in a racing application for, you know, normally asked by a V8 engine of any sort, to be honest, to run that reliably across all of these different skills of driver as well. You know, some with more mechanical sympathy than others, and the Gibson V8 is the last thing that an LMP2 will worry about. LMP2 team will worry about. Because they know that that's plug and play, and that is such an achievement. And I think it would have been seriously foolish to not give Gibson the contract for the next rule set, because they've proven you cannot get better than pretty much perfect record. You know, what they've done, and you never really hear teams saying, "Oh, we've got a duff engine this time," or "They've got a stronger engine than us."
Well,
you don't hear that very often.
It's
anyway.
the consistency as well as the reliability in terms of how close the performance is. Now, Will we get a separate podium for the Pro-Am sport? Do we know that?
I believe so, yes.
Right, okay.
Spike the Dragon is there to watch on underneath the podium.
Is that Kelly Brulé?
I think that might well be who's unfortunately Kelly was run over, had her foot run over during the parade. This is Kelly Brulé who does the PR for AO Racing. She had her foot run over, so the team physio has been looking after her, and of course she's got to go to Watkins Glen. Oh no, one of the champagne bottles is smashed coming off, so the champagne bottles have been dropped from the high up podium down towards the Parc Fermé area. 3 or 4 have been caught, one of them has been dropped, and there's glass and champagne everywhere, but never mind.
Olivier Panis speaking to the fans in French. He is the Panis in VDS Panis Racing, the Van der Straten Panis Racing team. Good to see VDS back. They fell out of love a little bit with motorcar racing, stayed in motorbikes. So into Europol, VDS Panos and AO by TF on the top step of the podium, AF, and then TDS and Proton for the Pro-Am category. And as far as the championship is concerned, into Europol in the FIA World Endurance Championship, although nobody will be worrying about the points just now, but again, double points here makes a huge difference to the season. Even if you haven't had a great season up until now in the FIA World Endurance Championship, and into Europol have not had a bad season, but those double points very welcome for the rest of the season and how it shapes up. And I think you're right, Paul, they are going to have one final podium. There's a couple of points I want to make about the front of the field, and I'll do that now whilst we're waiting for the guys to come out. Third year of Porsche Penske Motorsport. They've not won Le Mans. Do they come back next year? Are they in the WEC? Not been announced yet.
I really, really hope so. I really, really hope so. We need Porsche at Le Mans. I mean, that battle between Porsche and Ferrari, that is a historic rivalry that's played out in the GT categories over the years, and in the very far past played out, in the top category too. And I think, yeah, let's hope so. Let's hope so. We don't know anything one way or the other, but we can only pontificate at this stage, but I just hope they do come back.
Third place in Pro-Am for Proton competition, and second place Rodrigo Sales pulls the big smile out of his back pocket as they come out for TDS Racing. Clement Novalak finished the race, and they'll welcome back AO by TF, anchored home by Louis Delatraz.
What a week he's had. I mean, that every time you put him in the car, just bang, straight on the pace. Really impressive young man, the Swiss driver.
Nice to see Gunnar Jeanette coming up as well, who's been instrumental in AO. Man who started his motorsport racing career in a Porsche 935. And Moby Dick. Now, the national anthem of the winning team in LMP2 Pro-Am. Well, Peter Mackay, and by the way, it is Kay Brew in that. We absolutely wanted to find out, and it is Kelly Brullier in that. It's not much of her, but I bet she's lost about 2 kilos in that seat. Peter, your first time here at Le Mans. Some final thoughts before we wrap up post-race tech.
I think all I can say has just been a privilege to be involved, to be part of the Radio Le Mans team. Radio Le Mans is part of the fabric of this event, and seeing it firsthand and being part of the event is a true privilege. That's all I could say. It's been great to be part of the team. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of our commercial partners, without whom, of course, we can't put this together. The responsible adult, Eve Hewitt, has worked very hard, particularly hard this year, not for any other reason, is that it never gets any easier. But thank goodness you, our listeners, continue to tune in. That gives us the numbers to put in front of the commercial partners to justify their return on investment, to keep it free to you at the point of listening. To all of our broadcast crew, thank you very much indeed. A particular thanks to Bob and to James. James's first time here on the technical crew. Also to Tim Gray, to Rob and Curry, who've been back in London as well. And of course to all the voices that you've heard over the last few days. Paul Trustwell, I'll leave the last thoughts with you before we wrap up our coverage of the 93rd running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. Another race that's kept us on the edge of our seats. There was literally something going on pretty much. All right, take out the safety cars and the slow zones, but when we were green, and we were green for a lot, we saw some great side-by-side, nose-to-tail racing in all of the classes.
Indeed. The thing that worries me, always worries me about Le Mans, it worries me about sports car racing in general, is the sustainability of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean green, political correctness, saving the planet and all that kind of thing. I mean the sustainability of this race.
Yeah.
Because it's been big before, it's been very attractive to manufacturers before, and then it goes down, and then it comes up again. But the problem is it's become so big now that if you take away the things that we depend on for the race, all the manufacturers and things, all the other stuff has got nothing to cling on to. And I'm just afraid that there might be too much. I mean, it's become so big, it's like Barclays Bank, it can't fail anymore. But it's I suppose it's just the commercialisation which has arrived over the 45 years that I've been coming here. And I don't know, things change, life changes, the world changes.
That powers it right now, but we're in a situation whereby we have more manufacturers coming in, and even if we had to say, I'm sorry, the nightclub's full, it's one in, one out, we could still sustain that for a certain amount of time as the manufacturer cycles of different models, different marketing objectives go through. Have we got enough now that we could sustain as some leave and some others come in at the other end?
Probably.
That's what we've got to hope for, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, probably it was a stupid thought to have because it's too long a conversation than what we need right now. There's sometimes in my life where I have to forget about worrying about the future and I have to concentrate on the now. And I think Le Mans 2025 was very much a case of concentrating on the now and enjoying what was indeed a very memorable event.
Well, we've concentrated on the now for nearly 10 days here at the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre at the bottom of the Bugatti circuit. Our focus now moves to the Eiffel Mountains, and so will quite a few of us. Thank you for however much time you've spent with us this week and the 93rd running of the Grand Prix d'Endurance. From everybody at Le Mans for 2025 and from Radio Le Mans and Radio Show Limited, from the Circuit de la Sarthe, it's been a pleasure to bring this to you, and we'll wish you a very good Sunday, or what's left of it. Some of you will already be into Monday with the news that we will continue to bring you the very best of endurance racing next weekend with the 24 hours of the Nürburgring from Wednesday and the Sahlen's 6 hours of the Glen on Saturday and Sunday. I'm John Hindhaugh for the whole team. Bye-bye.